Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I thank you for tuning in after a tough loss. If you're watching this, you are a true fan, as I think there are many who've shut off their TV and headed to bed tonight a little early to get some extra rest. And I can't blame you for doing that after what was a tough game to watch, and not the first one. It's the third in this stretch of games for your Hawks that have been a pretty tough watch all the way around, and hard to come away with a lot of positive at the end of this 3 games. Is you still don't really know a lot of anything at this point for as far as long term goes. I think you do come out of this game looking at it, though. I know there'll be many people that'll be like, well, long season, well, everything's still in your grasp. And indeed, that's the truth. I don't want to undercut that, but hard to see this team right now as a team that is even shaking close to the playoffs, say nothing of actually getting this division when it's all said and done by how they look. And it does become a little bit more than, from my standpoint, about a view of looking long term and starting to have to kind of, take the view through that lens of things as we look at this team and try to figure out what we have for the here and the now, and what we'll need for the long term, and who's a part of that foundation, going into the future, as there's some big decisions to be made after this season. So I don't have a lot of individual stuff in this game I want to get into at the top of this. I'll let you guys kind of take the show from here tonight, as I am not going to plan on doing this very long. I've turned over this turd for the last 2 weeks, and it's hard to turn this one over again. It'd be interesting. It'd be nice if I could, lean back to you and say, well, at least we got an offense that's running efficiently. If we could just hunker down and get the defense right. But this was a total team loss, as it's been a total team loss in recent weeks. You have a defense that can't play well. You have an offense that looks completely lost. A regressing Geno in this game. A year you're hoping DK to take that step forward into superstardust mode, and said he seems to be regressing on top of it. Even things that have been pillars for years here, like special teams. And when the team chose to move on from Larry Izzo to go to Harbaugh, didn't get as much onto it at the time, as it was open to McDonald wanting to build his own staff. But boy, what a downgrade that has been from one to the other there. As with Izzo, you had a great special teams unit all the way around for years, and Harbaugh's special teams unit has made mistake after mistake. Going with D. Williams as your punt returner is a decision. I don't know, maybe he's just a great at returning punts in practice, but doesn't look comfortable doing it during the game, and should have had a fumble today that wasn't caused, on top of a couple of other things that just had you going, what? What are you doing? So I'll let you guys take the chat tonight and take it where you will. I want to bring up one mention of this, and I think that this is the important part in this Hawk process of, and a part that I'll remind myself. So, I need to walk it like I talk it on this. And that I find so often in these games, after every game, a want to reach an ultimate conclusion about something. McDonald's not the right guy. Should have kept Pete. Geno's not the right guy. DK's not the right guy. DK is the right guy. Geno is the right guy. There's the pull every game to go back and forth to this ultimate conclusion. And I think we all, as I'm saying to myself on this, have to just give this. No, you don't have to, but people want my perspective on this. So I want to give this at the top, because I don't want to recover this ground throughout the discussion, or have to keep, tracing back over it over the course of the season. I want to make sure I'm really clear with this. There's nothing to be gained by reaching these conclusions right now, other than you're being premature. There is a rush within fandoms of the NFL. It's not a Seahawks fandom thing. It's an NFL fandom thing, of being into that rush to be the person to kind of be the first person to be in front of things and say, oh, hey, I was the person with this opinion that was right about it. And see, I was right. And I get that there's a draw to that, but I think that we do have to give this a little bit of time through this full year to reach those conclusions, because reaching an end conclusion point on Geno right now at a little past a quarter of the way through the season doesn't do you any favors. It doesn't change any of your processes going forward, neither with DK, and certainly not with McDonald. So there's nothing really to be gained by trying to run to that conclusion as quickly as I see some people scampering to get to. I understand we're all emotional and upset and disturbed by what we're seeing on the field. I get that. But I don't think that the right reaction to that is then twist back and start running for conclusions. I think we let this thing play out. And then when we get to the end of the season, I'm right along with everybody else on, okay, we can draw this determination about this, and we can draw this determination about that. And I'm not going to be against it if people want to do that. By the way, if you want to draw your early determinations, if this was the performance that told you that Geno Smith is not the guy, that you were on the line and this was the one that pushed you over and you can't sign to a contract and you're out on Geno, I'm going to completely respect your opinion and I'm not going to really push back a lot against it. I'm just giving my opinion at the top. If we're asking about where I'm coming from on this stuff, which I get asked a lot about, I couldn't even keep up with the donations today on the chat. I couldn't even keep up with the live stream today as far as play-by-play because there were so many donations about questions about fully long-term things like DK or like Gene or what. And it was basically inundating the chat at times on the donation front where I'm going, I know there's this draw to do this, you guys, but I don't know what you want me to say here. I have my opinion I'm not moving off of one game, and we'll have to let this kind of roll through the full, context of the season before you're really going to see me make much of a change on that, unless I see something really extreme. Geno played, you could make an argument, I think the worst game of the last 3 years is the Seahawks. And if not the worst, it's right there with the worst game he's played. And that's true. That can be true. And also it can be true that coming into this game, he was carrying the offense on his back and was your best, maybe player on the team. Point blank, period, end of story. If not best, right there. So do we throw out all those early performances for this one because it's against the Niners, because it's on prime time? I don't know if that's the proper approach. Maybe it is. But I'm not going to fight much today. You guys aren't going to find me fighting a lot throughout the season on the back and forth with that. I do sometimes like debate, but there's some of these subjects that I have gone already round and round for years upon. And it reaches that end game state to me where I just can't push any more through with it. So I'll acknowledge it. I'll acknowledge people when they want to bring it up and talk about certain stuff. But please understand from my perspective in doing this show after show after show, day after day through this, is that when you have these certain subjects that keep coming up that just keep getting hammered by the fan base into infinity and beyond, you do hit that point of it of going, okay, I don't really want to talk about the same thing that we've already churned and mulched over and spun through and blended over and took a look here and took a look at this way and took a look at that way and moved it over here and look at this way. I mean, I do these shows as long as anybody. So we take as much of an exhaustive look as anything else in this channel at every part of this team. And there's certain stuff that is just getting hammered. It's a nail you've driven into the floor and then you're still trying to drive it through the floor is how I feel at times on some of these subjects that keep coming up and I can't do them. So I'm just putting that in advance to you guys. Please be patient with me on it and understanding on it if you can with me. If you don't, then you don't. But I got to do what I do. I got to do what I got to do to keep my sanity on some of this stuff too. William Asabaco, how you doing? It's good to see you. Pretentious Cameron. Hello, Osvaldo Torres. Good to see you in the house. Tracy, that felt more like a war than a battle. Definitely a bit of that going on. Yeah. Quite a lot of swings on that. Tracy says, hi, kitty. Pumpkin comes right up to at the start of the show. She always knows what time the start is. She's right there like, let's go. She's here, win or lose. Corey, that was pathetic in so many ways. So many ways. And then it's the third game. If you have a game like this, you're like, but then it's the third game where you're just like, ugh. Nick, we need to start with more urgency. We show it when we go down 10 or more points. We can't win going down big early. No, we can't. Team has definitely had some issues with that intensity level starting out football games for whatever reason. Slated for, this was my 16th birthday present, and this hurts. I do want to tell you, Brandon, I kept my word. Section 121 was despicable and quiet. But I lost my voice. I was looking forward to this for too long. That's sad to hear. Slade has got a little bit of a point in there, and people ask me about this a lot on how I get to my opinion with when I bring up that the stadium is quieted down some, and it's not quite at the same place it is. And Slade being a guy that went in there 16th birthday, he's screaming his lungs out. He's giving everything he's got. He's doing all he can. But he does mention in his note here, Section 121 was despicable and quiet. I kept my word, he says. So, he's telling you, I'm out here screaming, but I'm in a section where there's a quietness. We got fans going to the stadium that aren't doing everything they can. I don't know if the fans could have saved the day on this one as far as how the team did play, but it couldn't have hurt. And it has been a common thing we've seen for a while. And I think we got to just kind of make our peace with a little bit of it. We can still be a very loud stadium in this league. We may even still be the loudest stadium in this league, but we may not have quite the same effect as we once did in how loud we can get. And maybe that'll change with time. Maybe once the team gets better and more consistent. I mean, the team did not give them a lot and hasn't given them a lot the past couple of weeks here to be rooting on. So I get that part of it too, but glad you did all you could, man. Happy birthday. Sorry, they didn't get you dub on that one. War Chief says, how do we always end up looking like we can win and the game is close and still lose and never feel like the game is ever close? Explain this to me. They get kind of a mad scramble into it. I mean, this game was the Laviska Shenault thing really changed. I think from what the feeling was to getting closer in the score than you probably kind of deserve to be on that Laviska return. Because if it's your offense out there, they got to get down there and get a touchdown. It's going to take them a long time, and the clock ticks down, and you just don't have the kind of time to work with we did in this game to get back into it. I think that's how it went in this one. But I think that there's just nothing you really feel like you have that you do well. You know, that's kind of where we're at right now. I mean, yes, Geno coming into this led the league in passing yardage, but he also led the league in attempts. It doesn't speak to efficiency. What are you doing well? You know, what do you do well? Do you run block? Do you pass block? No. Do you catch the ball well? No, we got a lot of drops. Do you win the turnover battle? No. Quarterback plays pretty efficiently overall, but even there's a lot of turnovers. Guess your running backs, you got some difference makers there. But defensively, there's absolutely nothing. Absolutely not on that side. Rotted Turkin, thank you for the $2 donation. Geno, what the F was that? Yeah, Geno's not. For those of us that are trying to have Geno's back and are trying to, and sometimes sell fans that do not want to be in on him as the long-term quarterback here, you know, he's not doing us any favors with these kind of performances like this today. And where it's at times been at here, not badly throughout the year, but this one especially is just, man, to bring in this stinker at this time is a brutal turn at home like that. And he just, you know, he looked like the quarterback everybody said Geno was when he was taking over today. You know, when everybody said that he is what he is, this is what he is, that's what he can't do, this is what he can do. That's what the quarterback looked like today that we saw from Geno. An injury, or I don't know what the excuse is on it, but it's got to play better. Donnie, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. Thank you, Radu, for that $2 dono. Radu also with a $5 donation. Can we get someone that uses our players to their fullest potential? Giving me Pete vibes and his zone defense. How come we can't have man corners? I don't know, Radu. I don't know why you can't run man, period, to be honest with you. The Niner offense and the Niner skill position players on the outside are ones that don't create a lot of separation in man coverage according to advanced statistics. They are a team that does way better when you give them zone coverages. If we go and watch the game plan that was applied today versus the Ravens game plan from last year, I'm telling you, it would be a night and day difference in what you would see and how they played it. And McDonald maybe doesn't have the confidence in the players to understand the scheme, to run it with all of the complications and details and all of the little extracurricular stuff that you would do when you're running it at its full maximum. I, again, don't know the reasoning behind it, but I do know it is what you're seeing, which is you're watching the zone defense and you're watching the four-man fronts, and we're going, isn't this the point of moving on from Pete, is that we stop doing this? Isn't the point of moving on from Pete almost at the center point and centerpiece that we stop doing this thing that's getting slaughtered? Why are we, dear God, why are we still doing this? I thought we were going to see way more 3-4 looks in this game. Didn't see it. I don't know how many we ran, but it wasn't a lot. It was like at the bare minimum level that they could run it. You know? Yeah, you need the man cover corners, sure, Radu too, but like you can also just run it as an offshoot. You know, you can just run it as a changeup even. And as I've said for years on this, and you guys have heard me, Carroll defense to McDonald defense, I don't get the point. Somebody's going to have to walk me through. I'm probably stupid, you know. I'm probably partially like at that Forrest Gump IQ level and not getting this, you know, like you have to, I wasn't in the sport, man. You know, I wasn't there, you know, kind of one of those things, because I don't get the point of trotting out a front four that obviously is showing it is unable to create any pressure, and then dropping your corners and dropping your linebackers into the Charmin, baby soft, pillowy zone coverage defense, which at the forefront is trying to protect deep. We will not let you hit us deep. Thou shalt not hit us deep. You can do everything to us. You can spit in our face. You can break my nose. You can snap my jaw off its hinge. can snap every individual rib slowly, if you wish. But you will not beat me deep. And then you get beat deep. And I've watched for years this concept being applied nonstop. And dear God, please, straight to God above all this, somebody please, for the love of God, make it make sense to me. I'm desperately asking you, because it's driving me utterly crazy. Four-man fronts that you show the offense prior to the snap, off coverage with the corners on the outside, dropping to depth. Safeties over the top, dropping to depth. What does it accomplish? Especially when you're still giving up the deep ball over the top. I don't know, Radu. I don't know either, man. I don't know either on that one. Eric Michelet. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 donation, man. Eric, as always, you are unbelievably kind on that side of it. I really do appreciate you. Really do appreciate you for all of your support to the channel, man. I know you dropped some donos over there on the round table as well. Thank you for that. I'm here to defend Geno. If you think Geno is why we lost this game, get at me. Look around, people. This team is in a funk. And for everything you want to pick, it cuts off the message here. 1 second here, Erica. This team is in a funk. And for everything you want to pick on Geno about, I'll show you a drop pass or a defensive gaffe. Amen, man. Amen, Eric. It becomes a bit of a confirmation bias thing for me a bit on this. Geno goes out, throws for 400 yards. Anti-Geno people become surprisingly quiet. I'll run 4 or 5 hour post-game streams. Just there's not a peep from him. 300-yard performance, not a peep. Fourth quarter comeback win, not a peep. But then come back in then to the game he plays like tonight, and then now here out the woodwork we come. We've got the confirmation bias performance we've been looking for. Something for me to kind of jump on now with it. Because you can be out of Geno on this game. You say, I saw Geno in it, but then you got to tell me that you've looked at the past performances this past year so far, just this year so far. We'll throw out the last 2 years. Let's just look at this year so far and tell me that he's not been playing well. I mean, to Eric's point on the drops, plenty of drops every single game. Last week, driving you down the field, JSN, horrific drop on about a 7-yard pass is as rudimentary as a catch as you're going to get as a receiver. Defender not on top of you, 2 hands on the ball, catch the pass. If he does, that's a first down. Geno drives him down, probably goes and gets the score there. Geno played poorly, but this game ain't solely definitely on Geno. He's got his share of the blame, but there's so many places of blame in this game. There's so many places of blame. There really is. I mean, there's even blame. You got to go back into where the front office on this, where you're watching on a weekly basis an inability on offensive line to not only at times, they did better in pass protection today, but not only be bad at pass protection, but not able to create any running holes for your backs, allowing penetration in the backfield, allowing to be pushed back in the backfield on running plays. Things you don't see against the Niner team. When you watch that Niner team, they may not get 7, 8, 9, 10 yards on a run, but they're going to get the 3 yards. Their running back's going to get an opportunity to get the ball and make a decision without having somebody hit them. And the thing with this with Geno too, as we come back to, is that no running game really through about another 2.5 quarters of football, like it's been in every single game this year. You were one-dimensional very quickly in this game, and then you were behind in this game as your defense's inadequacies. And I wouldn't let Geno off the hook as far as how he played in this game. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Eric, in that there's a lot of other things that come into this game that are part of this too. And certainly wouldn't put some huge helping over onto Geno with it necessarily solely with that. But thank you for the 20 and the $10 donation. He says, I will say this. I keep seeing great drive after great drive these last 3 games, marred by a turnover. And yes, Geno has to wear some of that tonight, but it's a team funk. Definitely the energy is not great with the team. You feel that. You feel with a little bit of the spirit suddenly and how what's kind of permeating things a bit. I think that's tangible in a way. It's hard to understand where it comes from exactly, but especially offensively, you just don't have things synced up. Last week, coming off the game with the last couple weeks, just bailing out on the running game. I think putting funk is a good way of putting it, Eric. I do. And when you got to pass this much, it's going to lead to probably more turnovers. And that's a bit of what's in place today on this one. But that offense has found some effectiveness. Definitely starting out slow. Definitely if you cleaned up some of these drops on it. I do think, I will say with it, Eric, I do think Geno played, if we look the last 3 years, I'm not out on Geno because of it. I'm not drawing a conclusion from Geno that's now shifted anywhere from where I've been because I'm in the same ballpark you are on this with Eric. But I do think it's valid to look at it and also say it's probably one of the worst performances we've seen from Geno. I can't usually come out of a game going, I got about 8 or 9 plays here where I'm kind of coming back solely to Geno on that and going, okay, what happened here? How did we get to this spot of it? Why do you back foot? You got a clean pocket. Why are you back footing on a crossing route to JSN? Why are you late on throw after throw after throw in this game from an anticipation standpoint and your ball placement standpoint? Why are you throwing in a double coverage on a 3rd and 5 rather than finding a secondary? I'm going to really like, Eric, looking at the all-22 to see some of where this decision-making was being formed of from pre to post snap. But the opinions coming in like where you're standing. The bottom line on this is still what I walked into this game believing in Geno is what I still will walk out of still believing in Geno. And some people will do their bailing on, but it's going to be a season-long assessment thing for me on that. And I think your point about the funk is the right one. It's just something's in a funk. Something's out of whack right now. I don't know what got twisted after the 3-0 start, especially offensively speaking, as you'd think they'd start to kind of find their footing here a little bit, but they're just not finding any kind of rhythm offensively, really. And even on these drives where they're getting down and getting scores, it's just kind of coming in sort of this fits and starts kind of feel to it, a little bit. But thank you, man. Eric, $30 in donations. I thank you for all that support to the channel. Very, very kind of you. And patience will be the approach here. And maybe not a popular approach for me to be trying to apply here, but it's where I'm going to be trying to lean in that pocket as much as possible. Addison Shelble, thank you for the $2 donation. Why was Bosa single teamed all day with Stone? I can make a guess on this. Grubb's a spread concept guy. Spread concept guys want a maximum amount of guys getting out into their routes to pull the zones looser. You pull a guy over here because you got the back coming out into the flat. This opens the hole up over here, and you can eliminate some of your concepts when you keep the back in. So maybe that's a bit a part of it, Addison. The interception that you had on Tyler Lockett early in this game, where Geno's throwing that into kind of double coverage-ish area of things, is partially thrown because he's being rushed. He's being rushed because Bosa's hitting him. Bosa's hitting him on a play where Charbonnet is chipping for Stone, and Stone still gives up the pressure. And so, some tackles don't like chips. As much as you think it would always help them, some of it throws them off in their pass set. And I have heard offensive linemen say that, Addison. These are both guesses. Don't know for sure on the accounts, but that would be my guess as to why not more consistently you were seeing that. And to their point on it, at least with Bosa, that he didn't play bad. I don't know that he was able to super disrupt the whole offense like he can sometimes do. I think you're able to keep him at least somewhat contained. Radu, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Radu, for the triple dono drop tonight. Only reason I see is if our players aren't as talented as we think. But in that sense, where's the coach help? Zones coverages won't help you much. F. It's where you're, I think, very fair to wonder this. The last 3 weeks, your defense is not getting it done from a base level. You lining them up and telling them to go whoop that guy's butt in front of them is not happening. What are you doing as coaches to help them this past 3 weeks? And as impressive as McDonald was out those first 3 games, and as much as I'm with him on the long term, and as much as I don't have any kind of shift in my belief of him in the long term and being the right guy as a hire here, I also can do that and at the same time say these past 3 games, you've not done enough to put these guys in a position to succeed. You've not done enough to simulate the pressures, to try to run some man concepts, to change some things up against some of these offenses. You've lined it up. You've shown the quarterback what it is, and that's what it is, oh snap. And you're not confusing anybody. And it's just partially one of the reasons you're not getting any turnovers. Because things are so wide open. How many broken coverages? How many wide open guys? There's not a hand in there tight and close. There's not a guy undercutting a route almost there to make a play. You're getting none of that. None of that. And it especially didn't make sense when you had Reek and Witherspoon out there, 2 man-based cover corners. You want to kind of lean into your personnel and what they do well as in addition to that. I have no explanation for why he's doing it this way. Makes no sense to me. And continues Radu to carry over a bit from the Carroll era. So maybe somebody in the chat will have a bit of reasoning behind why it is that we're seeing that. But I come back to it over and over again, and it makes me scratch my head. And it's years of watching it. At what point do these coaches go, this isn't doing us any favors doing it this way when it's failing this bad? It'd be one thing if you're actually preventing the deep plays. You're keeping the chunk plays down the field and the throws limited then, where it was truly a slow earning of the score up the football field. But the big chunk plays are in there while you're playing it safe. I don't get it either, Radu. I don't get it either, man. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. This team will find its way soon. Rookie coaches working out the kinks. D. Williams needs to be cut, though. He's worse than DJ Dallas. Saying something, huh? Saying something. And yes, I can't believe I'm actually saying this. But it's the truth. He is indeed worse than DJ Dallas. It's only by the luck of the luck of whatever that we were able to not have that play get overturned, that he touched that ball. He touched that ball. He just has no certainty. It's a lot like the offense. Just there's not a confidence or certainty to them moving. There's not a sense of poise. But you felt from the team tonight. It's not quite there on that. But if I'm John Schneider at this point, I've got to go out there and find a punt returner who can do one simple thing. One simple thing. Because you can line any other secondary guy back there, Kenny McIntosh and Laviska, and get by on the kick returner. I don't care about that. Punt returning. Just find a guy. Go get Hester. He can do this. Get me one guy who can catch the ball. That's all we need the guy to do, is catch the ball and not look like he's completely out there for the first time as a punt returner every single week, which is what I feel like with D. Williams. I swear to God, I can see that guy's hand shaking on every single punt. And I don't know why the team thinks it's worthwhile to trot him out there. I mean, they think maybe he's like going to be a great returner at some point with it, or he's uncomfortable. He can't field the punt. He keeps allowing us to have to deal from deep fields and be back at the 5-yard line because he just doesn't have any confidence in catching it. I don't know what we're seeing in D. Williams at this point, but I've thought that since week 1. You could have told me after week 1 they'd seen enough and he needed to go. You can't have a guy that's scared to return the ball. You can't have a guy that's scared to field the punt. And that's what we have right now. And I don't care who's out on the street and what they could do with it after the receiving of the punt. Just receive the punt every time. Every single time. I don't care. Guy can judge when the right time is to field it. Oh, inside the 5, let it go. Just give me a guy that can field it. Po' boy, thank you for the $5 donation. What I got from today, Murphy has a bigger impact than thought. Ever since he's been gone, the run D has tanked. Cut D. Williams. No offensive line help in free agency equals season over. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I think that Byron Murphy will probably be back by the Falcon game. And you do give Leonard Williams another week there to kind of get better after that rib injury. I don't think he's still at 100% out there. Say nothing of Boye Mafe. And you have to feel that will help the team out down the line on that side of it. Oh boy, no doubt about that. I don't know if Murphy is going to be an end-all be-all solution in the run game woes and stopping and getting the run game essentially fixed. That New England game, New England Patriots with both Gibson and Ramondre Stevenson were able to run on you really well. And Byron Murphy didn't go down until the Dolphins game. So I think that the run issues are still there. I think the team's trying to make it work in the run game with a light box at times. And it's not quite getting the job done there on that side. But he'll help. He will help. I won't deny that. Having your first round pick back in there and filling out the ranks and getting the rotations a little bit better is going to be a big helping factor. They got a long way to go, though. No O-line help in free agency equals season over. I mean, that's the part here where, coming back to this game and looking at, points of parts where you can blame to. It's like, why can't you ever create in any of these games any push at the line of scrimmage early in these games? Well, you have defenses that aren't worn down. You have defenses that aren't so overly bought into your passing attack that they don't recognize and respect the run. And so that then starts to open up the run game later in the game. But one-on-one starting out the game, just getting some yards, getting down there, getting conversions through that, you don't have that with this line. And I've said that I do understand Schneider not spending money in free agency for the offensive lineman. I can get on board with that. I can get on board with the offensive lineman being overpaid. I think that the data does back that up when it comes to paying for them in free agency. But there are 3 potential inroads to improving your offensive line. There is free agency, there is the draft, and there is a trade. And what the Seattle Seahawks have not done, absent going out there and getting like an aged Gabe Jackson, who's more of that indicator of the same kind of guy they brought in, which is these aged linemen who are on their last legs, or they just go young in the draft. And the place where Schneider is not, I think, held up where he could have done more on this is going out there and actively trying to make some trades to, get more established guys in here. Less on hoping the young guys can come forward and more on getting the establishment of some tried and true in here. And has not taken that approach to it. And I'm talking actual value. I'm not talking like a George Fant signing. I'm talking about a value signing. I'm not talking about a guy, again, on last legs, in his 30s, injury history. I'm talking about actually a decent player. You could go that route with it is another way. And he has not gone that route as well. And so when you limit yourself down to having 3 different roads to get to the same spot and you're taking the road that's going to take you the longest to get around, well, then when we see this, we can kind of backtrack as to why it's not looking that good. So something to keep in mind on, in a place that while I'm pressing a lot for my chat to have a bit of patience on this to a degree, I think the one spot that, Schneider's got to come around to this offseason, and one that I've railed on him for I think 3 straight off seasons. I think I don't know if it's 3, it's at least 2 that I said the centerpiece of this offseason needs to be where you put priority number 1 before you get to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is making the offensive line a point of strength for the football team. I don't want to hear your BS excuses about overpay when you've had this be an issue that's lasted almost a decade and you're still only using one of the 3 methods in a way to upgrade it. That doesn't align to you really making it a point of emphasis or understanding that you're learning your lessons. As I always say with this, I understand mistakes will always be made along the process in trying to intelligently build your team or intelligently do things as a coaching staff. It's about when you have something go wrong and broken and not right, and this isn't working as a strategy, how do you then pivot? How quickly can you pivot? How much do you continue to keep applying the same application to the same mold that you have prior that hasn't worked? Definition of insanity. And that, when it comes to this offensive line, has been part and parcel a bit of what we've seen over time. And Schneider's got to stop leaning into this just being about the draft and where he's going to make this done unless he wants to make the first 5 picks offensive lineman, and understand that he's going to have to take advantage of one of those other roads. And if he can't find a trade, then too bad, so sad, you're going to have to overpay. I don't like that it has to be that way at that point, but if you just can't find a trade, you obviously cannot just rely on the draft at this point. Addis the Gamer, thank you for being a member of the channel. Says D. Williams has to turn in his uniform this week. Guy is, I watched a lot of bad punt returners in my time here in Seattle. I've seen some good ones too, like Bobby Joe Edmonds, Bobby Ingram. We got to go get another Bobby. The best punt returners in Seahawks history have been named Bobby. So I need my chat to get on the free agent list of punt returners named Bobby. And we'll be good. We'll be good. Or D. Williams needs to change his name to Bobby. I'm no longer D. Williams. I'm Bobby Williams. You can call me Bobby Williams. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says 4 excellent games from Geno. 1 good, 1 bad so far. Well put. Well put. And that's the accurate way to put it. If you want to be an anti-Geno guy, you can't just jump into being the anti-Geno guy when you get the bad performance on it. You got to be in there when he's got the good performances going, okay, he didn't perform like I think he normally would today, but he's it's got to move you that other side too, right? If I got to be moved to a way on when he has the bad performances, you got to be moved on it when it's to the good. Fortunately, I don't think that's always the way that shifts in that particular debate. But well said, long live the king. I would agree with you on that. Eric with another $20 donation. Eric Chalet, you're a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Very kind of you. I appreciate you for that. I totally appreciate your point about not letting Geno off the hook tonight. He made mistakes at the worst of times, but I've seen quarterbacks like Mahomes throw red zone picks, and his D and coaching help to keep him in the game. Wonderfully put, Eric. Wonderfully put. And I think that when it comes down to the bottom line on this, we're really in agreement on where this thing stands. You've got to get other parts of this team in better shape. Geno's not the problem. It's where I do really land when it comes and becomes all said and done with it. Even a guy like DK, as much as the people won't be in that same stance on DK, Eric, where it comes down simply, is this guy part of the solution or part of the problem? And with Geno, I can't go to him being part of the problem. I really can't. You can look at the game tonight and see what he did tonight and go, okay, there's some things in there, but you are right. Did the defense hold the line for them? Not really. Special teams do their end? No, not really. Did the receivers catch everything thrown their way and perform efficiently and get stuff done after? No, not really. Was there a holding call on the deep throw to DK Metcalf in this game where you would have gotten DK down and like, yeah, that happened. Yeah, there's those came in there too. Where's more of that sloppy play along the offensive line? False starts. Connor Williams, there's all of that stuff included. It's all part of what caused you to lose this game. It is. And that means there's no reason to throw it to one player or the other at that point. It's to kind of look through everybody individually as you go through them. Okay, where's their part in this and what that? And back to Long Live King's point of this, Eric, it's what has he done this season so far? Is this consistent with his performances so far this season? Is this close to the performances so far this season? No. This is not in the vicinity of the performances of what we've seen from Geno so far this season. So tough opponent or not, primetime game or not, against a rival or not, you don't just take that one game and isolate that. It's the same thinking too with the Eric of why we don't want to isolate one play in a game, as people did last week with the block kick. And there became this obsession over the block kick. It's like, well, no, it's all of the rest of the plays that we got to take more into account than this just one play. But you're right. He's not had the supporting cast that Mahomes has had, and what's helped Mahomes at times to get through when he's not playing at his best, to your point. 100% agree with that. And I know what you're trying to do as well in this, which you're right to do it, because this is the kind of games where people will come out and go, well, see, this is why Geno isn't, as though it's just solely on him, as though the game would have been won, but if not for Geno, and he contributed to the loss, but we can't go to that other extreme, I don't think, and say it to that other side of it. I think that would be a inaccurate way of looking at the situation too, which is what you're trying to push back against, and which is something, Eric, I completely agree with. Completely. Thank you, man, for the $20 donation. And well said on your part. Well said. Eric also bringing up with a $5 donation. Also, 50 yards rushing again. Can't win like that. The part that Geno does not get. You're not in any of these games with Geno ever giving him an early, consistent ground game that the defenses have to account for. And quite frankly, a lot of the time in the running game, it's so predictable in what the defenses are seeing coming. And there's a first down run in this game where the cornerback, Demondre Lamore, he's like screaming off of the edge down to hit the ball carrier in the backfield. Like, how could he have so much confidence to come down like that on a first down play to know so much it was a run? There's a later play in this game where Geno's changing the play call. The defense picks right up on it that they're going to go to the run. You got 3 interior linebackers, literally pointing to the direction of where the running play is going to go to. And if it's as a quarterback, it's going to be on you to score and score a lot because your defense is going to be particularly good. And you're not going to have any kind of consistent running game until you maybe get about 2.5 quarters through a football game. We do come back to it. It gets very hard to play the position at a very efficient level. That part is ultimately true and ultimately something we see on a weekly basis with the Seahawks team. There were some games where they've ended out with some good yardage, but a lot of games where it's taken that deep into that third quarter where you finally start to get some yardage on the ground, whereas prior to that, you're basically walled on up. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm trying to, folks, get through the donos. We got a lot of them, so bear with me, please, on that. I'll try to rock through these. Jordan says, curious if the inside linebackers we have are what is an issue. Curious if the inside linebackers we have are what is an issue with the scheme. I noticed Baker and Dotson get blown off the line at times if they are up in the box. I think that we thought a lot this offseason that maybe a big part of what made McDonald's scheme run is having those inside linebackers that were really, really good, multifaceted players. You know, having a guy like Queen as your will linebacker and then Roquan coming in there, and that those things really cemented down that defense for the Ravens once those guys were in there and established into their roles. That could be a part of what we are seeing that is missing on this front. PFF really liked those two guys' games last week. It'll be interesting to see how they rank them this week. But to my eyes, I'm seeing some of what you're seeing with that, Jordan, where I'm not feeling a lot of good play from the inside linebackers. I don't know if they're playing bad per se, but I think more to your point is, do we need kind of sub-difference makers for the position to make the scheme work at its best? If I might try to read into your donation to that a little bit and what you're trying to mean by that. And I think that's a fair question to ask. The guys are on 1-year contracts. They're not guaranteed here long-term. And if I was to make a guess about the way this is kind of playing out, if it's going to stick the line on this, you're very likely to be probably looking at drafting an inside linebacker to pair with Tyrese Knight long-term as this sets up. But yeah, I'm not getting a lot of impact from those guys. Again, not to say they play necessarily a bad game, but as much as the good that they give you, there's probably the bad they're giving you is almost somewhat close to equal portions on that a little bit as it stands right now. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I ordered all new Seahawks gear for the remainder of the year. My old wardrobe was bringing the funk of the last 3 years. Doing what I can to change the vibes. Hey man, desperate times, desperate measures, War Chief. Got to do what you got to do, man. You know what I mean? So maybe I'll have to do that myself here. Maybe it's the old gear that's is carrying some stank. It's carrying some stank on it, maybe. Could be a little bit of that, I suppose. Possible, you know. Possible with that, man. Radu, let me get, man. John Stillwell, my brother. So good to see you in the house. Long time no see, John. But great to see you, man. John coming in hot, folks. He coming in hot with a $100 donation. $100 donation from John, Mr. Stillwell. That's what we call him around here. Mr. Stillwell. It's good to see you in the house, John. I thank you for that donation. It's a tough night, man. A lot of frowns across the pond, but you put a smile on my face with that dono drop, brother, as you've been one of my big-time supporters on this channel, one of the big, real backers of this channel for years here at that. And I thank you, John, as one of those people that do it, as one of these original folks that allows me to be able to do this, folks, and has been allowing me to do this full time for so very long, as I love to do, even after tough losses like this. It's still fun to do this. But thank you, man, John. I appreciate you for that. He says the defense seemed to be the problem tonight. Hope you're doing well, Brandon. Well, thank you, John. And you are accurately, I think, seeing really where I would put more at the forefront of this game of what stood out to me, which is before we get to a Geno, before we get to a DK, before we get to a lack of running game, before we get to offensive inconsistency, or before we get to bad special teams play that we've seen at times this season so far, John, I think the defense is where it has to kind of begin at with it. And how much you just don't seem to have that sizzling intensity that you're looking for. Last year, we got to the end of the year, and there really felt like for the first time throughout the season last year with Carroll, even from that opening game against the Rams at home where he said we just didn't have the team ready to play. And you go, man, you've had years here where You've been out schemed a little bit, but you've always had the team ready to play. And it has been over the last 3 games more of a feeling of a little bit of echoes of the prior where you're going, is the buy-in of spirit in on this team? Yeah, they are playing, John, that third game in 11 nights, 3 games in 11 days. That's a tough run in the NFL to have to play that fast and that quick as a turnaround. But this is also not the first game this has shown up in this level of performance. And you go back and look at that defense, John, and you say, okay, we're not a good defense. What do we do well? What can we lean into and then work off of that as a foundational spot? Well, you don't have anything you do well right now. You don't tackle well. You're not scheming anything up. You're playing a lot of soft zone coverage, yet you're still getting beat over the top for big plays over the top. You can't stop the run. You're not tackling particularly well. You're not getting anything close to a consistent pass rush, and you're not causing any turnovers. It's every item a defensive group could want to try to get to do and accomplish and succeed, and they're failing at. And so then you go logically to the coaching staff and you say, John, you go, okay, well, help them out. Something that, again, was a bit of the prior from the last staff to say, well, you're not helping them out. Try to do some things, simulate some pressures, stack some boxes, commit some extra resources to trying to take something away from them, make them one-dimensional. Just do something differently than the same thing you're doing. And what you've seen through these 3 games, John, and what you saw tonight was 4-man fronts, zone coverages with 7 men dropping with depth, opening up a lot of holes underneath to be able to be picked apart upon, but then still giving up the shots up over the top. And I think that's the part that comes back to what frustrates fans and myself tonight here, John, is not that you get beat in a game and then, or that there's a time that needs to be undertaken here to get McDonald on. It's that you get beat in the same manner defensively that you've been beat in prior years. Not in how you got beat prior last year, but how you've been beat here defensively for years. And that was a bit of the point of making this change, was to try to do different stuff. You know, I sort of contextualize it, John, to you're running stack boxes in this game. You're like we picture it like this, you know, you're shorthanded. And you come into this game and you say, from a McDonald perspective, here's what we're going to do, Ben. You're tired. Like, you stand up there prior to the game. He's like, I know you're damn tired. You got nothing left. I'm going to help you out today. We're going to play wild and fast and loose. I'm bringing stack fronts all day, gentlemen. What do you think about that? I'm going to have you breathing down the throat of that little miniature Brock Purdy all day long. How about that? We're not going to blitz him every time, but we're going to blitz him a good amount. We're going to drop here and come from there and pull back here and come over there and lay here. And it's going to be some moving parts this week. And you know what? You guys are going to blow it at times in this game running it this way. I'm going to tell you that right now, dead in your eye. We're going to have some big plays over the top in this game. We run it like this. They're going to hit us. But you know what we're going to cause on the other side of it? Havoc. Chaos. Uncertainty. Tip passes. Fumbles. We will cause something to offset what bad might happen. Because when you're in the soft zone and then you're still giving up the bad, there's not always that good thing that you're causing on the other side, because you're not taking anything to the offense. You're letting the offense take it to you. You're in read and react mode. You're in sort of a submissive mode. It's almost like a finesse defense. So, John, you're seeing it clear. You're seeing it true. You're seeing it real. There's a lot of reasons for it. It's not necessarily something that going with the stack boxes and a little more blitz-heavy nature would have fixed things. It might have been even more of an epic failure than today's was. But at least you'd be taking a different road than the road that hasn't worked for years and isn't showing any signs of working anytime soon. Well spotted on your part, my man. It's great to see you in the chat. I thank you for that monstrous donation in here of $100. It's very kind for you doing that. And again, man, thank you for being just a big part for a long period of time here, John, and our Randalls, our Megans, and our MJ Seahawks, and many others on here, Radu's, and all over that have allowed me with all these donations to be able to do this thing full time as this gig, as I love to do it. And I thank you for that so much, John. But you are seeing it clear. And that's where I'm at, kind of at the forefront when I come out this game, is defensively, we're not there right now. And we're not even in the vicinity of being there right now. There is a lot to fix and clean up. Radu, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, luck or corruption in the officials. Your choice. Imagine that was on the 49ers and we lose that opportunity to win this game because of that. I'd be fuming about the missed fumble. And I don't know. I don't have an explanation for how they missed it. If the replay just didn't look at it at the same angle that we were looking at it at, you know, you're trying to go. I mean, it looks right. It's just, you know, it looks like it went off the fingers to me. You know, his fingers like literally go back, like his fingers got whiplash off the ball. So I saw the same thing on that myself. I would have been pretty mad if I was a Niner fan coming out the other end of that, having to go that way. They had a couple other calls that went in their favor here and there, but that one would have been a brutal one to lose on, Radu, and they would have talked a lot about it. No doubt about that. We would not have heard the end of it, probably. War Chief, thank you for the $2 donation, War Chief. I appreciate you for that. He says, I spend money when I'm upset. Here's some money, B. Well, I appreciate that money, War Chief. I'm sorry you have to be upset to do it. I'd much rather you be in a good mood and not having to donate any money because we'd be on the other side of this with a win. But I do thank you for dropping a little bit of a donation on my side of it. And sorry, folks, we don't have a better result here. I know many of you guys have been patient fans here with this Hawk team, and it's been a while since we've been able to look at this team as a winner and a contender. And we're all chomping at the bit. We're all tapping that toe saying, come on. So now this year is the time now. Almost there. Eric Michelet coming in with his $10 donation, but he's dropped well over 100 today. And Eric, my man, you're another one of the folks, just unbelievable amount of support you drop on this channel. I hope you understand in full how much I really, really, really do appreciate it, because it allows me to do this. And it is, when I say unbelievable support, it is unbelievable. Nobody out there gets this kind of love out there doing this kind of shows. We're here on a loss. We've got tons of donos dropped in here. We've got people that are no doubt in a depressed mood, in a upset by the loss, upset by where this team is after a 3-game losing streak. But you guys are in here showing the love on that side of it. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. Eric says, Brandon, my $100 charity donation will roll on. If we win next week at the Falcons, I'll still pay out the $100. We lose, I'll roll it into $200 for the next week against the Bills. Well, let's go. Let's go, Eric. I love it, man. I appreciate that. And thank you again for all of your drops and the support to charity as well. I mean, it's going to be St. Jude's, man, Eric. You know, it's for the children at that point, right? It's for the babies. For the children. But we've got some time now, man. We got a little bit of time. Thursday night loss, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 extra days in there to kind of roll through, catch your breath now. Falcons team that offensively it's coming together for them. They're going to have some answers to come after us. They've got a lot of ways to attack this defense. Hopefully get that Byron Murphy back. Hopefully get some guys healthier. Hopefully more than anything else, we go get that win. We need it at this point. Boy, do we need a dub. Especially as we're going to have to turn over these 3 losses for a long 10-day period. It's going to be a long 10 days. What do they put them in the prisons? They put you in the box, right? Back in the day in the South, you get stuck in the hot box. We're going to be 10 days in the hot loser box. Going to be coming out of there like Cool Hand Luke. Some men you just can't reach. Some teams you just can't reach. Gave them an opportunity against San Francisco last week, which is the way the fan base wants it. Well, they gets it. And the Niners beat them yet. I don't like it any more than you. Alexander Keller, thank you for subscribing to the channel. And Eric, you are a hero. God amongst men. Thank you for that donation. War Chief coming in with another donation himself with $5 says, no, new 12s out here with all this hate. Loving this. Trying to make other fans feel even worse. Where is this energy when we need it in a positive way? Something I was probably expecting tonight, and something where I've got to find my patience for it within it as well in the chat, in the channel. And it's where I said at the top on this, War Chief, that there'll be a place that I'm certainly happy to have certain discussions on things, and the things I'll try to talk about to a degree that I've already spoken about a ton of times before. But there's going to be some of that in the fan base out of this. I have an understanding of some of it too. I never like emotionality, reacting emotional to stuff, but I get where fans are coming from as well, in that the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us since 2017. And we don't get to the playoffs again this year. We're going to be looking down 2025. We're going to be getting closer and closer and closer and closer to a 10-year period. A 10-year period since we've won a playoff game, as we start to continually turn this kind of over bit by bit. So I could get a little bit of the anxiousness out there, a little bit of the impatience out there, and it has been a brutal run here for Seattle sports, with the Mariners not doing anything as well. And I think Seattle fans in general, from a sports standpoint, are like, come on, just give me something. Just a little, just give me a drop. Give me a little drop. I've been walking through the desert. Just a little, It's the scene from Three Amigos. And they're out there in the desert and they're on the horses. And one guy pulls it up and pulls out his canteen and stops and drops the canteen, and there's nothing that comes out of it, but a drop. And that's like us. And the other guy next to him is also like us. And he pulls out like sand drops in his mouth because it's so empty. And then the guy next to him is like the Niner fans, where they're dumping the thing and there's like water gushing out, and they're like washing their hair out. And, I think even he like throws it to the ground. He's got so much and still like dripping out as they're looking at him. That's how I think the fans feel right now versus the Niner fans. So I get it that way too, War Chief. But yeah, we'll probably have to weather the storm on that one a little bit here as we go through, I'm sure, the next couple of weeks, say nothing of maybe the remaining portion of this year as it stands. But thank you, War Chief. Appreciate you. Daniel W., thank you for the $5 donation. Remember, 11 days ago, when we thought we were the dark horse Super Bowl contenders and our defense had turned a page, I remember. Yeah, it's wild to see them twist this so quickly back into the other direction from where you started. And you did not start merely like good. You started great. The first team since the Steelers in 1979 to have a 3-0 start and give up less than 140 yards passing in those 3 games. And this thing is twisted backwards and in on top of itself and in the worst of ways, and in the amount that you've backtracked. And hard to understand, hard to explain. Some of it's injury, but some of it feels something else, doesn't it? Lack of buy-in, maybe not the right players for the scheme. Hard to say in certain respects, as Eric said below on a little bit. Maybe just teams into that funk. Much like momentum in a football game, we're in kind of a funk. We don't know why, don't know how to snap up out of it really, but we're in kind of a feeling of funk nature. Hard to pin down exactly there, Daniel, right? But thank you for that donation. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Good to see you in the house too. Garth says, great to see John Stillwell in here. His presence makes me feel Abe Lucas is on the horizon. Happy birthday, Brandon and Geno Smith. Well, Geno, you had a tough night tonight, but happy birthday, Geno, nonetheless. Hopefully gets at least a slice of cake tonight. And thank you, man. I appreciate the birthday well wishes from you and everyone. Garth, you guys were very kind this year on it. I'm getting old. I'm getting damn old, but it was a good birthday nonetheless on that side. But great to have, I want to say, yeah, echo. It's great to have you in here, John. It's always better to have John in the house in here. Calming presence, John. Calming presence from some of us more emotional folks here in the in the stream, in the chat. Appreciate you, Garth. Janet Kumar with a $10 donation. Janet, thank you for that $10 drop. Tough loss, guys. We'll come back and be better. Well, to Janet's point, and this is a part that people may not want to hear as much on, but is absolutely the truth. And I'm not trying to turn this to be positive. I think it's fully right to look at this and say, let's check our expectations and level of what we expect from this team going into the future of the season and try to stay in this patient pocket, as I call it. But a season is not lost as bad as these 3 losses have been. The NFC West is and does remain wide open. And the season still, as of yet, fully in the Hawks' control. There's a very strong argument to be made that the Hawks went through as tough a part of this schedule over the last 11 days, not necessarily because of the difficulty of opponent, but because of the difficulty of the timeline. 3 games in 11 days is ridiculous. That is ridiculous for any NFL team to have to hold up. Say nothing of an NFL team going through a cavalcade of injuries at the same time. So some tough losses, some brutal losses, above all else, embarrassing losses. But a season is not over yet. It is a long NFL year. And we have expected right from the jump of this, no matter how the season started, that the team, injury allowing, will be better when we get to the end of the year rather than how they start out the year, both hopefully offensively and defensively. See if it plays out that way, Janeth. But I love your attitude. I love your positive outlook on this one. And see what we can do here another week and a half here against this Atlanta team. See if they can find some answers. Eric, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Eric. Brandon, thanks for at least chatting tonight. Some other channels won't even talk on the game. Thanks for keeping us all on the level. Go Hawks. Well, you guys keep me in that place as much as if I keep you there, you're right there along keeping me. You know, we're both keeping us up over the water on this one. And it doesn't do me any good to sit here and just turn over this in my own head, being mad about it, not having a chance to talk it out with you guys. I think that the more we have a chance to discuss this stuff and look at it and put it in the proper perspective, the more it helps us all. And it's that thing you get to where there's truths all around. You know, there's truths and understanding of people's impatience for wanting to see a winner here. And it doesn't simply extend itself out of the fact that the team's good enough to be better than this. The effort should be better in the field. It's that the amount of time they've waited to watch this team start to turn this around. It's been a long time since we were at a Super Bowl. Long time. And it gets people in that place of things, I think. But no, I do like talking these games over. I do like trying to put in that proper perspective of things. We've had, in doing this channel through my years, you know, we haven't had a lot of success. We really haven't. It's been up, it's been down, it's 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. And you're kind of in that state a little bit, but I still do believe in my heart we're on the right track. I think we've got the right foundation here. And it's just going to take a little more time than we would have liked, I think. But these are the discussions we're going to have and as hard as they'll be at times too, we're going to need to have them. So I appreciate you too, Eric, man. You guys keep me through this as much as anything on it as well. And I love having my discourse with you guys. There's times where I get frustrated on certain stuff and I want to talk about certain things. But on most items and most things, I'm perfectly happy getting into the depths of it. And you guys always make me feel better on it when I get to the other side of it, you know. And we'll get to the other side of this. And as tough as the down has been for this last few years, it'll just make it all that much more sweeter when we get back to the mountaintop, you know. That fruit will just taste so. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it's the juices are running. The juices of victory are running right now. No, can you see? Just, oh, I forgot how good it tastes. I forgot how good it was. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's victory right there. So it'll taste real good here once we get to that other place, but we got to wait a little bit. Got to be patient. Daquan Adams, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Daquan. Appreciate you for that. Grimy Subaru, thank you for the $5 donation. I love that name. I have a conspiracy that Pete's advisory role has a lot more influence over this team than we've been led to believe. It's still odd that we look the same. Glad I'm not the only guy seeing it on that side of it, because I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Yeah, I don't have any explanation for this one. I have guesses most of the time, even if I'm just going to throw you guys an educated guess and go, well, I think it's about like, maybe this is why it's that. I have no educated guess, absent one thing, as to why we're running this scheme, how we're running it right now. Because when I did go back and check the tape last year of the Niner game against the Ravens and the plan of attack by the Ravens in that game, and it's different personnel and that affects things and teams in different states, but you just didn't live in a 4-man front as the Ravens team in that game. You weren't just living in a 4-man front. And that's what we're living in, with zone coverage on the backside, very little man coverage. And I don't know if it's that Pete's got that influence in the back, like you say, Grimy. You know, I don't know if it's that. But that would at least be an explanation that at least made sense. Because it just doesn't make sense why McDonald's doing it this way. So you weren't brought in to run 4-man fronts and zone coverage on the backside, my man. That's not the point of this hire. And if you're going to go with the defensive head coach first and foremost, I need him to bring defensive aptitude with them. Core of the way of the season, I got a defense that's got nothing it's building on anything with, and it's not manufacturing anything. It's not even like it's trying things out. The thing is, if you could go through this 3-game stretch and the defense was playing bad and you were trying things out, let's run this up the flagpole. Oh, that was wild. That didn't work. All right, let's not do that again. But you're doing the same stuff. The game plan has been remarkably similar the past 3 weeks. Is it because the defense doesn't have the time with the shortened weeks to put together a real progressive, huge arsenal of a game plan to attack from a variety of different ways? You need that extra time to do that? Maybe. Does it take McDonald getting more of a scheme on board throughout more of the season to be able to put in all those wrinkles? Maybe. But one thing is imminently, utterly clear at this point. Running the 4-man fronts with soft zone coverage on the backside is accomplishing diddly squat. It's accomplishing 0. So maybe we stop doing that going forward a little bit less. Maybe we turn down that particular button on the oven just down a bit more. Can't be any worse going to more man-based concepts. Can't be any worse. If we were a league-like best defense through 3 weeks, we've been in the league worst defense for the past 3 weeks by a mile. Can't get worse. That is for sure. Thank you, Grimy. Appreciate you for that donation and all of that support to the channel here tonight, folks. Thank you so much. John again, too. $100 dono drop. Eric Michelet, you guys are amazing. Amazing in your support. The best as well. Let's tank this season. Travel Nature Fanatic. That was rough. Hawks used to do that in the Super Bowl era. We did. That's what a Super Bowl contending team looks like. We've seen with the Lions and the Niners of that's the standard right there you got to get up to as a football team. And I'm not talking about necessarily the intricacy of your offense or defense, but the standard by which of a level of intensity, a level of buy-in, a level of rallying to the ball, a level of commitment from the players and what you feel from them on the field. That's what it looks like. Hollow Cards hire Robert Saleh for defensive coordinator. That'd be a tough mixture between the two styles. They each want to do kind of two different things. Crotonic says, do you think DK is done being a Seahawk? I don't think so. His body language sucks on the sideline, though. I'll say that. And, the people are going to be out. The anti-DK folks will be out. You've got a decision to make at the end of the year on that, Crotonic. I think the team's going to give it through the end of the season to see where the whole situation's at in full, and then make a measured choice from that point of it. But I don't think that it's decided one way or the other for sure on that. Travel Nature Fanatic, until O-line issue is resolved, we are stuck in first gear. Might just be. Seahawks Media, question. In the offseason, do you think Seahawks should get a new quarterback and either get Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson before he retires as a Hawk? No, I don't think that you would pivot off Geno Smith to an even more older quarterback after this season. In Rodgers' case, I don't think he's playing particularly well in New York right now. And Russell can't even beat out Fields for the job in Pittsburgh. So you're more likely to be pushing to more of a younger quarterback at that point if you're going to go that direction of it differently. Jamarcus, I don't understand this defense. Why isn't Mike doing the things he was paid to come here for? Why are the intelligent blitz packages and the rotating coverages on the back end? Is the lack of? Is it the lack of install? I doubt it, because we did more of it in week 1 through 3 than we do now. Why are we regressing on complexity? It's the same defense from last year. Send 4, drop 7. I see the same thing, Jamarcus. I have nothing but agreements with you on that down the line of it. Everything from, it was seeming a lot more complex through weeks 1 through 3. Not just that you were more successful with it, but that you were more complex with it. Why? Why is it regressing? Why are you dialing it back? And is it the shorter weeks? I don't know. It could be. You just don't have the extra days to get all of the details in. Could be that. Could be. But it is frustrating because you know this old style doesn't work. I know this old style doesn't work. New Blacks, the offense is constantly underperformed with the talent level I feel we have, mainly driven by a below average offensive line play and Geno seemingly being a very streaky quarterback who can be great, but sometimes, oh boy. Yep, today was an oh boy day. And sure would be great to be, I think you'd be able to make a better determination on that Geno in the context of if he did have that legit offensive line in front of him about what that long-term would look like with him and whether he was the guy long-term on that. But it is a bit of a question mark. DeMarcus, I sure hope it's a thing where we need to give Mike time to get comfortable with it. Me too. Me too. I sure would like to go down, though. You know, I don't mind going down this year. And DeMarcus, this is where if I was advising Mike right now, I'd say, Mike, your defense has gotten its doors blown off the past 3 weeks playing it safe. Playing it safe, much like people say about prevent coverage not preventing anything, has not helped your defense out. Okay. We can all acknowledge and see that that's clearly the case right now. So now, if your defense is going to do that going forward, and you know that's probably going to be what's going to go forward if you do run it like that, why not now run back to trying to do some more risky stuff? Why not take some chances? If they're in a league worst pocket as far as play goes, get them out of that pocket. And should not that be something that a smart defensive coordinator can do? And part of being a good defensive coordinator or a good defensive mind is not that I need all of my parts and pieces to be at 100% great for me to operate at my best, but that there's sometimes I can elevate that talent up a little bit. Where is the elevation of that talent right now? I'm not coming to end all conclusions here. I'm just saying that that's something that is missing here and we're watching from on the field. Ben K says Hawks need to spend money on an offensive line. Got to do something there, Ben. You know, they got to do something there, and it's got to be more extreme steps than they've taken in prior years. I've said for the past couple of years, make this the point of emphasis. You're putting together a priority of things you want to accomplish in an offseason. Make this A1 priority of what you try to accomplish this offseason. And it ends up being about the 7th or 8th most biggest priority when it all gets said and done on the grand scale of things. And it's a yearly basis that they do this on. And it gets wildly frustrating because they just will not learn this lesson. Troops, these aren't Mike's players. Please give the guy time. The players are bad tacklers and unavailable. Well said, Troops. And nobody's not jumping any conclusions on Mike with this, Troops, as far as saying like, this means that I'm not out on Mike in any way. I'm not any less more still in that place of saying I think he was the right hire. It's just the bit of the confounding part about why they're losing in this manner right now. I think the tackling part you bring up is absolutely on point in the case, but it is also that, why aren't we seeing more of the scheme we thought we were going to be getting a bit more? Why aren't you losing in the manner by the scheme that we thought we were getting a little bit more for the Ravens, rather than sort of losing by the old scheme a little bit? Braden says we might just end up 3-7 here real quick. Please no. I hope not, Braden, but it's very possible here if the team's going to perform like this. The offense cannot find any consistency. They can't run the ball through 2.5 quarters. If the pass protection is going to be dodgy across the line, if the defense looks like it has nothing to hang its hat on, how do you win football games against the teams that we have coming down the line? I don't know. These things have to come together to win those games. New Blacks, I feel like nothing on offense will ever matter until our offensive line play improves. When you can't even run the ball, what chance do you have? Agreed. It's got to be a place that you put more into than just the bare minimum. And unfortunately, we've been living in the bare minimum at the offensive line for a long, long period of time. I mean, how many old-ass value signings have we made on these linemen and they're on their last legs? Laken Tomlinson and Fant this year. Austin Blythe. Evan Brown. Gabe Jackson. Just refusal to get that quality in there. Trey Osborne. Hi, Brandon. What saved the game from getting worse was Mason getting injured because we couldn't stop him and the run. Yeah, agreed, man. Agreed, Trey. It's probably a worse game if he's out there rolling because he was doing just fine until he went down. Even on the play that I think he got tackled on, it was like after like 20-yard gain or something. B-Film says, like Pumpkin, I'm licking my wounds after this one. Boy, are we all. From the leg to the arms to the... Got slices everywhere here. NGB worldwide. Why are we not running in the red zone, fam? Well, I think running with the game consistently so far has been tough in general. But yeah, you're right. Didn't do as much as the game went on when you got down the red zone. Got very pass happy down there. And whereas early in the game, NGE, I think the early touchdown you scored, I think it was with you on the back of running inside the red zone, to your point. Nitro says, I like Geno. That game was horrible, but man, people are just instantly jump on him after anything bad. We haven't had an opportunity to get a quarterback in the draft or anything, and if you do, the O-line is horrible. Yeah. It's the thing I say with this where it's people that have their dogs in the fight. People have very particular dogs in the Seahawks fight. And this isn't to say that they're wrong in their opinion of this. Anti-DK people that'll say, look, he's not a number one wide receiver. You can't pay a number one wide receiver $33.5 million a year on an extension who's got problems with drops, who's got problem with fumbles, who's got an issue with attitude stuff. This is what they'll say. And they may be right on that outlook. So this isn't to say that they're necessarily wrong to that. But it is intellectually dishonest if when DK is leading the league through receiving through 3 weeks and you don't make a peep, but then you wait to a game like this, or if Geno's leading through the league in yardage thrown, and you know that he's got the degree of difficulty that's hard as hell on his back to do what he's done so far this year, and you're waiting there in the bushes. You just got your little eyes peeking out from the bushes. You're like, I'll be quiet this week. I'll be silent this week. And then you pop out the bush the first chance you get something to confirm your built pre and bias. And that's where I see that a lot. I see that a lot. It's like something that you see as a given trend, and it's gone back for years with me on different other subjects at times, and it's these two guys it's currently on a little bit with it. But it is a bit of a trend that you see in fan bases, and maybe all fan bases have these kind of things up, or it's just a unique time in Seahawks fandom with these particular players. But something I see as well there, Nitro. And why I also say to folks, I get pulled. I was getting many donations in my chat today during the play-by-play where they're asking me to move off conclusions I've reached on things that they want me to react to off of a single game. And I get a lot of pressure to do that, and I don't get it, and I'm not going to do it. But I don't know what the draw is to get me as well on this, to be driven over to that side of it, or to be so reactionary. It's not going to be good for my side to be reactionary to anything and trying to give you guys quantitative analysis. Otherwise, I'm just being emotional. Hand grenade. Thank you, Holiest, for the $10 donation. It's a complete 180-degree turnaround from a few weeks ago. Is it the players? Mike trying to figure things out, who fits with what? During the offseason, players seem to buy in and like him saying he's smarter than he knows. Whew. Explanations are hard to find for me on this one, hand grenade. I mean, it's very vague guesses, I guess, best case for me on my outlook on what's happening here. I don't know. I think that there's two things that can't be tossed into the trash on the consideration. The third game in 11 days, people may not like to hear that as an excuse, but I don't know how many NFL teams this year are having to play three games in 11 days. We may be the only team having to deal with that. So I know I'm not putting it all in that, but that's to say that should not be any kind of factor when you are dealing with the injuries that you're already dealing with on top of that. Meaning you probably have guys out there that are walking out there that are probably beat up and could probably use some rotational snaps, that are having to probably run too many snaps. And does this cause a degradation of your defense at that point by how fatigued they're getting? Possibly. Maybe probably even. I think we'll get a little bit more clarity on the response to that once we get to next week. Team's going to have more time, for the first time, have actually their full week in there to kind of rest in for weeks. You're going to get a chance to maybe get back Byron Murphy into the fold of this. Chance to self-scout and look back through these first couple of games to try to make some adjustments. Let's see if they do so at that point. But I think we'll learn a little bit closer of the answer on that hand grenade once we get to that spot of things. It's hard for me at this point, though, to exactly pinpoint what's going on. I certainly think that there's a bit of an inherited part that people have talked about here in the chat so far as well that is on point. Mike McDonald inherited these players. So when Coach Carroll first came in, by and large part in that first year, he stuck with the players that he inherited. First time coach coming in, you're going to have him come in, not do a whole lot of moves off the jump. Let's come in and me assess. Let me find out who is going to be part of this program, who's a guy I can ride with going forward, who's somebody who's not giving me the level of buy-in I need to make this system work. And when you're talking about running a Ravens-like system, you're talking about running a beefy, bully, physical type of system that requires a level of buy-in that can't be faked and it can't be half-assed. You need guys that are going to control the line of scrimmage, that are going to lean on physicality at the forefront in how they play. And that takes all 11 guys on defense to be in that same state of mind. And it's not maybe an easy state of mind to get to, or everyone will be running the Ravens concepts, right? Everyone will be running the Ravens style. And I'm talking the Ravens style of defense with McDonald. I'm talking about their commitment over a 20-year period to be a ferocious, rugged, physical, strong defense. Maybe not the fastest, maybe not the most athletic of defenses you'll find, but the players that they trot out. But they will be that other thing. And maybe that's going to take more of the time there, hand grenade, to find those guys, to get those right guys in place for McDonald in the long term. Thank you for that donation. Appreciate you. Eric coming in with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, Eric. All of your support tonight too, brother. Remember the channel and all that. Appreciate you, man. I definitely saw a diminished 49ers team tonight. I wasn't impressed with them, even with our mistakes. Call it injuries, but they're not the same. Well, I think that definitely they're feeling the injury situation. You know, I think if they're at full board tonight, there's definitely a lot more of an ability on their part to be able to put us away. And this has been a weakened Niner team this year. It has been. I think there's an element that might be a play here too, Eric, with this Niner team, where there's a bit of hitting the cruise control, where it's like they've lived in the playoffs for years here now. And maybe there's a feeling of, you know, just get to the other end of it, get to the playoffs, and then we'll lock it all into place at that point in time. They were down a good number of guys in this game coming into it, really. Maybe not to the same level as us, but getting close on that side of it. Hufanga was out. Remember, they got no Hargrave in there. No Dre Greenlaw in this game. So you're down another linebacker there on that side of it. No Chadarius Ward in this game. Boy, you didn't feel any of the lack of Chadarius Ward, did you? I mean, we weren't able to do anything extra really in the passing game with his absence out there. And that's Christian McCaffrey as well on the other side of it. You know, so they definitely down some guys. That changes I think their appearance. You lose that many guys at that point, that's going to change a little bit of your outlook. But I will say to this to him, Eric, you know, watching all of their games, you know, they basically have been in control in all of their games this year. 3 losses or not, they've had all of these games basically in their hand to take and run with. So they may not be the same. I don't know if they're far off. I don't know if they'll be in the same shape by the end of the year that they are right now too, Eric. You know, you can make an argument on them. They might be in an even kind of weaker shape by the end of the year for a team that's played so many games. But they look like, to me, still the division favorite here. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation. Cameron, thanks for the $5 as well. Ryan Grubb needs to get out of the booth and be on the field with his team. It's so disconnected to be away like that. Yeah, you do wonder a little bit about that when you got the headsets on and DK's like, takes the headset off rather than what could be still a continued conversation there on the sidelines and how it was going. It's always that push-pull there that's at that where it's guys on the sideline, he goes to the booth, he goes down to the booth, goes to the thing, what's more better? Doesn't change with time on that. I don't know. He was great in the booth there at UW, on that side, but maybe it's different at the pro level. Maybe he needs to be down there on the sideline. I don't have a totally strong opinion either way on that one from my standpoint, Cameron, with it, where it's just hard to say. I've never gotten any kind of certainty from players on that or OCs on that about what is exactly better. But, to your point, most OCs, I think, are on the field level at the NFL level. It's, I want to say, I'm interesting to see what the ratio is on that, Cameron. Thank you for the $5 donation, though. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. Drunk Squidward, 3-3, I hate, but there's still 11 games going to go. Shotgun a Twisted Tea, and I'll be ready for the Falcons. Let's go. Vorcha, always love the Hawks living here, but it's so frustrating to lose. Know we have the talent, but it's not executed. Well said. Yes, sir. Agreed. Regardless, is all the armchair quarterbacks coming out to tell Geno how to do his job? Once the film comes out, maybe we can talk more in detail about what Geno should have done, but right now it's best to not assume. You see a little bit more to your point, the All-22 to get some firm conclusions drawn on some of the stuff we saw from this game on that. I do think that Geno didn't play his best game, but again, too, even if Geno didn't play a good game in this, even when we get to the place, we all agree with that. We also then have to acknowledge how well he's played coming into this game. And it's more of a blip, this kind of game, more than it is a track record of his past performance. And let's see if this turns around a little bit. I would maintain that this is very likely, and I'm looking back at the Geno game here and saying that was the worst game he played throughout the course of the season. Sam says, if we beat Atlanta, I will gain back a tad of optimism. That's fair. And you're right, Kevin O'Connell, we do get to see him again. Tommy says, the question is, how many players on this roster are championship material? How many can we truly build around? Maybe 5 at most. Well, I think that's the question that's going to be solved as much, I think, Tommy, by the end of the year in that determination. And I think that you're going to be seeing the team pretty cold-blooded with that chopping block when it comes to that time period and separating the wheat from the chaff. Is 5 the answer on it? I don't know if it's that low. I would probably say it's a little bit higher than that, but to your point on it, is there going to be changeover? Is there going to be a lot of move after this year versus even what you had with this year and McDonald coming in? Yes, there will. Yeah. James says, if you watched the game and saw Geno force the ball to DK while doubled and triple teamed, you realize he wasn't getting the post-snap read correct. Yeah, I don't think Geno was seeing it clearly in this game. That's for sure. Isaac Hyde, Brandon, I agree with what you have said. They need to keep improving and growing. That's it, Isaac. And as hard as it is for fans, I know that want to be in the reactionary pocket here and get to conclusions and all right, we got this here and we know that there and we got to get rid of this guy here. It's like, it's tough to do. And I'm in the same place of impatience. Believe me, I am. I have to fight against it myself in my own heart on this one. But I think we do have to just try to just give this time to let this set and see where this really settles in at. And I think that if things are as in broken shape as they are in certain places on this team, I will be right there with those folks that might be there right now and saying, okay, this needs to happen and that needs to happen. And a lot of kind of, not extreme, but as I say, some pretty harsh moves will need to be made at that point. If it's not right, it's not right. And you got to move on to go look for what will be right. You trip a Jordy, maybe K9 should practice breaking 10 simultaneous tackles to revitalize our run game. Maybe so. Spec says, I just hope that in the next offseason, we sell the deadwood, cough, cough, Draymond Jones, and let McDonald get the players he wants. Who he knows will be able to run his scheme. Yeah, Draymond Jones is not going to be long for the Seahawks world. He is one of those players right now that continues to be very underwhelming since we signed him. You moved him to the outside. I'm not kind of surprised a little bit on this, where people were trying to sell me heavily on Draymond Jones being moved to the edge and that somehow being a welcome move for him. And he's just not an edge. He really isn't. But his impact has been nada. So quick place that you can save a lot of money from moving on from this offseason, and when I expect that the team's going to move into that direction very quickly. Tommy says, I run a sophomore team who are all rookies. I have to dumb it down to meet deadlines, just saying. Kevin says, it's weird that it's regressing. I also think McDonald is having a hard time overcoming this obstacle. Looks flabbergasted. Same. Kind of surprising. Not sure what to make of it at times with it a little bit. Juan says, I don't know. It killed my parlay. I had DK 89.5 yard. I would have easily cashed 390 from a $200 bet. Bruh. Oh, that's brutal. Sorry for that twist to turn on that, Juan. I've had a couple of those past week myself where I'm right up on the line to hit and everything looks beautiful on it, and I come right up onto the last of the par just doesn't get through. James says, I watched the game, and when I see him hit his back foot in the red zone, I'm like, fire it, Geno. Then 2 seconds later, tries a fade. A fade is off your back foot as you receive the ball in the red zone. Late today, James. Late on the reads, late on the throws. I definitely don't need to see the all 22 to say that there's at least 5, 6, 7 throws in this game where he's not seeing things correctly and he's not hitting the spots. He's been really good on that part of his game, though, in prior games. But makes it all that much more, stand out in a game like this when you see it over and over again. Spec says, Brandon, what's your thoughts on Jalen Milroe? I wouldn't really want any part of the Jalen Milroe experience. He's not a natural passer of the football. And you would be doing much more leaning into trying to go to his running game and that type of thing. And, if you want a Jalen Hurts kind of quarterback, probably more mobility than Jalen Hurts. Does he throw as well as Jalen? Maybe not quite as well. He's got certainly the ability to run some kind of kitschy NFL offense where if you want to run a read option with a rookie quarterback on a cheap rookie deal, minimize your passing attempts, run the ball like hell, create a dominant defense. You could pull a Milroe in there, but I don't think he's even as capable as Hurts as a passer, and I'm not big on Hurts. So I would lean away from him. I want quarterbacks that can make it every NFL, and I don't want limited passers of quarterbacks that I'm going to invest in the future. Chris Hickok, tackling. How about tackling? I consistently watch the third guy being the one getting the tackle. They bounce off and don't wrap up. It's part of that buy-in, intensity, ready to play. And on a weekly basis, and this is something that has drawn back years, you have players that really struggle to tackle. Really struggle. And you're right. I saw the same thing, Chris. It's something that stands out as a difference between the Niners and the Seahawks right now. Is that your guy goes out there and they get a guy up, heads up on a guy to tackle, and if it's not a Walker, they're getting taken to the ground. They're not breaking the tackle. And even in Walker's case at times, there was a play they ran a little tunnel screen to Walker in this game, and it looked like a play that should have gotten a first down. It was well set up. It was well blocked. Their guy got on Walker, got a hand on him, brought him down. You see their first guy will bring him down. Your guy doesn't. Your guys don't. And you're right. It's not often even the second guy doesn't get it done. It usually takes to like the third guy to bring the guy down to the ground. Piss poor effort is what you come to at times on that. Seeing the same thing? Z says probably doesn't want to show all of his defense this early because he knows we're not going anywhere. I don't know. Might be. Gibson says last 2 seasons, look at CJ Stroud and Jaden Daniels. That's like winning the lottery. Those are franchise quarterbacks who saved those teams. Indeed. Kieran, guys, I'm far from frustrated. I'm far more frustrated than every one of you, I promise. But you had a chance to win under 2 minutes and needed to stop them. They break off a gigantic run because no one could run fit. True. It's where I come to the defense, starting with the place of where they've got to shoulder much of the burden here, I think, for the most part. James Peters, problem is O-line can't get any push in the running game. So D-lines and pass rush every down. Yeah. You hope to, at the very least, get what they got? Just kind of a tie at the line of scrimmage. Okay, offensive lineman, you don't get any push. You don't drive open a hole, but don't get pushed into the backfield. You can't have that happen. That's a no-go land spot to hit. But that's what does end up occurring a lot of times. A lot of the run plays. Janice says the front's doing well. Is the linebackers that are a problem? They're blowing their assignments. Very possible there. I got to look a little closer at the tape on this one. Very possible what you're seeing is correct there on that. B-Film says, McDonald said we have the players and coaches in the building to win. I believe him and holding him accountable to that. I think that's fair. If he's going to say that. I think that's a very fair way to look at it. James Peters, Geno is a good WB, but he needs to trust the play call sometimes and not lock on DK when DK isn't getting separation. Agreed. He's at his best when he's peppering the ball all through and just trusting his reads and going through it. He's not at his best when he's trying to force things through. And you're right. I think there's a little bit of trying to force into DK today. James Peters says, how many passes should we see downfield today? 0. Sean says, we haven't a good old line since Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson. It's been a long time, man. Long time. Hoist Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, by the way, NFL stop with 3 games in 11 days, BS. Yeah, the NFL can do that. Not again ever for me, please. And I don't know why we get to be on the end of this every year. Last year it was 3 games in 15 days, and the team played brutally in that 15-day period. You go, okay, that looks bad on paper. That looks like my defense is going to be tapped out. That looks like you're going to kind of stretch a defense too thin for an NFL that, again, over and over again, doesn't want to expand rosters or allow you to really be able to have a roster built up that can sustain this kind of quick turnaround of play. But I hated it when I saw it in the schedule. I hated having seen us go through it. I think that there is some points of explanation in what we're seeing from effort level, lack of tackling, and some other things here to a degree. I'm not giving it an end all. I'm just saying that you can't overlook this fact that 20 years ago, you used to always get a week to have to play. Maybe you'd have a Monday night game, but then they got the Thursday nights in and all this other stuff, and now it's gone kind of crazy town, and 3 games in 11 nights is not fun. Tamakenji, thank you for the $2 donation. Says $2 from the Bay Area. Cheers. Well, congratulations to you guys tonight, Tamaya. Well-earned win on your part. No excuses given. You guys won. You beat us at home again. You had our number. You have our number. And we can't talk about ourselves in any way, shape, or form of being a contender right now as a team until we're able to topple this Niners group. And still does remain the case. But thank you for that. Appreciate you. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. In DC, is it Quinn or Daniels? Did we get the right guy? Well, I think it's still early on in the year to know whether or not everything's going to work out there fully with the Washington Commanders. The Commanders defensively are not necessarily playing well. It's that their quarterback is playing magically. So I would go that that's more about Daniels and Kingsbury working really well together. Quinn can build a really good staff. That's something that he brings to the table. And evident maybe by the hiring of Kingsbury to be fitted with Daniels and the way that he paired those guys up. But I think it does still remain to be seen whether Quinn and his adaptation of the Coach Carroll defense can still remain a vibrant one in this league. I think that's still a big major question that's on the table. And I think that I'm not certain that the defensive performance would have been any better with Quinn in here. Nor am I certain that it would have been any better to move off of Carroll if you were just going to go to Quinn anyway. Why not just stay with Carroll? What does Quinn bring that Carroll doesn't also bring, kind of, I guess. So I think it's more Jaden Daniels. I think Daniels and C.J. Stroud have been by far the 2 best rookie quarterbacks that we've seen come out of this sport probably in the last 5-6 years since the Mahomes-Allens draft, I'd say. Eric Michelet. Hey, man, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, here's $5 to pet your sweet cat and to know everything is going to be all right. Positive vibes. We'll give Pumpkin some love here. You could use some love, couldn't you? Yeah. You want a little bit of love? A little bit of love? Love? Pets? Yeah. You were a good girl today. You were doing all you could. She was trying to give us the good vibes. But man, I love it, man. Positive vibes, Eric. Tough loss today. Understandable if people are in their feelings. Understandable if people are jumping ship or not feeling. I can get all the feelings that come into this game on every end of the spectrum of this one. I completely can get it from wherever you're coming from. I'm not condescending at all. I completely get it. But we'll try to keep it positive here. We'll try to keep looking at this year with the fact that, and not to do it blindly, but to understand that this team is still very talented. We have a very smart defensive mind. I think we still have a very good quarterback back there getting it done who just had a bad day. And with that type of team, with that type of parts and pieces that you're working with, you can bring it together. Will it come together? We'll see. But that could come together still. And there is still time. In this division, there's nobody running away with it. There's nobody that's looking like a well-oiled machine. And so there's still plenty of time for this thing to turn around, or if not turn around, at least get us to the end of the season. Like, even if we can't turn this around to being a contender, being a division, contending team, that at least maybe by the end of the year we can get to the point of, okay, we can see how this plan's coming into place. The offense is playing at its best. The defense is playing at its best. This guy's developing. That guy's developing. Cohesion's coming together across the board. That's where we really want to see, I think, above all else in this season, the main takeaway to be had. Above going and getting the wins and come away with it with that feeling of everything is moving in that right direction. We can feel that we're going the 2 steps forward and not 2 steps back. It's 2 steps forward, another step forward, and another step forward. Pretty soon you look, we're a year down the line, we've moved 20 steps forward and we're knocking on the door to contention. BK agrees, linebackers not doing their jobs. Greg Kemp, Brandon, you might have missed my question, but do you think part of the reason the defense is struggling right now is because they have older defensive tackles playing all the snaps right now because of the injuries? I think that this is a part of it, Greg. I do. You get down in the injury front on this. We saw this last year. This happened with Jaron Reed and Mario Edwards, and you end up having to lean on those older guys more and more, and they can kind of hold up for a game. But then you get into 2 into 3 games, and it's like, dude, another game where I'm going 55 snaps at 33 years of age. I can't hold up like that. And I think that is a bit of this. I think it's a bit of it. I don't think it's the end-all explanation, Greg, but I do think that you can't just toss that in the heap and go, that's not a part of it. Because I don't think Leonard Williams can go out there and play the high-level tons of snaps. He played a lot today, but I think he's still fighting through it. And they did get Cameron Young in. He's going to be activated in there. Maybe you can give them another bit of a fresher body now with this Greg, especially because that is what he does at the forefront. Is he's a run stuffer. That's what you got him to be. So maybe he can be the guy to kind of fill that in. Warchie says, B, worst case scenario, we win 3 games all year. Who are we drafting in the first round? Laughing out loud, just a hypothetical, man, trying to lighten the mood. No worries. You're probably trading back. John would probably try to package picks through to move back a little bit. If not moving back, then maybe look at like a Campbell out of LSU and throw him out there at right tackle, something like that. B-Films says, I'll say this, DK pouting and Geno slamming his head on a Microsoft Surface on our field against 49ers. I don't want to see that. Suck it up, Buttercups. Yeah, I'd like a little more resiliency from the sideline offensively and some of the body language and attitude out there a little bit. Yeah. But shoot, I mean, Tom Brady threw around his surface too, It wasn't a great look though, to your point. Kieran says, if we couldn't run the ball against the Giants, what did we think was going to happen against one of the best front sevens in the game? Telling the 49ers we're going to run the ball for a week isn't helpful. Definitely didn't get anything done there. That's for sure. Gibson says, I'm not going to bash DK, but I did not like his body language, and despite his talent, he is not a difference maker. Definitely, body language on the sideline wasn't great today, no. Alpha is bad at balloons. Their interior defensive line is awful. They just have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Yeah, it's not the same front seven it's been in prior years. It's definitely a lot more vulnerabilities in there, especially up the gut. I do think that you were very predictive in some of the runs you had today where they knew it was coming when it was coming, especially early on in this game. Tommy says, nobody wanted to admit they stacked the box in the red zone and dared Geno to throw it, and he failed. Anyone watch the tape? Adam Barney took first place from Seahawks. Big release the dumpster. Brandon Jana, that guy, LaVishka Chenault, was dead tired from a beautiful... Sorry, there's some internal talk and discussion here. My bad. This team will be good, Brandon. I've got the faith too, man. Jace Danger says, I know it sucks, but we all knew this was going to be rough. It just seems even rougher because of the 3-0 start. We all have to remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. Amen. Viking fan, I'm a Viking fan, but this has been a great year for us because we're 5-0 going into our bye week. Should practice so we have a higher chance taking down the Lions. Best of luck to you, Vikings fan. You guys are looking good this year. Carl thinks Murphy changes a lot for this game. Mike can do a lot more with nose that can consistently generate pressure and stuff to run. Amen. Definitely going to help. It will definitely help. Kieran says play callers can see the chess game better from the booth, 100%. That's literally why all 22 exists. They can see it in real time. If you need your OC on the field, that's more about teaching. Well said. Greg says it's funny how during the offseason people said DK was the number one wide receiver elite because he never was a top 5 receiving in yards, yet going into this game he was 4th in receiving yards, but he's still not elite. It's that moving sliding scale, Greg, right? He's got to do this. No, now he's got to do this and then this and this and this. And okay, now. Agreed with you on that. I do. Jenny says this upcoming draft doesn't feel like it will have a lot of blue chippers in it, but we could end up with a high pick and maybe bring in a quarterback in the future. The roster needs an upgrade. It definitely is a draft that does seem to be setting up right now by what we're hearing and kind of seeing a little bit on. I've done a little bit of scouting, but also what we're hearing in conjunction with that by some of the pundits, to your point, Jenny, is that it's not looking like when there's going to be a lot of blue chippers. We might be at like 10 at the most, and that might even be pushing it at this point. So it does put the Seahawks in an interesting position if they do land up into that top 5, top 8 state of things. It would be a little tough with taking a quarterback, I think, high in this draft, Jenny, because the talent's not really there to do it. You're going to be kind of reaching at that point for a quarterback if you take one there. But it's also hard to say exactly how it's going to shake out with the evaluation of those guys long term. Masterful says they aren't improving, they are regressing. IMO. It's kind of what I'm seeing a little bit, yeah. Regardless, the 49er safeties were one step ahead of our plays, rolling to coverages ahead of the receivers. They were better coached than our offense. Definitely feel like Grubb's got some things that he's got on his stuff that's a little bit of tells within his scheme a bit at times, especially in the running game. I see that. Goss says Geno was pressured all day. It's not easy to get that read with that. Carlos says ball placement was off all game for sure. A lot of underthrows and overthrows. The thing Geno haters don't mention is that he hasn't been that off all year. Yeah. It is, those throws were what they were, and there were some porous ones at that, but it's a much of an out. It's a huge outlier from how he has been normally playing. John, we have to kick Grubby the curve to get Shanahan. I don't know if Shanahan's going anywhere. Might. John, I absolutely hate running out of shotgun formations. I also remember us pulling guards at the beginning of the season and having a lot of success, and we're not doing any of that. Yeah, you're not doing a lot of pulling guards. Kevin says, I think if they brought in someone Mike worked with before, like Flowers or Clowney, it would allow for more foundation. I would definitely try to see what I can do with Carolina to pull in Clowney right now, that's for sure. Especially in light of the fact that we don't really know what we're going to get out of Uchenna through the rest of the year, if anything. Chance Brown, what do you think about Cam Ward behind Geno? I'm not against it, Chance. He's my favorite quarterback of this draft so far. I worry he's going to get elevated beyond where he should go, though, Chance. I think he's more of a take him in the 20s kind of first-round quarterback. And there's not every draft that you get one of those guys. This last draft, for instance, with the guys that were taking this draft, those guys were all top 15 kind of first-round quarterbacks. They deserve to be in that state of things. With Cam, I think he more is into that sort of 20s mark where you really want to be picking him. So if you're going to take him, you want to probably be moving back in the draft to go grab him there. But I also think that you might not have that opportunity because some team will then overdraft him because they know those teams that are going to be waiting on the backside to go kind of pick him up. But he's really fun. He's got good mobility. He's got an innate sense in the pocket and his ability to move around back there and navigate, even not necessarily being hyper mobile, but just being very smartly mobile within the pocket. He's got an above average arm. He throws really well with anticipation. He is a fearless gunslinger kind of quarterback back there. And I think a lot of these quarterbacks are not really built to be like that anymore. Many of them are almost built in more of a robotic kind of manner, and he's got a lot more freewheeling dealing going on with him, which I really like about his game. So Cam's very impressive. I wouldn't mind him as a guy backing up Geno in the long term. John says, what would you have to see this season to go to the Jim Mora route with McDonald? Well, remember with that too, John, that part of the Jim Mora route was not just that it was isolated and occurred in a vacuum. Jim Mora was bad, so we had to move on from Jim Mora. Part of the reason that you moved on from Jim Mora was because of the fact that it got you that you had an opportunity to go get Carroll. That Carroll, for the first time in years, was really, truly willing to leave college football and come to the pro level. So it was the enticement of Carroll as much as it was the downside of what Mora had done in that first season. And so probably just about nothing, John. I don't think it's smart of organizations to be that reactive, especially when you're going from one scheme that is set up like this to one scheme that is wholly different like this on the other end of it. I think you've got to give that time to develop. Even if it's a bad year. Even if we don't get another win throughout the rest of the season, John. James says, Geno will be our quarterback next year. Do we need to find a way to get a right tackle and some interior push next year? I mean, I think when it comes to offensive line, James, definitely making that a point of emphasis and a priority point for the team as a centerpiece before you get to anything else. I think that's a smart route to go here. I do. Will the team, we'll see on that. Right tackle, certainly. If Abe Lucas can't come back this year, that's got to be the first point of priority. And then, yes, build on the line beyond that. Interior pass rush push, maybe. I mean, you have Byron Murphy, you have Leonard Williams. You got those guys kind of in-house. It's probably a little bit more about reinforcing around them. Maybe you get a situational guy that can do some of that. Even more Seahawks, Draymond for Clowney. I would do it. I would do it 5 minutes after this game ended if the Panthers were willing. I don't think that they would take on Draymond's contract, though. But I'd do it. I'd do it, and I'll throw him a fourth rounder in addition to it. 3R K9 was open for a touchdown. Once DK was open for a touchdown. Once Grubb is scheming guys open, Geno either doesn't have time or hasn't seen them. He did miss the Kenneth Walker one. Yeah, I saw that too as well. Beery Collins, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for that, Beery. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. And appreciate you being on it with the mod today. Sorry for all the spam we're getting today. It's crazy. Wish I could say this surprised me, but I had it as an L from the day I saw the schedule. Trying to stay positive, but I think I need some time away. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan, and understandable. Understandable. Hell, I think I need some time away. Tough loss, and it's gonna strike fans really rough this 3-game stretch where they're looking for something to feel excited about this team in the here and now. I think we are all excited about the long term here. You include on that, Megan, not to put words in your mouth, but we're looking for some short term excitement here as well. We're looking for some of that light at the end of the tunnel to start showing itself here, rather than the light looking still further off in the distance. So can't blame you. If I need some time away on that, I can't at all. I understand. And Adam. So Adam Barney, I know you've been in here a couple times in my stream on this, and you've played victim card a couple times coming into my stream, but I do notice you come in a lot with the disrespectful side. So I'm going to just put this as the last point of emphasis to you on this one, my man. Like, no more warnings on it. I've been kind. I've been really cool with you. You're coming back and being a dick. So you're free to hang out here and be a Niner fan and talk with the rest of my Hawk fans, but not with the attitude you're bringing in. So check it or don't. Do whatever you want with it. But I'm done with it. It's shown up a couple times in here, and I don't see what you're bringing to help out this discussion with that attitude. Tommy, 2 a.m. Go Hawks. Let's hope for improvement next week. Lots of hope. Church may be needed. Well said. Zord76, I'm curious, how many here predicted playoffs before the season? Well, I did, but I do tend to be positive in my predictions. Overly so, probably. Johnson, that Garendo run is an outside zone play out of single back. Why don't we run any of that, especially with K9's speed? I think I would guess because we get too much penetration in our running game. They don't trust their ability to hold up as blockers in power and A and B gap runs. If you're going to get lateral, then those are longer developing runs, and you need your linemen to do their job even better at that point. And unfortunately, we just cannot trust the run blocking to get it done there. John says, I think you're being a little overemphasizing the 3 games in 11-day thing. Aren't these finely tuned athletes that have done this for over a decade with a team of dedicated trainers and doctors? Yeah, I would push back pretty heavily on that, John. I don't believe that, it's not my belief that this is something that you would ascribe these 3 games all to that. So I'm not overstating it in the way that I say that this is something that looms and that this is the sole reason that this occurred. But John, go back and look at football, man. You know, go look at 20 years ago in the stories you hear about players lining up at practice on a weekly basis, lining up on a daily basis, getting the Toradol shots to get themselves prepared. You know, the players talk a lot about this, and they inform us a lot about what it's like going through these games on a weekly basis. And, you know, you're in a car crash. Your body's being hit by guys going full speed, and you can be nice and buffed up and you can have muscles on your body, but you got certain places, parts of your body that get hit. It don't matter how big of muscles you have. If it get hit at a certain speed, a certain heart, it's going to hurt you. It's going to injure you. It's going to wear you down. You get multiples, it's going to wear you down. You're not going to perform at your best when that occurs. And as I said on this, my reference to this, John, is that through majority of the football life that we've seen this sport around for 100 years, they got a week. They got a week to recover that body for the next upcoming game. This whole turnaround fast thing, John, this whole, hey, we're going to have them play on this short 3-day rest thing, John, is new. You've just unveiled this on them and had them to start doing it. And it wasn't being done to them, John, because medical science said that the players' bodies could take it. It wasn't being done, John, because the players said, we want to be doing this. In fact, John, don't they tell you over and over again that Thursday night games should be outlawed? That it's stupid that these games are going on. This is bad for players. It's bad for player safety, for a league that professes right and left to care about player safety. That this is the worst thing you could possibly be doing, and yet the NFL does it. And why do they do it? Money. Nothing to do about player safety or having players in the right shape to be able to perform their best. So I push back pretty heavily myself from my perspective on that one, John. Players can do a lot to prepare their body, but it's one thing to say, we're going to play 2 games in 11 days, which would be a lot right there. That'd be a lot right there. That'd be outside the context of normality right there. You're playing not 2 games in 11 nights. You're playing 3 games in 11 nights. The rosters aren't built like college football to even go up to 80 or 90. You got 53 guys. You know, there's only so much you can kind of do at that point. So that's just my take on it. James says Jaden Daniels, the real deal. Last year was his first college season with legit receivers. He's awesome, James. He's awesome. And he has been as impressive as you'll see as a rookie quarterback to start out his career. Good morning, football breakdowns. They should just tear down, leave some important players, and rebuild. Barely make the playoffs, won't cut it. I'd be okay with that, man. I'd be okay with that. Ashley says, I love your flag. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. Got to show a little patriotic 12 love. A little bit of both. Also representative that the 12s were in all 50 states. Nick says, I feel bad for being so anti-Carroll last year. I don't think you should. I think that the criticisms of Carroll are still every bit as valid as they've ever been. And if anything more so, these are problems that are still carrying over a bit from last year in large part. Shows you how much needed to be really fixed. Thank you, Ashley. Pumpkin is a very pretty cat. Good morning, football breakdowns. They just need to start trading and rebuilding, fix the O-line, get some defensive players like Mike wants. I think it's only right with a new coach. Yep, you got to get them the right guys to make it work, you know. Ashley says, I've never been a Seattle fan, but I live in California, but I'm a Hawks fan. Well, me too, Ashley. I also live in California and a Seahawks fan, so I think there's a good contingent of us. John says, the only thing I worry about it with McDonald's is the buying factor because it doesn't seem to be happening, just a bunch of individuals out there. Could very well be the case, John. I think McDonald did what Carroll did in his first year here to start things off, was not come in and initially clean house. You come in and initially make a point of assessment. You know, let me watch them through this year. Let me see what I got for a roster. And then rather than making a haste decision, I'll have made an educated decision on what to do with these guys after I've gotten to see them for a year and work with them for a year and see who I can develop and who I can't develop. And I would guess that they're going to get very cutthroat a little bit as we get more into the offseason here with this roster, if it doesn't play to where these guys get that level of buy-in that you want to see. James, most disappointing part to me is the broken coverages by the safeties and giving up huge plays. That would be probably more in the forefront points for me too, James. You know, you're running a 4-man pressure front. You're dropping 7 into coverage. You best not be giving up big plays over the top at that point. You got so many guys back there to cover up so many holes on that back end side of things. Ashley says, your cat looks like my cat. She was 15 and she died last year. I'm sorry, Ashley. Mine's an old one too. I think she's up to, I think about, what are you at, Pumpkin? You're going to be 11 this year. She's going to be 11 this year. Joshua, funny how fans were complaining in that we ain't run the ball versus the Giants. We tried to run it the first half and only got 3 points. Indeed. Not very effective. Whitebird, first game as a Seahawks. Geno is responsible for the loss. Showed some good stuff, but too little too late. Fair. Very fair. Greg says, if Hawks end up with a top pick in the draft, I hope they go with quarterback Drew Aller. He's being slept on to me. Well, there's a lot of one thing you got a lot this year is a lot of names at the quarterback position coming out in the draft. There'll be a ton of guys to kind of sift through, and maybe more than we have in many recent years on that. Spec says, who do you think or would like our quarterback of the future to be? Just a question, not trying to bash or doom Geno. I'm not out on Geno as of yet, Spec, really. You know, the thing with the quarterbacks in this draft that I look at is I see these guys as guys that are really nobody that really blows me away necessarily. You know, you maybe can go out and try to find yourself a replication of the Russell Wilson experience where you go take a second, third round guy, because I think there's going to be a healthy crop of guys into that second, third round stage of things. And maybe John falls in love with one of them like he did with Russell. But I do find myself underwhelmed by the quarterbacks that I see coming out of this draft right now. So that doesn't find me as much of saying, well, just go get this guy in this draft. And I haven't seen enough from Sam Howell to believe that he's ready necessarily to be better than even Geno. So I'd say, Spec, for me, it's one that I don't feel pressed on to make the decision right now. There's not a draft impending right now. You don't know how the season's going to play out fully. You don't know what you have to keep or what you got to let go. So I think really when it comes to that determination, or even like people are wondering about, okay, we'll make a decision on DK. No, let's give it to the end of the year. These are two guys that we're going to have to decide about whether or not we put them on a contract extension or not. It'll be a major decision in both cases. But because it's such a major decision in both cases, we want to be careful and we want to make the decision as long into the process as we can to make sure that we're making the right one, I think. So I don't have a quarterback that I'm necessarily getting all starry-eyed for right now at this point, be it in the draft or that I want to trade for. It's still a little open-ended for me. As Zorn says, that's a $150 million question. John says, I think John Schneider and Mike McDonald want a more mobile quarterback who can improvise and make things happen when plays break down, along with being able to play on time. Geno is more mediocre at this ability. It's possible. It's possible. DVD says, again, all the mistakes that hurt us, and in the end, was bad on D. Stay in your lane, and for God's sake, create some turnovers yourself. Punch it out. Brandon Jenna, just got to say, Brandon C., you are the effing man. Thank you for providing a platform that I can come to after every game and listen and chat, win or lose. Man, you're my favorite dude, the only one. Well, thank you, brother. It's my pleasure to do this, Brandon. I love doing it, and even after a loss like this, it's fun to chop it up and kind of think about these things that we're looking forward on this team, and what is the right path, and what do we got to kind of consider on this. Good morning, football breakdowns. DK's a beast, but those hands, man, oh man. It lets him down sometimes. It does. He is a beast, though. He is a beast. But yeah, he gives fuel to the fire for the anti-GK folks. Alex Gazoo Racing. What do you think this team looks like when Byron Murphy returns? Seems like our pass rush has suffered without him so far. I don't know if he's as much of an end, and you're not the first to mention, Alex, on maybe there being a bit of a solution brought back with Byron Murphy's presence. I find myself a little reticent to believe that Byron Murphy is going to be an end-all, be-all solution when there are so many things about this defense that are lackluster or outright failing. And part of what you got the opportunity to have with Byron Murphy through those 3 games he was here was those were part of the weaker opponents, the weaker offenses that you were dealing with. You know, you weren't getting these legitimate offenses that we've had here recently. So it'll help his presence, but I do not think it is going to be some neosporin that we put over the top of this wound that suddenly starts to heal it overnight. It's going to take this as more of a collective, better buy-in. It's going to take more from the coaching staff to better put these players in positions to succeed. And it's going to take better effort level across the board, in addition to getting some reinforcements. DVDB, it just sucks that most of these things are fixable, but nobody is fixing it. DK was not supposed to turn up field. We need more discipline. DK is not supposed to turn up field. Not sure on that play what you might be meaning on that one. Ashley and I love your Seahawks street. Thank you, Ashley. I'm always adding to the background bit by bit, you know, little by little. And most of the stuff by the side and the backside, a lot of the stuff is from the fans. Joshua says, I don't know if paying DK is the move. They got to pay that 2021-22 class soon, but that restructure makes it difficult. Yeah, definitely. I think, again, a place where there'll be, I think, Josh, and naturally understand this, the pull on this game to come out of it and try to reach conclusions with DK and Geno. And it's something that happened a lot in my game, and this is something that's going to be a continual, I think, process throughout the season where there's going to be a push from fans to do this. And I understand it. I truly do understand it. I just do come to the spot of this of saying we don't have to make this decision right now. It's one to turn over when we have the totality of data. What is the totality of data? A full season played with DK Metcalf in the grub offense being utilized to his potential maximum. I know that there's some bad here on the side of it here from today and some of it throughout the early part of this year with DK, but there's been a lot of good to the other side of it. So it's not, what I'm saying with that is it's not clear really one way or the other on what the proper move is to be made. When it comes to the cap situation and when it comes to paying the classes of this recent past history that we're going to have to come up here and pay, and I would agree with you, that's something that we're going to have to consider here. The Seahawks have the money to get whatever done they want to get done. So that's the part that we got to know they're not impeded at all. They have some of the most amount of cap space for 2026 and 2027 and 2025. You have a ton of cap flexibility. You can get the deals done across the board with everybody that you want to get done. So you're not going to have to, at this point, really make picks of this guy, but not that guy but not this guy, this guy. You're not like the Niners, where you're at the end of a Super Bowl run. You're just getting into trying to get to your window. So that means you got a lot of freed up space and a lot of money there to go out there and to spend on those guys. So I don't think you'll be forced as much to make those hard line decisions on things like that. But that's why I'll say we let it through the end of the year. We figure out at that point where it really stands, and then we got all of the data. We have a full, rather than a quarter of the season. Isn't it better to make the decision on a full amount of the season? I mean, do we really all want to stand right now and say, here's where we finish up on DK right now? Oh, can't pay him to the contract. We decide it right now. And then what if DK goes out and gets 1,100 more yards the rest of the season? Would we all still be in that place? If you got 13 touchdowns receiving throughout the rest of the year, would we reach that conclusion after game 5? We saw enough. You got penalties, head case, throwing off the microphone, talking to Grubb, drop passes. We've reached that conclusion after 5 games, right? So then what happens if he goes and has that kind of finish to the season? Would we still be in that same state of mind on it? Would we still be going, well, he had a 1,600-yard year. He had 13 receiving touchdowns, best season of his career. How the hell do we get this guy out of town? No. We'll see everybody there banging the drum saying he's got to stay. And likewise with Geno Smith, as bad as this game was. If Geno ends up at the end of the year with 5,000 passing yardage, and again, not always having the best of stuff working in his favor, is that going to be as clear a decision as to say Geno we got to be out of Geno, as opposed to saying it today where he's had his worst game of the year, maybe the worst game with him as a Seahawk since he started? No. So that's why when I come back to saying we got to give it through the season, I know that's not what some fans want to hear. They want to reach those conclusions. They want to basically put it down. As I say sometimes, we got to fight the tendency that we have in this modern era in life, and we all suffer from it. Me too. We're busy. We got a lot on our mind, a lot we're thinking about. You've got more information being filled into your brain than at any time in human history. What this causes people to do by me doing this channel and show at times when I see with this is it gets people into a rush mode. A rush mode to reach conclusions, because when you reach a conclusion, then you don't have to think about it anymore. You put it up in a box. This is what I think about it. It's up there. I don't have to touch upon it again. Now I can move on to all this rest of this other stuff that I have to think about in life. So there's a rush. I want to think about DK not being a number 1 receiver. I want to think about him having garbage hands. I want to think about him not being well worth that amount of money. I want to put that in that box, and I don't want to have to think about that anymore. And I think what that's done is it's being done because we're trying to compartmentalize and give ourselves enough time to really think of everything in life. But on these things, it's not, I think, the right way to give you the accurate view of it so that you make the right decision when it comes to Geno or DK. I think that's like what leads you to the path to the dark side. It's what leads you to the path to making the poor decision, to making a decision that you ultimately regret. So that's what's built into this request for patience and this request to not have us jump to these conclusions on these couple of players. There's no need to do it. There's no upside in doing it right now. And in doing so right now, we could be made to look much more foolish once we get down to the end of the line of the season if it starts to twist away from what it's started out as this year. Just my take on it. I could be wrong, but just my take. Senenga. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Senenga. Rick Hatch. Thank you for the $10 donation, Rick. I do appreciate that as well. Thanks for all of your analysis. Do you think Geno was looking out of the corner of his eye with Bosa going up against Forsythe on the edge? I think that would be a very competent, feasible explanation for what was going on a bit here today, Rick, because to my eyes, the pass protection held up relatively okay today versus some of the times that we've seen it throughout this year. There have been some nightmare games where Geno was under well over 50% pressure rate. I don't think that he was under that quite a pressure rate today. I'm not saying the offensive line was good, but I don't think that they were so bad that Geno had to play it where he had his eyes kind of down. And a lot of these throws that are there today that were errant, a couple of the throws that were late, didn't have anything to do with poor pass protection. They had to do with Geno's timing and maybe it was a little bit, why would the ball come out late, Rick? Well, if you were sort of side, you're going to throw over here, but you're looking kind of over here, that would cause you to be a bit late in getting that ball out. So that's where I come to say maybe a feasible explanation here that he just wasn't trusting Stone over there to get it done on some of those throws, and that's why it was how it looked in moments and times in this football game. It was an odd performance, Rick. It really was, because it's so outside of what Geno has shown us over the past couple of years here, where he has been so competent, so good. He has been steady in the storm, and it wasn't quite the storm today, and it wasn't all working in his favor. I'm not going to say that he had it like downhill sledding here. It wasn't by any means, but some of the errors and some of the mistakes today from Geno were unforced and could have been avoided. And Geno and this offense need to get their arms around the turnover problem. We can't keep losing the turnover 3-0 every week and expecting we're going to win football games. The defense is struggling. The defense is struggling to get turnovers. You've got to play things a little safer. I know you have to score a lot of points with the defense playing like this, but not at the cost of having it be a turnover fest, a bit like we're running into to a degree. Thank you, though, Rick. I appreciate that donation, and that's a great point on your part. Certainly would explain it, because there's a few throws, the 2 throws on the fade routes down to back-to-back to JSN and DK, a throw to the back of the end zone to JSN, a deep 9 route to DK in this game where DK's got to wait on it. He throws it to the middle of the field. All those were just like a beat late, oddly a beat late. And maybe it was just Bosa. Could have been Rick. Could have been for sure. Well said on your part. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. Appreciate you. Did no one explain to our new head coach that these soft zone coverages got Pete fired? 49ers and the Rams literally built their offenses to beat soft zone. I mean, make it make sense. Make it made sense to me too, Jeffrey. It's the thing that I think I'm lamenting as much as anything else over these 3 games. Before I get to a DK, before I get to a Geno, before I get to an offensive line, I do come back to saying, why are we running the same fronts and coverages that we ran with Pete last year? Why? Why is there the drive to do this? Why are we playing it safe? Why are we playing so risk adverse too? Our defense right now, and the way they're lined up and the way they're setting up, so it feels risk averse. Feels like we're just hoping to not get beat over the top. Rather than, that Ravens defense took it to you. They came downhill at you. We're letting offenses come downhill at us. And you're right, Jeffrey. McVay and Shanahan have offenses that are completely predisposed to being able to take this kind of defense apart. They have shown it time and time again. I don't know. I would love to see a media member this week ask Coach Carroll or ask McDonald, last 3 games, you're in a heavy amount of 4-man fronts and dropping 7 guys into space. Why aren't you doing more simulated pressures, more stack boxes, more attempts to try to make the quarterbacks uncomfortable? Especially understanding that your front 4 is not getting home. This ain't 1 game of this. This is 3 games of this, of the exact same strategy being employed over and over and over again. And the few moments in this game I saw you blitz, you actually got something done. I don't know, Jeffrey. It remains a big question mark in my brain through these 3 games that most of the times I've got and I can give you certain things, of course. Shortened schedule, Jeffrey. 3 games, 11 nights. System being implemented still. It's going to take some time. Can't run all of the wrinkles and all of the extracurricular stuff because the players are still getting the basics. Could be that. But it also defies a little bit of explanation. And a place that, again, as we go forward, stop doing it. Stop it. It's not going to work. Let's go down in flames this year. Okay? You guys ever see a movie they call Dr. Strangelove? Okay? If we're gonna be that cowboy at the end of Dr. Strangelove, and I'm gonna be straddling a nuclear weapon, okay? And I'm gonna be wagging my hat around going, woo-hoo, woo, okay? If this bomb's coming off and we're gonna float, and I'm gonna ride this thing down, we're gonna ride it down having some fun. Don't ride it down going the same way you've gone the past many a season. And I'd have no problem with it. We run some crazy blitzes. We run some pressures. We run some man coverages. We run some press coverage. And it gets beat over the top. I'll be one of the first people to hear to say, hey, at least we're trying something different here. He doesn't have the personnel. He's trying to overcome his lack of personnel. But right now, McDonald's trying to trust his personnel. Don't get it, don't understand it, can't approve it, it's a place for you to adjust it. Let's stop with the 4-man fronts. Let's stack some boxes. Let's commit a little more to the 3-4 if we can't stop the run. To at least then, if you do that, you can at least stop the run and start to hang your hat on something you do well defensively. Maybe you're still getting carved up in the passing game, but at least you're doing something well. Whereas right now, defensively, there's nothing you have that you're doing well. It's kind of all bad down the line, cumulatively, of course. But thank you, Jeffrey. I share your frustration, man. Grogboat679, thank you for the $2 donation. Our O-line is sorry. Do you think we need some changes? Oh, yes, Grog. Oh, yes. I said last season, I said 2 seasons ago after the season ended, and what's good about doing a channel like this for 5 years is it's very easy for you guys to see me on the record as of saying this. You can go back to 2 years ago and you can say my off-season plan video and look at my off-season plan video and you can hear me saying this very same thing. Make the offense a strength. Make it a strength of the team. Do what it takes to make that happen. Throw away other things, if you must, to make this thing happen. Because the benefits of this are tenfold. It'll make Kenneth Walker better. It'll make Geno Smith better. It'll make DK Metcalf better. It'll make JSN better. Make this the point of emphasis. They didn't do it. Last year, I said, okay, you didn't hear me last year, John. Hear me now. Hear me now and see me later. Make it a point of emphasis. Make it a strength. What did John decide to do last offseason? Rolled the dice on Abraham Lucas coming back. We're going to be halfway through the season. That's still not happened. Tried to go again back to the same valley that he's been too many times over. The valley of aging offensive linemen with a multi-pronged injury history that he's going to try to squeeze one last drop of a productive season out of. And he did it 2 times over this offseason in Laken Tomlinson and in George Fan. And then your high water mark is essentially Christian Haynes, 3rd round, kind of late-ish 3rd round, middle to late 3rd round. Saatoa LeMay in the 6th, Jarrell in the 7th. And the Connor Williams signing is a good one late on that side of it. But part of the reason that you're doing that is because of the neglect. And even on that, it's one of those, again, I'm going to spend low money and hope for some big returns. It's almost like the Mariners and their approach to building a lineup, right? We're going to, every guy we're putting in this lineup's a roll of the dice, and a kind of a wild roll of the dice at that. And we're just hoping we can get a bunch of 7s across the board, 7 and 11s across the board here. You don't want to be rolling the dice. You want to make tactical decisions, educated decisions, not rolling the dice decisions. But when it comes to the offensive line, Grogboat, on a yearly basis, it's you rolling the dice. It's you going bare minimum and trying to just get by. So when it comes to the offensive line, for me, this is actually a really easy solution. You're going to have to throw other positions away that you don't make this huge point of emphasis like you have in prior years. You're not going to spend $22 million for Noah Fant, who's barely used. You're going to put that money to the offensive line. When you release off of Draymond Jones, put some of that money now to the offensive line. Allocate that now over to the offensive line. When you went to the Super Bowl with Russell Wilson, you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport. It ain't complicated how to fix it. It just takes resources and commitment. And that part has been missing from the team. They've tried to just lean in the draft and hope the draft and aging vets could get it done. They can't. It takes more. You want to build a great line, it takes investment. If it ain't money, then you better be putting a huge amount of draft capital into it. Cowboys this year, every year, that's something where I'll knock the Cowboys a lot. One thing the Cowboys do a really good job of is every year making sure that offensive line is reinforced. What did they do this year? Tyler Guyton in the 1st round. Come back in the 2nd round, get Cooper Beebe. You know, that Cowboy team is going to continue to benefit from that in the future by taking this approach. And it seems like they do it very, very consistently. We do not. So it's a commitment thing, Grog. We treat it like the redheaded stepchild of a positional group on our franchise, and it looks like crap every year because we do so. We got to take a different approach if we hope for it to improve. Janeth Kumar with another $20 donation. Thank you, Janeth, for the triple donation today. I know you dropped a donut on the earlier one, and I appreciate the $20 drop. Very, very kind of you for that. There are at least 5 teams that will pay Geno $40+ million a year right now. We're getting way too centered on Geno today. Can't expect him to be 100% accurate on the sheer number of throws he's making. Well said, Janeth. well said. First, again, thank you for the huge donation. $20 drop is as a monster. So you laid down a monster on me. I appreciate you for that. And there is no doubt in my mind, to your point on that, if Geno continues to put the performance together that he has put collectively so far this year, throughout the course of this year, did the Hawks get to that place of this after the season saying, we don't want to pay that there will be a team that will be happy, to your point, to pay Geno at that mark. So it ain't going to be a matter of if we don't do it, no one's going to do it. There will be teams that will be lined up. There'll be teams that will throw us some draft capital to then go pay him that money. Yes, there will. Yes, there will. If he continues on like how he's played this year so far. So that's a great point there, Janet, and I agree with it 100%. I'm with you as well to a degree on this, and that this is going to get centered a bit too much probably today on Geno. Some of it's fair to a degree, Janet. I think some of it's fair to a degree in that I think there's an argument to be made with the performance from Geno today that it was maybe as bad as we've seen here in 2 years. But we also have to pair that with the fact that we've seen very rare appearances of this kind of performance. And that he has been, by and large, great and good, great and good, great and good in that kind of realm of things and how he's played the position. And then that can't be thrown away on the back of just one performance like today. And as well, to your bottom line point on this, it's also where I wouldn't begin today with the main troubles that come out of this game. The main troubles come out of this game is that your defense is creating no resistance. It has nothing it's doing well. It can't tackle, it can't cover, can't play the run, can't pass rush, can't come close to sniffing or creating a turnover, undisciplined, silly turnovers, multiple face mask penalties today. That's where you got to start at it with this team. And again, with Geno today, like you said on that, pass protection is okay today, but not a lot of running room in there through 2.5 quarters. It was going to be on his arm. It's going to be on a high volume amount of passes. We want to get better balance. We got to get some more out of the running game. Yeah. It's not as simple as just down to one entity in this game coming out of it. It can't be to that point of concentration on this. There's a lot that went wrong in this game. A lot that's got to be feeling the blame here. And one guy just can't be it, to your point on that. So agree all the way around, Janeth. All the way around. And thank you for the $20 donation. Well said on your part. And not to be overstated there on that. There will be plenty of teams willing to pay Geno that money, and especially when they look at this draft class of quarterbacks. If there are those teams that are wanting to win right now, I don't think they're going to look at a lot of quarterbacks in this draft and go, hey, Shadur Sanders is going to come in here and have us winning immediately. Quinn Ewers is going to is going to come in here and have us winning immediately. Wardle, right at the jump. We'll be a juggernaut with Ward. I don't think there's going to be teams doing that. Instead, they're going to be looking, I think, for alternative paths and approaches there to find different answers other than that. So, well said again, Janet. I appreciate that donation. Very, very kind of you on that support. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation. Frederick, guys, can we give Coach some leeway? Shanahan went 6-10 in his first season and 4-12 the second. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. Let's be patient. Very well said, Frederick. Excellently put on your part. I second that in full. And what I would like to see as well is hopefully we can get that patience from the fan base. I think overall it's been there for the most part from what I've seen in the chat tonight, Frederick. It hasn't been a ton of emotionality. We're kind of there during the game, but I think people have kind of settled down a little bit. And I think you give them some time after this, there will be a willingness to do that. There are, I think that there are some dogs in this fight from people's perspective. I think that there's a lot of loyalties that have been built up in certain areas over the years, and disloyalties and dislikings of this and likings of that. And for whatever reason, in certain respects, there are just these hot button topics in the Seahawks fandom that are just on fire to touch and on fire to speak about and bring about the most of emotional and inspired responses from people. Let's put it that way, Frederick. But patience will be the place that I still remain into with this team. And we got to give this the time, like you say. You're going from some of the most simplified of concepts on the offense and defensive side of the ball to some of the most complicated. You have a first-time head coach. You have a legend moving on. To expect this to all happen overnight is not fair. It just is not going to be fair. And if we get into that role where we're expecting this to happen in that standpoint, we can, in many ways, set this thing up to fail almost from the jump if we're going to approach it with that attitude of expecting it's got to happen right now. So I'm with you, Frederick. We're just trying to build this up and get this in the right place. Let's get to this place by the end of the season of this thing's rolling and moving in the right direction. Hopefully you can try to even contend into maybe playoffs by the end of the year, say nothing in a division, but let's just continue to start to build this up a little bit and give it the time. And we've got to give it that time. As hard as that may be for some fans to hear, it is a requirement. I agree with Frederick. We got to apply it. All of us have got to look internally in ourselves and go, am I applying patience here, or am I getting a little bit jumpy? Myself included. JS, thank you for the $7 donation. I appreciate you for that. He's never built a good O-line, Brando. Super Bowl line, highly paid, but still meh. Is meh John's high bar? Philosophy of punting CGC has killed multiple windows. Philosophy of punting CGC. I'm not sure on the CGC what you might mean on GCG. Sorry, let me say that right. I'm not sure what that means on that part with the three letters with that point. Has John built a good offensive line? Maybe not. Has John drafted really good in the offensive line? Maybe not. Is there something fair to be said on that? Possibly so. Jess, yeah, possibly so. And James Carpenter, you drafted as a left tackle. I mean, even in that moment, Nick Saban's like, you just took that guy in the first round. He's literally in the draft room going, what are you doing? Russell Okung was but that was obviously a top 10 pick. Afedi wasn't particularly good. You didn't get much out of Posick, the center that they drafted there. Jermaine Afedi. Cross has been really good, and Lucas was good before he got injured. But what has been the other parts that have been picked and developed out of that that's played well? So maybe there's certainly something to be said as far as it potentially being a fair criticism to say that John struggles with putting together with drafting offensive linemen, but putting together a top-notch offensive line. So it's probably a fair. I think that the big issue that's come up over the past few years with this, JS, has been as much that you've not adjusted your approach, really. You've not tried to really fix this as an issue. Some of it, I think, too, with the JS that we can't undersell with this a bit is the Coach Carroll oversight on this. And this is where it is a little bit murky on making this answer one way or the other of saying that we know for sure that this is John's complete weakness as a general manager, is that Coach Carroll had Tom Cable here as an offensive coordinator through a high amount of that time. I think there's some questions in play about the kind of offensive lineman that Cable gravitated towards and wanted to bring in-house, how he teached the position, how he developed offensive linemen. I have some big-time questions with Cable throughout his time here overall and that ability to do that type of stuff. I also think that there was a tactical decision that was made here, JS, that I also am not so sure was the decision of Schneider to do it. It might have been, but again, Carroll had the oversight on this. We can't undersell this part of that. John did not have final say here for a majority of time here as general manager. And what you had at that time through, let's say, from 2015 to 2020, let's say, you've got Russell Wilson being paid like a top 5 quarterback in the sport, and you have Coach Carroll driving for a huge amount of resources to be put to the defensive side of the ball. And so John's left in a position at that point of, I only have so many resources left over for the offensive line. I think he was caught in a bit of a pickle. I'm not excusing him, and this is a place that's going to drive me crazy as much as anybody on this, where, you've ignored my advice on this for years. I've said, hey, course correct this thing, and you won't do it. You refuse to do it. It's getting harder to excuse it, Jess. It's easier a couple of years ago. It's easier when you saw them, go first round across and then back to Abraham Lucas. And then the next year you win Oluwatimi and Bradford. And hey, they're learning their ways and they're starting to go here. But you've not taken it all the way, and you've decided to only go through the draft to do it. And it is both, maybe you haven't drafted great and you also haven't developed great, and then you haven't been willing to invest in the positions at all. And that's how you get to a unit that's league worst on a yearly basis. And it's not as hard to see how that ends up becoming the outcome, I suppose. So hopefully maybe this year he finally kind of learns on this and we do see a little bit of a change on this, JS. I would love to see it, but I think it's a very fair criticism. And They were the highest paid offensive line, but I'd say you're right. They weren't maybe the best offensive line. I think they were a good offensive line, though. I do think that. I think that they were overall really solid. But a fair point. Thank you for the donations, too. Appreciate y'all. Jordan says, Brando. Oh, 2, 3, 4. You're doing B, to go back to our talk about the crowd in the stadium, was there not an abnormal amount of red and crowd cheer from that? Yeah, but I think the Niners fans have taken over that stadium pretty consistently. Not taken over, but they've taken over a big swath of a part of it, at least in recent years. I think we just kind of have to accept what is the reality of the situation here when it comes to the stadium. And I don't think it's a fan problem. I don't think it's a fan fault. I think pretty much in thinking about this, especially a lot lately, I come out the side of it feeling like this. The NFL has decided to price out the average fan out of the stadium. And now only special fans can come into the stadium. And now if you have a ticket that's normally $400 and a Niner fan comes through and he wants to buy it off a SeatGeek from you and you're going to sell it to him for $600 and you get your $200 profit, that's worthwhile for people out there to flip that ticket. And that they don't care, knowing that that's probably them flipping a ticket to a Niner fan. They don't care, they're getting their $200 profit because there's a price impetus in place here to make this worthwhile for them to do that now because you've raised the ticket prices so heartily in the manner by which you have. So the average fan's been priced out of there. It's not going to be just an issue with Niner fans coming in there. Any fan base like a Green Bay or a Pittsburgh Steeler or anything like that competently, now and moving into the future is going to be heavily into that stadium. And that the home field advantage that we once had even 20 years ago at such a great level is not going to be the same anytime soon. It has been lost with the raising of the ticket prices. NFL gets their profit margins. Our tradition dies out. And it doesn't make me happy to say that, but I really think just hoping on a wing and a prayer that it's going to come back is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Chris Hickok, have yourself a great night, man. Thank you. Appreciate you watching. Jace B, Uchenna Nwosu is out for the season. He's not out for the season, but they're hoping to get him for a playoff run, but maybe not too. I think it's a wait and see kind of thing. I think it's a wait and see. James, no 4.5, 40-yard cornerback should be able to stay and even undercut a pass DK on a drag route. He's too fast. It's not really a speed thing for DK there, James. It's again back to the Geno getting the ball out late. Geno should throw that out in front of DK Metcalf. He throws it back. He throws it back to the coverage. He throws it back to the cornerback to get back into the play. Isaiah Kyatt, the only sports team that I am excited about right now is BYU football because they're 5-0 and I'm hoping they can improve to 6-0. I'm still optimistic that the Seahawks can improve. Love to see it. Hope they can too. JL says, I'm still excited. AR BetJet just got here. Do you believe both picks were Geno's fault? Personally, I believe that the first one is the O-lines and the second one was on DK. He got lazy with his route and drifted upfield at about 5 yards. In my opinion, the throw to DK Metcalf has got to be out in front of him. When you're going on an in-cutting route, you don't throw it back onto the body of the receiver because the cornerback is rallying up and in trail coverage. You throw it back on the receiver, you're giving the cornerback an opportunity to cover back on the ball. To my eyes, much like many of the throws that I saw from Geno in this game, Geno was late on the throw, and then he throws it slightly behind DK Metcalf. Was it egregious? No, but it's enough to allow the corner to get back into the play and make the catch and make the interception. So I would put both interceptions on Geno Smith. I believe that they're both his sole responsibility on those plays. Anthony Robles, is it a hot take to say I'm not worried? If next year we haven't seen any improvement, maybe then we can worry about it. No, I think that's the great level-headed way to approach this and one that I would advocate for, Anthony. It's the first year of a new head coach. There may be some rough waters to navigate through in this first year, but we've got to give it its time to develop and see if it can shake out and see if it can improve. And I think there's a lot of reason to believe that that will be the case. Jordan says your body will get worn down playing that much football in 11 days. It really will. And it's not a matter of it being about toughness or anything else. Those players back in the old days didn't play this many games. And Those players back in the old days weren't dealing with the same kind of abuse these players are dealing with as far as the kind of level of hits and intensity of hits. Guys back then weren't traveling at one guy's 4.4, this guy's at a 4.43 speed. They're both hammering each other as hard as they can go at each other. Those guys were like 5.2 flat guys, 5.5 flat guys hitting another guy going 5.5 flat. Less of an explosive hit there a little bit. I know they can get away with some more crazier stuff back there with some of the tackling and some of the crazy stuff you get away with, like elbowing guys upside their head, but it's also, you can lift all the weights you want in the world. You can get bigger, faster, stronger, and all that. But, certain ligaments, certain places on your bones, certain things you hit right, you hit them to that hard, to that level, it's going to hurt you in a way that you can't always recover from, just bounce back from. Good morning, Football Breakdowns. Love DK, but I can honestly see him getting traded. I think all possibilities are in place right now. When you have a new coach and where you're trying to build, you're just trying to figure out your firm answers this season as to who you can ride with, who you can't. I do think long-term DK will settle in here. But these are decisions we got to make at the end of the year on that, for sure. It's possible. Chance Brown, whoever said 3 games in 11 days isn't a big deal. You've never played football. Jack Dong says, I can barely play mini golf 3 times in 11 days. DVD, B, I see at least 2 draw plays that seem to work pretty well. Am I wrong that draw run could get us some plus yards if I had done earlier? I think there's 2 real plays that stand out on ways that can help our running game going forward, DVD. I think first is those draw plays that you saw, the 2 that we used in this game, really good, really smart by Grubb, something to build upon because this is a way to counter some of the pass rush. And especially with these teams that are doing the pin the ears back, going hog wild, not really caring about the run because they're just trying to get upfield and go get their sacks. And Charbonnet had a couple of those delayed draws that worked really well. I think those tunnel screens underneath to the running backs, you ran one to Kenneth, a couple to Kenneth Walker. I think you ran one to Zach Charbonnet. Keep peppering those in as well. If you can't do your traditional normal runs, go do some of that creative stuff. Love seeing it. Anthony says, if we traded, you're responding to him. James, I love DK, but I think he has the ability to top 3, but he isn't getting his feet set for the fade earlier. He should be out jumping every cornerback. Well, again, on that play, and I'm down to completely say there's some better spots there with DK getting feet in bounds and getting some stuff done. That play, though, again, and there's plays to knock DK in this game. I'm with you guys, folks, on, hey, he had a couple of legit drops. I'm not excusing DK's play on that. But the fade to the back of the end zone, Geno back-to-back plays, JSN and DK, he throws that ball a hair late. And when throwing that ball a hair late, DK jumps up to high point the ball, but now he's up in the air and the defender can now usher him out of bounds, right? So as he's in the air, the defender's able to push him to where DK doesn't have the room to get his feet in bounds. If Geno throws that ball with anticipation rather than waiting that one extra little beat on the throw, you're now giving DK a chance. And it's the same thing's true as well as, by the way, on the JSN play on the previous play, where you're throwing that a beat late from Geno's standpoint. Ashley says, this was my first live that you've done. Well, thank you for checking it out, Ashley. I appreciate that. We do a lot of live stream shows here every week. I love doing it. We got a great community. Sean says, I would be good with just having Sunday and Monday games only again. The only Thursday game should be Thanksgiving. Agreed, Sean. I don't like Thursday night games. I don't. I would rather it be just back into the way it used to be. It's gotten to be a bit of overkill in my opinion. Plus, I just don't think it's good for the health of the players. And we already have a problem in this league with injuries and bad product on the field at times. Jordan says, people don't understand how much attention DK gets from defenses. The Niners were tripling him at some points. Agreed. Very much agreed, man. It'll be a hot button topic. It'll be continue to be talked about through this year on that part of it. No doubt about that. Todd Dory, Yuji, why does our defense look worse than last year? I don't know if it looks worse. It kind of looks in line of how it's been looking in recent years. So It's kind of in kind of similar to how it's been. We're not seeing the improvement. We're seeing a bit of a backtrack from the group. That stands out to people, I think. Jason says, what else do you need to see about DK? He's been here for 5 years. If he's going to have a good year, maybe re-sign him now when he's cheaper. Can't really re-sign him right now to do the cheaper thing there, Jason, because he's got the 2 years left on his deal. You need to get him through this year, and he's got a year left on his deal, and then that's when you would do the contract extension. I mean, from my standpoint, I think you're still getting that extension done. I think he's still worthwhile on it. I think that you just don't have to make a determination about this now or not. You know, we've got through the end of the year to make our choice on what we want to do with that through, getting it to the end of the season, see where he finishes out at the end of the year. And I think as much as why I want to give it the year at this point, Jason, is you got him in a new offense. You have him with Grubb. You want to see if Grubb can maximize him, especially if it's going to be looking at paying him up around that $33 to $34 million per year. Karen says, y'all, Lockett isn't going to be around forever, and you want to let DK walk? You really want to go down to the number one reliable wide receiver in backfield with marginal talented rookies? Are y'all drunk? Dude, 360 bets, DK not worth a top 5 market wide receiver deal. 156, yes. Top 5, no way. Top 15, yes. Top 5, no way. James says, Geno gets one more year. Add next year, and they guarantee the 2025 salary, which currently is $23 million, and add a franchise tag year of $30 million or so. 253, 23. Maybe some of it could be impacted, James, by if there's another team out there willing to throw him a pure 3 or 4 year deal, which could impede that a little bit. But maybe you can find a creative way to get it done. They did before on the prior deal there, James, with Geno. Anthony says, I'll never understand the DK hate. He can be frustrating, but he's such a deep threat to any defense. I've been having his back for a long period of time, fighting this war with it, and I share your lack of understanding with it. Just a polarizing figure at times, for whatever reason. Manveer says, this team played with more energy with Pete Carroll. He was a better leader. Mike McDonald's defense was always zone defense with some blitzes. Geno will never beat the Niners. He's scared of Bosa. Wow. I don't know about the played better with more energy with Coach Carroll, Manveer. You've had a crap defense for the past couple of years. You've been back end, and all of the problems that we saw today were the same exact problems that you saw under Coach Carroll. He wasn't getting anything done at all on that defensive side of the ball either. Now, I'm not saying McDonald's getting it done necessarily either with this past 3 weeks of performance, but to portray as though Carroll being in here and that this was going to be any better with Carroll here is, I think, disingenuous. If that's the case, then why didn't we see more proof of that over these past couple of years, especially with all of the heavy investment they kept dumping into that side of the ball? Saying Niner fan here, even with all that's going on, I still see a bright future for the Seahawks. Stay positive, y'all. NFC West is best when our rivalry is strong. Well said. Thank you for coming on the chat today. Congrats to you guys on your side of it. Appreciate you. Big Dean says, if DK leaves, I'm no longer a Seahawks fan, honestly. Ooh, brutal. Well, I hope he doesn't. 60 bets says, yeah, DK's great, but he has huge flaws that have been on display all year. DJ says DK slumped on the bench isn't a good look. No, it's not. Body language could be better, especially as we're looking for a little bit of leadership here. Step up on that. Jason says the upside to doing it now is before Geno and DK have great years, assuming you think this is going to be the case, which I do. Let's walk it through a little bit, Jason, with this. I don't think that right now you're going to get Geno Smith on some $35 million a year deal. He's probably going to want to be paid $45 million per year. And the thing you've got to consider with this, Jason, on this, I've run the numbers on this pretty heavily and deeply on this before. So with both of the two players, you've got the bonus money situation of the last 2 years of the deal. And so when you go to the new contract and you go to the new bonus money, you're now going bonus money on top of bonus money for multiple years there on the new deal. So you're really null and voiding any of the savings that you would get by doing it that way. You've got to get to the final year of the deal. And this is why, Jason, that John Schneider does not want to give out new deals with 2 years remaining, because there's no money to be really saved. You save the money getting into the final year of the deal when there's only 1 year of bonus remaining on that deal. Plus, what is the discount you're going to get? You know, if you sign DK right now and you're thinking he's going to have that great year, he's not signing for $30 million. He's going to want probably at least 32. And what does he want more by the end of the year if he gets to 1,600 yards? 34? You know, he's not going to ask for 40. I don't know if there's a lot of money to be saved there by doing it early like this. Again, the 2 years of bonus money. 2 years of bonus money that you still have collectively on the books that sort of null and voids that savings if you try to get a new deal done. Brandon Jana says, B, you're right. God of patience ain't a virtue, but virtue ain't a no more. Ugh, people. Yeah, there's not a lot of patience out at times. People want to see it quick. Jason Schubacher, as long as we have DK, teams are going to plan for him and even double him to keep him from going off on them. If we don't use him, but just have him on the field, he's an issue for other teams. Agreed. He brings that level of impact to play where you've got to commit your resources to him. Kieran says, if you're a fan watching your team, getting the S kicked out of them, what pisses you off more? Guys being frustrated or guys laughing and smiling like it's nothing? I want my team mad as F. Well said. Well said. Anthony Robles, I agree. He isn't a top 7 receiver, but he helps getting Locke and JSN one-on-ones. What about JSN? A wide receiver, first round pick, first wide receiver on the draft, taken with huge drops. Don't call just one dude out when they all are messing up. It's a fair point, Anthony. Fair point with it. Jason Tudor says, we didn't lose today because of soft zones or most of the season. It's because of big coverage breaks outside deep. Yeah, I mean, a bit. I don't know, man. I maybe not. It certainly doesn't seem to have helped you playing in those zone defenses. It doesn't seem to be making the defense stout in any way. He says the Ravens had linebackers that could cover. We do not. Very well could be the case. Could be a personnel problem, for sure. DJ says, is this a John Schneider issue? I don't know if it's that. I think it's a little unsure of what exactly is or isn't the issue in totality here, and it'll take kind of a full season to kind of figure it out from my perspective. I agree with kind of Gibson on this, and this is where I stand with it, Jason, where I was expecting more of an innovative approach defensively from McDonald, and the tackling and energy level are not at the level that they need to be. And that's where we come down to where there's defense here that's, you know, multiple things wrong, where it's not just a coverage break. To me, there's a lot of things wrong defensively here, because the coverage breaks have nothing to do with your inability to stop the run at all at times and getting run to death by a variety of different running backs. Go Hawks, Daddy Dennis. Randy DC2, I don't understand why Coach McDonald can't make the defense to stop the offense like how he was before in Baltimore Ravens when they became elite. Just may need to come with time there, Randy. But we'll have to see on that one. We'll have to see. Hard to say. Frederick McGuy, thank you for 11 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. Let's collectively shoot for 8 and 9. Attainable goals. I like that, Frederick. Definitely that would be hopefully an attainable goal, you'd hope. So that sounds good to me. I think I'll feel okay at the end of the year if we can get to that, especially beyond wins and losses for me. Just get to a place where we can feel that we're building this and that it's starting to take root. Yeah. Frederick with another $5 as well. Appreciate that $5 donation, Frederick. Football schemes are developmental. They aren't ever going to be one size fits all from the jump. Let's see how they play in the last 8 games. Amen. You got to give it the time to play out. Let's see how it sets. Let's see where it finishes up at the end of the year, and then we can make the ultimate determinations about what is what and where we've got to go. And we're better educated then on a total of a season to operate off of from a data standpoint. The more data, the better, I always say. The more we've got to operate off of to make an educated decision, the better. So well said on your part. And it is going to be developmental. And we can't forget that we were going from in Carroll such a simplified scheme to what should be theoretically by the end of it, a very complicated scheme here that we're onboarding on both sides of the ball to that point. It should take time. It's understandable that it take time. Kieran says, Hawks Nest, I understand your passionate hatred for zone defense, but I point out again, pass defense didn't lose you the game today. The run defense did when it mattered with 3 timeouts. So that's that thing though, Kieran, that I talked about last week, right? And this is, I just mentioned this because this is again where I'm always consistent on this. So it's not something that I slides for me on a week to week basis with this, right? So this is the same issue I have with people bringing up the giant block kick from last week, Kieran. And that you have this one play, and then we're going to take that one play, and then that becomes, this is the thing that this is what is the cause of the win or the loss, is this one play. It's a brutal play. It's a horrible play, but it's the totality of all the plays. Were there trends within the totalities of all the plays? Well, there was trends. 18 for 28, 255 yards, averaging 9 yards attempt for Brock Purdy, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Yeah, the run game sucked too, man. Yeah, you didn't stop the run in this game in addition to it. But pass defense was, yes, a big part of this as well. Blown coverages or not. I mean, there was easy catches to be had underneath too. It wasn't just blown coverages. There were some easy conversions that you gave up in this game with the soft zone coverages. Now that's my thing with this zone coverage thing, and that's been my point with this, is that there's nothing, Kieran, you're doing good. It's giving you nothing. Over the past couple of weeks, Daniel Jones cut you in half with this same defense. Goff was absolutely perfect. And those teams could run the ball on you. It's where you're coming. That's why my passionate hatred is there, is that your defense is doing literally nothing. It is accomplishing nothing other than maybe you're making some of the drives take a little extra time, but you're accomplishing nothing as a bottom line. Find something you can lean on. I mean, look at Flores last year there, Kieran. Flores comes into Minnesota. He's got no talent on that defense. He's got Daniil Hunter. He's got an old-ass Harrison Smith, And he's like, does he just sit there and lean on it and go, well, get it done, guys? Or does he manufacture and work and do things to put him in position and try to get the most out of what he does have? Try to, again, manufacture is the word. Simulate pressures. Do something. There's none of that happening. But to me, it's not just to say, well, it's just they can't stop the run. It's, yeah, you can't stop the run. You can't stop the pass. You can't get pass rush. You can't get turnovers. You can't, you tackle like ass, and not just tackle like ass in the run game. You tackle like ass across the board. It's all of that. To me, it's the whole part of it. I can be sold on the zone defense, Kieran. You got to tell me what exactly it is that it does here. So I feel like I'm looking at the guy in Office Space saying, what is it you do here exactly? And he's telling me he's a GD people person. I go, well, that ain't helping me a lot on wins and losses. Greg Kemp, it's funny, Hill still leads the league in drops last year, but people are in the chat saying he's elite. So why are DK's drops such a big deal when everybody knows he's currently playing with a hand injury? Oh, I didn't know he was playing with a hand injury. That's interesting. First time I'd heard that. I'm not sure. Like I say with this on DK, and you guys can see it in the chat. I mean, even if you folks that are pro DK or anti DK, I can see, I mean, it's peppered in the chat right now. And as I've said on this, and it's something that has gone on for years within my chat and within the Seahawks fandom discussion. And it's a passionate one at that. It's one that no matter how passionate you are, I don't know if you're going to pull one person to one side or the other on it. It seems like it's like Geno, I think to a degree, Greg, where, folks are kind of just dug in. And they think where they think, and the thing that they think about those players today is the same thing that they thought about those players this offseason, which is the same thing they thought about those players a year ago, which is the same thing they thought about those players 2 years ago. And there's just not going to be a movement on it, but it's going to be a polarizing topic, and one that people will definitely hammer and becomes at the forefront. You know, you'd think on a game like this, we'd have it as the defense being more of the centerpiece here, but it becomes DK, becomes Geno, DK. Oh, yeah, what the defense here? But no, but what about DK, though? Back to DK. Should we trade DK? Yeah, but what about our defense doing nothing good at all? What about our defense just collapsing, imploding upon? Yeah, but DK's drops. Yeah, but what about the defense completely being crap? Yeah, but DK's route running. I mean, did he run out the full route with the route running? The defense. Offensive line. Can't open a single hole in the running game. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. Let's just obsess on DK for 4 hours. Frank Darcy, thank you for the $20 donation. Frank, man, that is a very big donation. We've had many of you guys dropping so many big donos today. I really do thank you from the bottom of my heart. Frank and the rest, a lot of you on this that have put so much support to this channel. You let me do this. I can do this to the nth degree, the middle of the night. I'm going to be going till 5 in the morning to do my video breakdown of this game after this. And it's because you guys have allowed me this support to put me in this position to be able to accomplish this. So thank you for that, Frank. That is what allows me to do this. He says, I'm learning about football. Like a zone defense is where you run to an empty space, then stare at the quarterback. Also, a pass rush is where you chicken fight with an offensive lineman until he knocks you on your back. Well, unfortunately, Frank, that's the version. That's the version of those defenses that you've seen with the Seahawks here and have seen with the Seahawks for a considerable amount of time, unfortunately. You know, the ideal is that when you run a zone defense that you're dropping with purpose. You're dropping with a place of anticipation to a spot of where you really do believe the play is going to go from a passing perspective. Unfortunately, a lot of what you're seeing from our zone defense is like you're saying. You're dropping to an empty space, and you're dropping to an empty space deep. You know, you're gathering depth on your drop to get to that space. And then that's leaving at times a lot of stuff open underneath, and then you're still blowing coverages on the backside, which is then allowing the big shots to be taking place as well. And yeah, you're seeing a lot of fighting going on with the pass rush, but you're not seeing a lot of productivity, and guys ending up on their back or getting pushed out the pocket. Pretty putrid effort, pretty putrid amount of pass rush you're getting from your guys on that side of it. So you're not seeing the best version being new to football right now on those two aspects of things. They can look a whole lot better, but you're kind of seeing the worst versions of those things at play right now, Frank, and I'm sorry for that, man. Hopefully it gets better by the year going on, and you can see what it looks like when it's going to the good side of things. So right now it's been a bit rough right now, that's for sure. Just a little bit. That's a good way of putting it. Run to an empty space, man. I hate it. I do hate it. Especially when you go deep with it, Frank, because you're running to an empty space and then you're going deep and you're leaving all these holes underneath then for teams to just dink and dunk you. Rather than playing when you play man and you're just manning up on a guy and you're trying to just stay tight in coverage with him. But Frank, man, thank you for the $20 donation. That is very kind of you. Very, very kind of you, brother. And it will get better, I promise you. It will look better eventually on it. Frederick says you're never going to hire a coach who takes a 9-8 team to a 14-3 team over one offseason. It's just not realistic. Amen. Amen. Randy says, I hate everyone keeps saying that we should trade DK, but you know that Lockett's going to be gone this season, and why we need to keep DK around, and hopefully we could sign or draft a player next year. Agreed. Yeah. It's part to factor in on this is that it's very likely Lockett's last year, and JSN is still not quite solidified himself here. You know, he's not been bad, but I don't think he's solidified himself to be a number one wide receiver there as a de facto guy. DJ Jimenez says JSN has been penny pinching the offensive line since he got here. It's definitely been cheaper. I mean, it was expensive for that 2012-13 year. You paid it high. It's that you just made a tactical decision that the second you're going to pay a quarterback a lot of money, that then you're going to have to pull from the offensive line to pay that quarterback. You were still wanting to invest in the defense. You still wanted to invest in the skill position players. But you got to go light somewhere else. This is one of those reasons I always hate going in and paying a quarterback at that amount of money, unless you truly have a difference maker, because you're going to have to go light somewhere on the roster at that point to counter it. And it's going to make you potentially very weak on another spot of the roster to counter it, which is never a good thing to me. So yeah, it's really a spot that this is where they can, of all the things kind of that's been plaguing the team recently, the lack of investment in the offensive line, the lack of the commitment to getting the offensive line at a true functional state, not a dominant state, but a true functional state has been missing. Consumer, is Witherspoon getting off lightly? He's dog water, makes no plays. Certainly not making a lot of impact out there, man. Top 5 overall pick. So far this year, I have not felt much impact. I thought he did a lot last year and was impressive, but very quiet start to the year for him here in year 2. Greg Kemp says the past 2 years, DK has led the NFL in uncatchable red zone targets and should have had at least 2-point conversion in the red zone that was a one-on-one catch this year. True. You saw more of that again today, too, on that fade ball to him where he couldn't get the feet down, where the ball's just not giving him any space to get the feet down. And I don't know what it is with Geno if he's just trying to play it safe down there by the red zone, but give those guys a chance, man. Give them a chance to make a play. DJ Jimenez, 6 games, 3-3, but can't dictate Mike McDonald's success in 6 games. Growing pains will happen. It's part of growth. Amen. Amen. Haley says, I really can't stress enough how little I care about losing this year. What I care about is that it's a 6-week straight they haven't looked ready to play. That's inexcusable. I think he meant 3 weeks straight. And yes, I'm the same way, Haley. I'm okay with the growing pains. I'm okay with it's going to take us some time to install this and get it perfected. I'm not okay with when the effort level isn't up to snuff and you feel like you're not getting the players' maximum level of intensity out there, especially when you're seeing it from the opponents. And Big Dean, I think Trey Brown's probably going to be a free agent that you let walk after this year. It'd be pretty easy at that point. I'm with you, Jeffrey. I'd settle for an average offensive line as well, man, at this point. Hell, that'd be a freaking huge boon to have that. Yeah, I don't think Trey Brown's tradable at this point. Certainly not getting anything for him. Young says, man, seeing all the red in the stadium tonight really annoyed me with our fans. I don't like seeing it either. I'm making my peace with it, though. It's just, this is what we're going to see more of going into the future, unfortunately. It's the pricing of the average fan of the stadium. You know, the average fan back in the day is a ticket holder, and I'm going to pay, $90 for a ticket or whatever, and the guy's probably not going to scalp it. Now where you can gain a couple $100 by scalping it to a fan who wants to go see their team in your visitor stadium, you're going to go make that money. Make that money. And it does mean that we're going to lose a little bit of our home field advantage because of it. It's a problem also that happens a little bit league-wide right now. It's just with the increase of the ticket prices, I think, that really, really drives it. Whammy Bar, this is still essentially Pete Carroll's team. Give McDonald a couple more off seasons to draft, acquire his guys. If the team is still bad after that, then you can call for his head. Amen. Amen, Whammy. Got to give it this that time. You've got to give this that time. It's way too premature to be out on McDonald at this point. John says, Dre Greenlaw next offseason. If he looks good this year coming back from injury, I'd probably be hesitant there, John. I don't really trust guys coming off those Achilles, and he's getting a little bit of the tread taken off the tires there. I think you're more looking to draft and build it back slowly. You got to get a guy to pair with Tyrese Knight. He's catching up to our comments. I'm catching up. Jason Schumacher, after the season, I wouldn't be surprised if the cut list is a mile long. Until then, just run with what we have. Amen. I wouldn't either. Hoyest, have yourself a good night, man. Appreciate you. Braden says, I only agree with Thursday games if you have two teams coming off a bye week. Yeah, that'd be about the only way I'd like to see it done too, Braden. Doesn't bring a whole lot. James, is it time to bite the bullet and get Haynes playing time and put Bradford left guard for Lakin? Maybe. Certainly don't think Lakin's doing anything to hold it down there, James. John says, Night Train Lane, laughing out loud. Yeah, he was a snail. Don't you think with the $1 million contracts that some of these dudes are milking the injuries a bit, especially when they get paid the same? I certainly think that that's occurring, John. I think there's a lot of guys that, will take some easy outs at times for some of the, I think there's something to be said for the toughness that was probably there in prior generations. But I also think that the 3 games in 11 days thing is still a legitimate part of that. Those older players would have been suffering in that state too. They would have looked diminished in that state too. Especially those players back in the day that weren't training up to the standards of these players and having their bodies even ready to be able to bounce back in that manner. So I wouldn't argue against the toughest, wouldn't argue against players, taking some extra snaps, extra games off, as you say, milking a little bit, but that's not what I think this is. It's a rarity, as I say, John. It's look across the league. There's not 10 teams that are going to be playing 3 games in 11 nights. I think you're the only team in the NFL that's going to have 3 games in 11 days. And if it was such an easy peasy thing, if it was so just, it's nothing, just a little speed bump in the season, then why aren't more teams being scheduled to do that? John says, Tutupa was talking about how much Holmgren used to get on dudes' asses. McDonald's supposed to be a disciplinarian, but I don't really see that because of how Jody wanted the players coach. It would be worse with Carroll. I mean, we'll see with him. I think I give it time there, John. I mean, he's inheriting what he inherited from Coach Carroll, and it's not going to be fixed in a day-to-night thing. I think got to give it a little bit of time. Greg says, Brandon, it's funny how people are saying DK played a terrible game and should be traded, but if you add that touchdown that called back, DK had close to 100 yards in this game. Yeah, it's again the pre-base biases, right? Because like I'm a pro DK guy, right? So if I have pre-base biases into this and I'm coming to this debate and this argument, right? I excuse everything away in DK's game. I know those weren't drops. It was a kind of poor throw here and poor throw there, but this is where you can sense the guys that are the anti-DK folks aren't being fair on it, because then they start to cave in other plays that aren't plays the DK messed up, that have nothing to do with his mess up on the play, but they add onto the stack because they don't trust the argument on the basis of just the 2 lots. Like, well, then there's this play and there's that play and there's this play in this game. And it didn't play out that way. That's not accurate. There are throws in there that are late. There's throws in there where there's a cornerback getting his arm in there and dislodging the ball because Geno got the throw in there late. As I said, there's the fade in the back of the end zone. Like you say, there's the callback play where he took the top of the defense off. We want to get to black and white at times in our assessment, but there's at times the shades of gray that exist out there too. But that's also one with this DK. You can never get to nuance. We can never get to shades of gray. It's got to be this ultimate, the greatest or he sucks crap almost a little bit. Not even that. There's even the people that will acknowledge he's got some hold, but the impact he brings is for the benefit. But the anti-folks on it will glom to this, and I've seen it again for a couple of years. Tonight's no new journey for me going down this lane. I've been here many a times over the past couple of years, and I don't quite get it. Be fair with it. You can be anti an individual player. You can be anti having that player here into the future, but be honest and fair in your assessment then of that player of what went right and what went wrong. Don't build extra stuff to cement your argument. What's up, Tag? Thank you again, Frank, for that big donation, man. Appreciate you. Frederick McGuy, I'm oddly okay with seeing this game with no huge defensive changes because we played the Giants 4 days ago. There was no time to change anything. Hard to do it on a shortened timeline, right, Frederick? And even that Giants game, hard to do it on that one coming off the Monday night game on the road. So now you get a little bit more time to prep for this Atlanta team. Let's see if maybe they've got some more flair and flavor invested in the game plan defensively. Chris says turnovers, penalties, run defense. You don't win a game like that. I don't blame it on Geno. He has carried the team despite bad offensive line in the last few weeks. Amen. Carrying Hawks Nest, I'm totally in agreement. I prefer aggressive defenses and everything we see in good defenses. I'm just saying all that bad stuff still gave you a chance to win today, but we lost on a run. We agree, though. Yeah, I'm with you on it. I'm with you on it. And, to your point on it, I'm definitely at that highly emotional state when it comes to, I'm at that PTSD state, Kieran, when it comes to where I see the off coverage, you know what I mean? I feel my linebackers flowing back 4 stolid steps backwards post snap, disappearing off the screen. I'm like, it's like Friday, where he smokes that wrong stuff and he ends up in the chicken cage and he's got a little bit of the twitches, right? I'm a little bit like that now when it comes to the zone defense, where I've had so many years of seeing it go wrong where I'm just like, no, not again, no. Probably overly so. Young, we haven't had any interceptions since week 1. No, we have not. And haven't even come close. James Peters, the defense was the worst I've seen in years on gap assignments. At time, it felt like no one knew their responsibilities. True. Part of the reason why I was hoping coming into this game, there'd be more of an emphasis on 3-4 and running more 3-4 looks where the gap integrity and assignments get a little bit easier, especially from those guys coming from the back to the front end. But you ran with a lot more of the 4-man down linemen this game. Consumer says Draymond Jones is robbing the Hawks. Yeah, he's definitely not earning that payday right now. And hasn't since he's walked in the door. Yeah, he's on track to be a very easy cut this offseason. James, that's another thing you mentioned about the zone defense that drives me crazy with this is when you drafted Witherspoon, and we talk about somebody mentioned above waiting to see impact from Witherspoon. You drafted Witherspoon at the forefront because he had to be played as a man corner. That's what he did at Illinois. He could do zone stuff, but you wanted to put him in man coverage to get the most out of him, which is one of the frustrating parts about trotting him out there and having him run zone is that's not who he is. That's not what he does best. But it is what we asked him to do a lot of last year. It's what we asked him to do a lot this year too. Broly to Ape, do you see that Geno interception on DK was DK's fault? No, I don't. Go back and watch the play on that one, folks. The ball's coming out late from Geno. It's an over route. So DK is going from here to here. You got to throw it out in front of DK. You put it out in front of him. You don't put it back on his body to the trailing defender. The corner's in trail coverage. So if you put it back on the body to the trailing coverage there, he's going to catch back up on the play and have a chance to undercut the route. If you put it out in front of it, you're putting it in a place where only DK can get it and nobody else. A lot of the problems from Geno's throws today were putting in a position where he's getting the opportunity for the defender to come back into the play a bit. But that was a commonality of Geno's game today, and a lot of his throws were he was a beat off. He was a beat late. It hasn't consistently been where he's been, but it was today. And both of those 2 interceptions land squarely on his shoulders. Squarely. He's got to do better. Mario 2.0. Oh, this is not a defensive roster. I'm sorry. D-line is terrible. O-line is terrible. We need a better roster. I don't think it's coaching, and our inside linebackers cannot cover. A lot of work to be done, Mario, to your point. A lot to be fixed, a lot to be kind of corrected. And Jesus, I don't think Sam Howell's going to come out anytime soon right now. I don't think that's the track the team's going to take here. Good Morning Football Breakdowns. Cowboys and Steelers are always good because they draft O-line, O-line, O-line. Yes, they do. And yes, they are. Agreed. As I say often with this, no team looks at, hey, I can't think of any real team in NFL history that looked at their season and looked at it in retrospect and you said, you know what went wrong this year? You know what we did wrong? We put too much investment in our offensive line. That's where this season went sideways, I'll tell you. Not one team can I think in recent memory that really arrived at that state of mind of saying something like that. And just caused me to be driven back back to just make it a point of emphasis. Greg Kemp, if Hawks let go of Draymond Jones because of the contract, left tackle Overton in the draft is looking like a potential pick to replace him right now. I'm with that. Then Overton plays right tackle for you, Greg. Haley says, Hawks Nest, to be clear, I meant 6 weeks. Our wins were bad in the first half. Got an ugly win in the second. Oh, okay. My bad. We're football breakdowns. Honestly, if we played the Broncos right now, we get destroyed. You know, probably wouldn't be at our best right now if we played them. Not as good as we were in week one. Not as healthy as we were in week one. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation. I really, really appreciate you for that. Jeffrey, we can't let DK go because you know he'll go to the Chiefs or some BS and be a Hall of Famer. Maybe we underestimated the impact of our inexperienced coaching staff and lack of experienced leadership on the player's side. I think that those are very fair comments, Jeffrey, on the latter part of it. I certainly would say that the leadership angle is a little bit missing right now from the players. I'm with you on that, especially when you have so many mistakes and so many unforced errors at times. It comes down to kind of two simple compartments here when you look at players coming off the end of this season, Jeffrey. Who's part of the solution? Who's part of the problem? You go 7-9 with this football club or 7-10, whatever. You're going to have a lot of problems and maybe you'll probably have some solutions. When I look at the totality of what DK Metcalf has brought since day one of arriving on this team, when I look at what we get out of him, usually on a consistent basis, week by week, even with some of the slight downsides, he is part of the solution to me. He is part of what can help this ball club reach into contending status into the future. Yes, there are complicated questions within it. It's not always just as simple. It's also about what's the price and how do you structure this and how do you put a deal together with them. It's all that stuff too. Nothing is simple and nothing is easy, but in general terms, you're not usually looking at the forefront as a team to be moving out that which is helping you win games. You're looking to concentrate on that which is holding you back. And part of the problem and the big problem I have, and it's again dominating the chat tonight with DK and Geno, and that dominates the chat and that dominates the discussion, and it'll dominate the discussion in the online hemisphere over the next week and a half. Whereas it should be the defense. It should be, why are we paying $70.5 million to Draymond Jones? He's not giving us DK performances. He's not giving it the good. You're getting all bad. You're getting no pass rush. You're getting no run defense, even though he's supposed to be your hard, power edge. Why wouldn't that guy be the dominant point of discussion? And that's the guy you got to get rid of after this year. There's the money we can go save right there to go sign other guys. Who's part of the solution? Who's part of the problem? And I don't look at DK and say he's part of the problem. Is his game perfect? No. Is there things I'd like to see cleaned up? Yes. But I think it really comes down to trying to simplify things to a little degree on this at one point or another. And there's going to be plenty of players I look at this team and say, you are part of the problem. You are part of the lack of buy-in. You are not a part of this future. And I'm not so sure I arrive at that state with DK on that, to your point, that Jeffrey. It's one that is a polarizing topic. And it's one that surprises me as a polarizing topic. The man's having the best start to a receiving career in Seahawks history. And we've got this man over here over my right shoulder who was a GOAT when he retired at the position. Better than the start of his career. And not through 1 season, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, 4 seasons, 5 seasons, 6 seasons. But I find myself on a show-by-show basis. Sometimes it's a couple people. Sometimes it's a high measure of people. But I find myself on a show-by-show basis having to defend him over and over and over again. And I'm usually pretty good about understanding different perspectives, even ones that I don't quite entirely understand from an agreeing standpoint. But this is one that does get me a little bit on tilt as far as going, it gets over pushed by the fan base that is in that line. they're too vocal about it. They're too much chomping at that bit. Like it's like a guy that they have a hatred for almost, you know? It's like there's something emotionally he's driving in them that's just angers them to their root core. Otherwise, why the obsession? Single player of a 53-man roster, why the obsession here? For a guy that's been so productive, why the obsession? I don't quite get it. I don't. But I thank you, Jeffrey, for that donation. Very kind of you, brother. Marcus B28, the Saints played Monday night, played this Sunday, then next Thursday. Oh, so they got the 11 days too? Brutal. Brutal. So they lost the Monday night game. We'll see what happens to them over the next two games, Marcus. If they go 0-3, I wonder if we can more ably kind of lean to that side of saying, well, this is a hard road to get over the top on. And 1990, I think Seattle will pull it together. If I remember right, it wasn't Carroll's first season. He went 7-9. That's right. That's right. More football, speedy linebacker like Micah Parsons can play edge and inside linebacker. He can. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to let him go, though. Possible, I suppose. Consumers has 6,000 yards and 50 touchdowns in 5 seasons and 6 games. He isn't the problem, but he's easy to blame. Indeed. Indeed. Broly the Ape, I love DK, but for me, it's frustrating as a Seattle fan and DK fan to see him and Geno out of sync so often. Yeah. Definitely would like to see them on a bit better page at times. Dom H. Still alive, I see. Managed 2 hours of sleep before logging on for work. Tough game. Sorry to hear that, Dom. It'll be a tough day at work having to go with that sleep and on a loss. But yeah, it's a tough one here, man. Tough game. Sometimes that's just the way football goes, I suppose, though, you know. What's up, Empower? Bob McKay says we're getting garbage football week after week. It's been a bad version of football these past 3 weeks. It's been rough. It's been sloppy. Uneven. I didn't see Haynes play this game. He might have gotten some snaps in there, Greg. Hard to concentrate on the line play at times, doing that play-by-play where it's just caught more in motion of where the ball's at, but not sure. Visible 48, this is probably the most upset I've been as a fan in years. Not at McDonald, not at the team, but at Schneider. Stop ignoring the guard position. How many games are we going to lose because we can't run the ball or protect for even a split second? Amen, man. Another place that I think, to your point, Visible, when we get into these discussions about DK or Geno, like this is another thing that to me should be more at the forefront of fan discussion of why is this offensive line in this bad a shape constantly? Why is it a league worst unit on a consistent basis? Why are you not doing more here? And for the reason of not saying to get this guy fired, but for the reason of let's put the fire to the feet and to the right feet at that. Let's take the fire off the DK feet. Let's take the fire off the Geno feet. Let's put it on the John feet when it comes to this offensive line. I agree. Power Code might keep stressing the fundamentals, but they appear to be getting worse with each passing week. How do you coach basic rudimentary football? It seems so hard to get it right. I don't know. I mean, that's the secret sauce. And the one I don't have a good answer for. More football for day downs. I really like Jalen Monroe. Reminds me of a better Anthony Richardson, like a Jalen Hurts too. Yeah, to me, he's a Jalen Hurts to me. I think he's really limited as a passer, and I'd be hesitant on that one. I really would. If you get everything perfect around him, maybe, but that's hard to do. Visible says Draymond's been a disaster. He got paid and stopped caring. Certainly hasn't given us much, man. Certainly isn't giving us much. James Peters, those games in Minnesota and Chicago look tougher now. They do. Chicago's starting to bring it together. Good morning, football breakdowns. There's not a really good offensive lineman that's impressed me from the last draft, only Alt. I mean, Frazier's looked pretty good for the Steelers. Dominic Pooney, including today's game, Good Morning Football breakdown, the third rounder that they took has looked pretty good. I think Cooper Bebe has been all right for the Cowboys when he's been in there. They've moved him to a center position from where he was playing in college, so he's making a bit of a transition there, but he's looked all right. Latham's been pretty good for the Titans when he's been out there. Visible Murphy's hurt. He's the best pick available, and he's going to be a huge piece going forward. He's the right pick. Got to focus on the old line going forward. Yep, no problem with the Murphy pick on it. I still like what they did there. There wasn't an offensive lineman to go with instead there in that moment. That's for sure. Chase Stern has been celebrating 15 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Chase. Do you think this game is more on coaching or players? I think I've got to draw a line of saying it's pretty even. I wouldn't give one to the other on that, Chase. I would just be very hard pressed to say that I could go to one more of a heaping helping than the other. I think the players' effort was lackluster at times. I think the unforced errors were way too many. I think the coaches didn't always put the players in the best of positions to succeed, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I also think it's hard to cobble together a great game plan when you're sitting on 3 days turnaround from the last game you played. You know, there's not a lot of adjustments to be made, maybe a little bit. Being more Seahawks, what happened to the Drake Thomas packages from week 1? I think teams started to attack in the running game when they saw Drake out there and thought that they could go after him in that way. Tony says Murphy's great, cool, but he ain't even on the field. But we need, we all said we need O-line. Then we get Haynes, and he ain't playing either, laughing out loud. It's true. It's when we hitched our cart to it all being Haynes sort of as the big main fix, when probably should have doubled and tripled down a little bit. See, the tough part there, Tony, is if you take an offensive lineman in that spot there instead of Byron Murphy, the trade back wasn't really enticing to go that route with it. And the guy you're looking at that's really the only available guy remaining, because Latham's off the board, Mims is off the board, Alt's off the board. So the guy that you're looking at that point is going to be somebody that Grubb was familiar with. Was, if you're just going, let's just take a lineman, just grab that lineman in the first round, come back, grab another guy in the third round. Well, then you're going to be grabbing Fatanu. And Fatanu's the likely guy to be your pick at that point, Tony. And Fatanu right now is out for the season. And then you put that investment to that guy. And so I'm with you, Tony. I want to see the investment in the offensive line. I do. You want to make sure you're not just doing it purely on the need basis. You're reaching to the need. You want to make sure you're drafting the right guy in the right spot. But that's also why I say, Tony, to this, the Hawks have taken that approach of saying it's got to be just through the draft that we've got to make this improved and better. And that's where you got to look outside the draft. You got to supplement in other ways. And it can't just be bargain basement, cheap, elder statesman type. Mason McCormick's been good too. I think there's been a couple been pretty decent. Larry Murphy, Brandon's a warrior. I couldn't imagine answering questions after that performance. Yeah, it's Jets have actually been pretty cool today. I thought people were going to be a lot more in a sense of disarray and pissed off and jumping off buildings, but people have been pretty level-headed today in the chat, so it makes it easier to get through and do it. That's for sure. Sean B, I was a huge pro McDonald fan. I love the hire, but I'm losing faith in the staff and fast. Understand that it's definitely looked bad the past 3 weeks, and it seems to be regressing, which is not what you expected. You expected this thing, no matter how it starts, to at least subtly improve as the year goes along, not consistently backtrack. So give it that year, give it this season. Let's see where this plays out. I think we've got to put now any sort of high line expectations we might have had that this season would have been something where we're going to contend and compete. And that's probably unrealistic. But now the question is around where we can get this long-term in that place, Sean. And I'm going to we got to give it the time, see where it lands at the end of it. But we'll see. Got to be patient, like you say, Visible. And I'm not trying to be too reactionary because I do think McDonald's right higher. Every interview with people that have been around him says he's incredible. So I'm holding out hope. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Agreed. Tony says, no one to take better than what you have right now. Let's quit getting cute and take the next best lineman. Same thing we do with play calling. Pete did it. He got cute with it and was out coached last few years. I'm with you, man. I definitely draft offensive linemen. I think you got to do it as much as you can from still the standpoint, Tony, of making sure you're still picking from a value-based standpoint. Because when you reach for need, you might start reaching a lot for need, but you're not going to then still fill that thing in, kind of like the Fatano example that I just proposed, where you're driven at that moment then saying, okay, well, Murphy's the value guy we got. He's the best guy on our board. He's the highest rated player. We're going to go Fatano, who might be maybe our fourth rated best player on the board, but we really need an offensive lineman. So we're just going to go take the guy. But then that pick blows up in your face with maybe a ticking time bomb situation with the knee going on there. And that's where you got to be careful at times in that draw to that sense of desperation if you approach that spot. But I don't disagree with you. And what's really it needs here, Tony, beyond just the drafting of guys, Tony, is it needs investment. It can come from the draft. It can come by you spending money on guys. It can come by you trading for guys. But what I think we all agree on, no matter whether or not where we stand on what they should have done in prior drafts up until this point, what we can all agree on and what they need to be doing into the future, I think on this, is pushing more towards building this up to becoming a strength and to not be the greatest weakness on the team as it seemingly is almost on a yearly basis. Word more football breakdowns. Did we pass up the center on the Chiefs 4 years back? We went with Dwayne Eskridge instead of Creed Humphrey. And yes, that one still hurts. Chris says, damn, still up and streaming? I had to decompress and now just tuning in. What's up, man? Well, we're probably going to be wrapping up here pretty soon, but I appreciate you, man, jumping in. Gabriel Roney, I went to the game. Well, did what you could in the stadium there, man. Sorry, didn't get a better result on that one. Megan B, I've said 7 to 9 wins for us, 10 if we're lucky, and I've said that since the draft. I stand by this, and nothing else will be a bonus for me, the Hawks Nest. That's good level-headed approach on your part, Megan. Absolutely good level-headed approach to the outlook on it. 360 bets, how much can we really save after this year, after cutting Fant, Jones, retiring, Lockett retiring? How much do you think we can have left over after re-signing people? So you could do based on the numbers that I ran, even if you want to put DK Metcalf at like $32.5 million per year, if you want to put Geno Smith at like $45 million per year, you put them on 2 new deals and you do it into the final year of their contracts, you'll save about $5 million apiece on both of their 2 deals on the first year cap hit of those new deals. So you're going to save $10 million collectively putting DK and Geno on a new contract. You're going to have about $6 million of cap space as it currently stands. You potentially could roll over anywhere in the neighborhood of about $13 million from this cap into next year. So then with Draymond Jones, you're at 7, 8, 9 million, depending on if you do a post-June 1st designation. Same thing with kind of a Tyler Lockett thing where I think you can do a post-June. I think you just do an outright release, but there's a good 13, 14, 15 million. Essentially Seattle cumulatively can create $45 million of cap space this offseason. And that's why I say they can sign anybody they really want to sign on this roster, because then you've created the cap space you need in the interim to sign them. And then 2026 and 2027, you have as much cap space as anybody in the NFL right now. So you're in a good position to also be able to bury a little bit of money downwind. Tony says, if that's the case, quit being cheap with scrub free agents. Great, Tony. What they've done here is it's been more of a reliance on scrub free agents, elder statesmen who are at the end of their road and then trying to draft guys. And that's not enough to get it done. It requires more resources. However you want to pull those resources. Do you want to double, triple down the draft? Fine. You want to do still where you're out of the draft, but now do more to trade or sign guys? Fine. But it needs more resources. Alpha is bad at balloons. I said 8-9 before the season started. First-time head coaches always struggle. I'm hoping for improvement in the coming season and think that Mike can get his guys in the draft and free agency. I love it. Level-headed across the board, even-keeled. I like that. And yeah, 360. Trust me on this one, just kind of a bottom line. There'll be shows that we get into the, where I'll run out the numbers for you and I'll show you how this all runs. But you save that money that I just spoke about. We really only have to worry about the first year cap hit on all these guys. Charles Cross, maybe a Tariq Woolen, Boye Mafe. When we get down to these guys and sign the deals, it all becomes about what's that first year cap hit to squeeze them into that first year, because of the fact that in 26 and 27, you have as much cap space as anybody in the NFL. You have really nobody on the books for 26, 27. So you have a lot of room there to be able to fill that in. It's all about, can you create the initial cap space on those new deals to fit in the first year of the bonus money with the minimum base year deal for those guys like Cross and Mafe and Woolen. And yes, you do. All of them can be re-signed. All of them. Doesn't mean they all will be. It just means you have the ability to do it. Visible says, I don't think I'd be mad if we drafted linemen every single pick next year. Not seriously, but part of me wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't either, man. I'd be okay with it. I would be just about okay with it. I just want the investment, man, somehow or another. Stephen Guard, Dallas had the coveted line a few seasons ago. Frederick and someone else, Zach Martin and Tyron Smith. Then they had issues keeping them. I could be misremembering this, Steve, but here's my understanding of it. You have Tyron Smith, Frederick, and Martin. You were able to pay all three of them at the same point in time, and you had a really good offensive line. Frederick retired a little earlier than the Cowboys thought he was going to retire. Zach Martin has continued to perform really well, and they've continued to be able to pay him at right guard. And then Tyron Smith just left this offseason, but he was there for 10 years or something as their franchise left tackle. They just didn't trust his health going forward. And then really the key here with this then is that they didn't then stop at that point. They continued to keep reinforcing the ranks in there, where would they have the kid that they took from the small college a couple years ago? Was it Williams? They took in the first round. Steele. You've got Tyler Guyton in this last draft. You also go get Cooper Beebe. Just feels like they're always constantly hammering that offensive line in their drafts, and it's part of what helps their offense constantly be legitimate, is that they rarely have any real bad weak links on their offensive line. And you can see it comes from their willingness to really dedicate the resources to it. Good morning, football breakdowns. The only thing I don't like about John is his O-line thinking upsets me. Yeah, it's starting to get on my nerves too. Spec, Brandon, are there any linebackers you'd want us to either trade for or buy? Realistic choices, whether it's this season or the offseason? I think I'd probably be pretty hesitant to think that there's anybody out there that I'm really looking to make a move for. I think I would much rather try to get the guy in the draft spec, because inside linebacker is kind of one of those devalued positions where it's like safety. You really don't want to be paying high watermark prices for those guys. So I would probably avoid spending a ton of money. There could be some options out there, but I'd really like to go rather back into the draft to find my guy in there and develop it from there. And hopefully keep it as a relatively cheap position so that we can invest in other places. It will be spec up. It will be a point of priority, though. I don't think McDonald's going to be happy with his linebacker play, and I don't think either Dodson or Baker at this point has earned a contract extension. Knight looks like he can maybe settle into one of the two linebacker spots long term, but you're probably going to need to get something of a game changer dynamic player for this defense to work at its best into the draft. Jason Z, there's only one really good team in the NFC, Minnesota. That's how it's been so far, yep. See if it plays out that way long term. Would you take George Pickens for Metcalf in a second? No. I mean, George Pickens has got effort level issues across the board. He was already known a little bit as maybe a potential head case coming out of Georgia. No, I don't want to take underperforming receiver. I mean, Good Morning Football Breakdowns. Didn't this just happen with Chase Claypool with the Steelers? Didn't they just snooker a team with Chase Claypool in the same kind of situation? Do you want to take the same approach the Bears took with Chase Claypool? The thing the Steelers do, and something that stands out with them, is that they are a team that is willing from a drafting standpoint to take risks on sometimes head cases who might be really talented. And sometimes that'll work out in their favor, and sometimes they get burned by it. They got burned by it on the Chase Claypool thing. They're starting to get burned by it on George Pickens after he initially looked really good for them. He's a very talented player, but no, I wouldn't make that move. You're kind of getting close to the place, Good Morning Football Breakdowns too, where you're going to have to make a decision on George about paying him. You want to pay DK Metcalf 33. I certainly don't think you're going to want to pay Pickens 23, 24. I wouldn't on that side. Noah Visible says, Noah Fant's been such an odd underperformer coming out of the draft. I thought he was going to be a dynamic player. He's just invisible at times. Invisible is a good way to put it. Tony says, we also need a mobile quarterback. Nobody is scared or cautious when playing Geno because they know our O-line sucks. A mobile quarterback is a nice threat to have. It would be nice. I'd like to make sure the arm talent's there too if we're getting the mobility, but it'd be good. Sean, if things go south here, who would you hire as a general manager coach duo? I don't know. I would say, Sean, I'd give it quite a bit of time before I'd be getting to a state of mind of wanting to move on to a different coach general manager combo. I don't think I'd be in a really big hurry to get to that place of things. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't really even have anybody that I'm really like, I want that guy and I want that general manager. I don't. I think we might still have the right guys in-house right here. We just got to give it time to develop and see. Barry, I hope we get some high picks this offseason so we can fix the O-line. Me too, Barry. You do have all your full allotment of draft picks as it stands, and you are going to get a couple of compensatory picks. Jason C says, why not just trade Metcalf? Why trade him? Trade him just to trade him? This book is not ready for the unending DK trade Metcalf talk. Oh, it's going to be not the next 10 days of it, folks. Get ready. Strap on in. Thomas, I said it's going to take half a season to a third for the players and coaches to know each other and their play, but it's Pete guys, not Mike guys. It's true. It's true. Visible, some fans don't understand you don't trade guys like DK in their prime. Even when he isn't catching the ball, he is pulling coverage. Agreed. Agreed. Pay no weight. Hearing a lot of fans saying it's because half the team is Pete's guys is why we are not good. I mean, it's... I don't think that's why we're not good, Pay no weight. I think for me, it's more of it takes time for a new system to onboard, and they didn't, much like Carroll did when he first came in here. When you're a new coach coming in, you might think initially what you're going to do is you're just going to parse out all the old guys, flip them out, go get the guys that fit to your scheme, and it doesn't tend to happen day one. It tends to happen kind of a year after the guy's in there. And so, yes, it is a truth that McDonald did really inherit this roster by and large, and that it is a roster built to run Coach Carroll's defense by and large. And that's not an end-all be-all excuse. It doesn't let them off the hook completely for how they've played, but it is a part of this. And it's where we get back to on this stuff of there's not one reason for things being in the state there are. There's a few different reasons for why the defense is in the state it's in. Flag says Frederick only retired early, I believe, because of an autoimmune disease, I believe. That sounds right. That makes sense because, yeah, he was still playing really good football. Marcus, I just looked it up, and 10 teams will play 3 games in 11 days. Wow. Seahawks, Jets, Saints, Cowboys, Bengals, Bears play Monday, Sunday, Thursday. Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Texans play Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday with Christmas. Jeez, the NFL's out of pocket for this one, Marcus. Well, we know the Saints lost their first game of their 3-game run. So I would love to see where those teams will end up at the end of the year on that stretch. Because I'd reckon to guess you might have just a couple of mere wins out of that run from those teams. As tomorrow we blew our chance to go 4-2 against the Giants, it's going to be rough sledding from here on out. It's true. Steven says, I stand corrected. Bring on the draft. Visible, another clear thing that's been abundantly clear. DK has matured big time, and by all accounts, by the staff and players, he works his ass off in practice and sets an example. Agreed. Alpha's Balloons. Was it me or did Mafe Hall not play well today? Is it just Trent Williams injury issues still bugging them? I'm not sure. I think both of them are probably pretty diminished state. And if you're going to go a diminished state and then go up against Trent Williams, it's not going to be a good day at the office, probably. So I think it's a bit of both on that one. Bit of both. Chris, still believe that we can win 3 out of the 4 against Rams Cards. Season is far from over. 8 to 9 wins and the season will be fine. Give the new staff some time. Well said, Chris. Agree 100%. Carl, I remember the first years of the Seahawks. This feels the same where we had Zorn and Largent. Yeah, maybe a little bit of some rough sled to get through to that side of it. Megan's the Hawks Nest, 7:30 p.m. since 3 a.m. Need dinner, painkillers for my rest in bed. Taking a few days off for my mental health, and we'll talk soon. Sound good, Megan. Thank you for all you've done today, all the modding and all that. I appreciate you for that. Have yourself a great night. Thomas, while Geno has played well, I'm still a draft a quarterback to develop. Eventually, Geno will regress because of age. The fact that he is getting hit because of a bad line, which I blame JS over Mike McDonald. I'm okay with potentially going down that path. And it's a decision to be made at the end of this year, one way or the other on that one for sure. Specs is what surprised me today. We didn't end up utilizing Knight or Sheriff. No, didn't see either of those two guys. Val Ramos, a Niner fan, says DK's a beast. Why would you want to trade him? Crazy talk. It's crazy talk that I push back up against every time I go live, Val. Every single time I go live, it becomes a bit of a point of obsession. And no matter how often I go into my chat and say, hey, let's not make this the point of obsession tonight. We got 53-man roster. We got a variety of things we can discuss about this team. Let's not just get caught up on DK Metcalf all night. Let's not make this the point of what we have to talk about over and over. Let's not run this lap over and over again in circles. But it is one, Val, that this fan base really likes to turn over. Like, it is really fun. It's really, really fun of like, how do we trade him? How do we not pay him? Let's get this guy for him. How bad really is he? Like, how do we get around the stuff that's so bad in his game? It's just that after that after that. I get exhausted by it. I do my best to try to entertain it and to try to intelligently push back against it. But it's one that you'll hear here every time I go live. You can time it with a stopwatch almost, that we're going to get at least 2, 3, 4, 5 of the folks coming in saying, how do we get DK out of here? And I'm almost at a point with it. It's just like, man, just move him at this point. And then people are going to shut the F up and I don't have to hear about it anymore. And then we got one less patsy that we have to constantly blame for all of the ills of the team that I have to hear about over and over again. I'm almost about that point of it where you're just like, well, then fine. You don't want him in here so bad, then move. And then when he goes off and he lights it up and he's over there, as somebody else said earlier, like John goes to Kansas City and goes in and tops off a Hall of Fame career, what will those people say? What will all of those people who've been so ardent anti-DK people in my chat for 2 years straight, who hammer me left and right, and every drop they go, have you changed your opinion yet? Here's a drop. You changed your opinion yet? Those people will be dead silent when D goes out there and lights the world on fire after he leaves your Seattle Seahawks. They will be absolutely crystal clear, dead silent. And it's the great hypocrisy of this take with the DK thing. Is that that's the reality that exists here. And what makes it terribly frustrating as a conversational point, because people have a dog in this DK fight. You have an emotional dog in the DK fight. Never call him perfect. Never say there isn't things that can be cleaned up in his game. But to get to a point of wanting to move on from a player like this, who's had the start of his career, who's been so terribly consistent as he's been, it feels like there's a personal dog of fight in the fight from a perspective of me where I have to hear this, as I say, on a every show basis. Be one time like, well, it comes up once a month. But I see it as a point of obsession in the fan base. Of absolute obsession. And I have a lot of things come down in recent years I don't get. And this one, I don't get why it is so much at the forefront of some of y'all's minds. Some of y'all minds, it's like he is living in there and breathing in your head. And there's nothing but hate in your heart. And I don't get it. There's other aspects of this team you can discuss. There's other things that we can get into. But as you can see, even the chat on this, it's always wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. Yeah, Val, teams dedicate double, triple teaming him. But it's, I don't know. I don't have an explanation for it. I don't. Pay no wait. Did Julian Love play the ball soft when Debo caught the ball and scored? No. For some reason or another, he was angling to he's the single high safety. And for some reason or another, and Brock has a little bit of a motion to the shoulders to the side. I think Brock did a good job of holding him as a safety there, not allowing him to get to the backside and Debo over the top. But it looked like he got drawn to the right side of the field there where he needed to get back to the overhand left and be there earlier. So a little bit late to get to that side was Julian on that play. He's the single high safety, though. He's the responsible party on that play to get over there in time. Marcus says, I'm curious about that as well. I'll keep an eye on it. Sounds good, Marcus. Thomas says, DK isn't the problem. The problem is the O-line, D-line, and linebackers. We all knew there was questions of linebacker and O-line. DK needs to stay. Amen. It's bigger fish to fry on this team. There are bigger issues at play. Good morning, football breakdowns. Do you think it's worthwhile picking up Devin White? Unfortunately not. I think with Devin White, my given instinct on this with him is he's a guy that, high drafted, first round pick, super talented guy. I think he won even, didn't win a national title at college, but, won some good teams in college. Really, really naturally gifted player. But I think that kind of as he got in his career as a pro and won the Super Bowl championship, he's a guy that I think there is some big time questions about the level of effort, the level of love, the level of want and can do there. No denying the physical ability, but I don't think that there is a guy that loves playing football there in Devin White. And there's too many, I think, snaps that you can see of him where the effort's not there from him with Bucks. When he turned it on, he could be a hell of a player. He showed us that a couple of years ago in Germany. But whether he's going to turn it on or not as a player and give you that effort or not remains to be seen, William says, hey, B, do you see the Seahawks still make the playoffs now? I don't really see them making the playoffs at this point. I can see them getting to around a 500 state or maybe 9 wins again this season, but I think that there is too much to clean up at this point. The offense is not rolling like it needed to kind of carry the defense as it found itself. The defense looks like it's in completely disarray. Your special teams unit has completely collapsed almost in on itself, where once a week they're going to have some snafu or major problem and sometimes multiple problems at that. There's just seemingly too much to clean up to think that you're going to get to the playoffs. I'm not going to say that there's no possibility, but I think the odds are getting longer and longer here, William, as I look at this team. Jason C says, that was the first comment I ever made about DK, and you're saying I'm a hater? No, again, I don't know. Maybe somebody else is responding to you on this. What I'm talking about here with this, Jason, and this is the thing that the people who come in like yourself that might be in here as the first time of bringing a DK comment. Well, I've never been in here to do a DK comment. I'm coming in for the first time. What I try to get through to and understand, because I think it's hard for people that come in the chat to understand my perspective on this. I really try hard to be a patient guy about certain subject matters and discussions and talking points. But what my whole point on this, Jason, is that whether it's you on this one and it's your first time coming in and doing it, or whether it was 36 other people in the stream up until this point that have done it, or whether it's every other stream that I've got to run, there's somebody constantly coming in wanting to make this the point of emphasis and the point of discussion. And then they want to pull on it. And then every other place the discussion goes to, let's pull it back over here to DK. And I don't understand the obsession with it. It ain't about the hater with it, Jason. It's about the obsession with it. The man is having the best start to a receiving career in Seahawks history, bar none. Brian Blades, Steve Largent, Tyler Lockett, Doug Baldwin. Any guy you want to name didn't have the start to the career this guy's having. He performs every single year. He shows up every single game, injured or not. He's missed one game in his career. He blocks his ass off. He plays with an edge. Is his game perfect? No, it's not. Are there things that he should clean up? Yes, there is. But there's a difference between saying there's some things that guys can clean up in his game, and there's things of saying, how can we get rid of this guy? How can we get this guy out on a rail? And it's not about just even in the individual comment to yours, Jason, with it. It's the cumulative here. It's that there's so many fans that are in this role of how can we get off this guy? And it's what you have to understand from my perspective is it's so strange to have a great player and you go, how do we get rid of this great player we have when there are so many other failing parts on your team? And when, yes, you have a player who has that start to the career that he's had right now and is as good a player as he is. And as you can see, guys like Val Ramos, who are Niner fans in here, who have no dog in the DK fight, saying, it blows my mind why you would move DK. Why would you ever do that? And most other fans who would come outside in here, most other fans that I hear about coming on the outside in go, why would you move DK? But there is this contingent in our fan base, and I'm trying to understand you guys, Jason. But it's hard not to come off as seeing hating when you have a guy who's been this good and that people want to rush out the door as fast as they possibly can. And I've been, Jason, you have to understand, hearing it for 2 years. Imagine about hearing something for 2 years that you hyper disagree with, that you see a lot of data to go against that. Because these anti-DK folks are nowhere to be seen when he's third in the league in receiving yardage kind of coming into this game, right? They're quiet. They're silent for the most part. But first time something comes up, here they are, loud as hell. And right back in my face, and then pulling the chat constantly back to this discussion point, even at times when we're trying to get it to the other discussion point. Just can't move off of it. That's why I say with it, it's like, it will get to bunches where I'll be like, fine for the folks that are like, just, all right, go with it, you know? But it does get, you got to understand, Jason, it gets exhausting. There's 53 players in the roster. There's other guys to talk about. There's other possibilities. There's prospects in the draft. There's things about this team that aren't working that we discuss, and things about this team that are working that we can discuss. But it all gets down to that. It will be probably at about a point, I'll give you guys like legit on this as we go through this season. If it does get to the same obsession point throughout the year with this, where I'm just going to put in the chat on a note of like, you can talk about DKL you want, you can put in a donation and I'll read the donation and I just won't respond to it. It will get to that spot because this is 2 years for me of this. I'm at that. I'm a really patient guy. I do this a lot, but it's at that spot where it's like, man, I'm at about the no-go spot with the DK stuff, where it's like, if that's the place you got to be at, you might need to have to go get into that deep discussion in an elsewhere state. Cause I've talked it up and down, left and right, backwards and forwards, front to back. I've made my feelings clear as to where I stand, and the chat stands, most people. And if you're not with it, you're not with it. But I don't know if there's more that needs to be said at this point. I think all sides have gotten across what they think and believe on DK. I think we can put this one away a little bit and move on to other stuff. It is where it is. Chase. Sorry, I answered that on Chase. Visible. Yeah, I kind of wish we kept Larry Izzo. That is one thing I don't understand. Yeah, moving on from Larry Izzo to Keith Harbaugh does not look good in retrospect. And Izzo was a really, really good special teams coach. Val Ramos, you guys are just holding on with Campbell until Greenlaw can get back, man. You just got to hope he can hold the line there. George Brady, how many seasons do you give McDonald? I think it's probably smart to give a coach 3 seasons. I think if it's completely off the tracks after 2 years and nothing is in a functional state and it just looks like dog water, then you've got to maybe speed up the process at that point. But I certainly think you can't just do 1 year. Jeff Kerouac, did you see the offensive stats for San Francisco this game? Almost 500 yards, 230 yards rushing. Yeah, it's brutal. Awful. Young says, I don't think the DK haters understand that probably all other 31 fan base in the NFL would laugh at them for wanting to trade or get rid of him. They would. Part of the frustration here for me is this is a uniquely Seattle thing in their outlook of this. And it's in a lot of times silly. It's been very silly and nitpicky. Jason says 3 years at least for me too. Yeah, it's just been going on and on. I mean, you would think the guy had never had a 1,000-yard year the way people talk about him. You'd think that he is nothing but a trash-ass player the way that he gets brought up to me. And I don't get it. I can usually get most football takes even if I don't disagree with them. This one, for you DKF, I don't get it. Don't get where you're coming from in the slightest on this one. Completely think you guys are out of pocket and wrong on this one. Wrong. Flat, undeniably wrong. Completely wrong. And if he does get traded away and you get to what you guys want, he's forced out of town, he's going to go blow it up somewhere else. He's going to go have his best seasons as a player. And then all of you guys that are the anti-DK people are dead silent. I mean, nothing but silence. I want to have one person, I guarantee you, not one person that would have been one of those harpers on the DK needs to be traded front will come back in the chat afterwards saying, well, I was wrong, I guess, about that DK thing. I guess he was not the problem. Not one of all the very vocal folks now. Not one. Because I've seen this before. I've been at this dance before. This ain't my first rodeo. Not my first rodeo. How many of the ardent pro Russell Wilson folks, those folks that lit me up for the 2 years prior to us moving on to Russ, where I said he's limited and all that and told me I was wrong and he was going to take off with Denver and now he's going to take off with Pittsburgh because now it's really right. How many of those folks do you think come back into my chat? Oh, well, you were right about that one. We did need to move him. Not a one. Not a one. William says, hey, B, your channel's the best. Thank you, William. You're the best, man. No, you're the best. Valley Kings, don't trade Lockett. Don't trade Lockett or due to the Chiefs, please. Brandon Janis says, dude, we've all responded to the DK shit. So pissed at this. Can't even seriously challenge people on this one. God, this is, well, guess we'll let them roll with their BS. I'm just going to let them roll. I've got to let, it does become something that's just so much the chat. You got to respond to it to a degree at times, but it's going to be more as I go through this season and the subject comes up where I will just probably say, look, we're going to cover the DK thing at the end of the year. And we'll let the opinions spin out and roll and burn out and get people get all mad if they want. But I'll just say I'll come back around and double back to it at the end of the year when I can make a full assessment of the situation and an educated decision and know what I need to do. But I don't foresee myself being moved off my spot unless I see something tangibly different than what I've seen through the first 6 years of a man's career. Thomas Brando, I get your thinking when it's the Geno conversation between me and you. It's not hated when it comes to Geno. It's how to get to a Super Bowl. But when it comes to DK, I don't get it. He's a GOAT. Yeah, agreed, man, Thomas. Agreed. And with Geno, it's an important discussion with that too, because it's not as simple as one as it is to the DK thing, where the guy's been performing great from day one, like you say, kind of the GOATed status in that way. And with Geno, it's a guy that is at 34 years old now today. And a guy that you have to look at, okay, we're going to pay him on a multi-year deal to be 37, 38 years old. And is that the route we want to go, to be paying a quarterback who's going to be wanting paid $50 million? And it gets a bit more complicated. It's a more complicated question to that one. It's not as straightforward or simplified. 100% agreed with you on that. Yeah. Marcus says, with me living in Dallas, the only comparison to DK I can recall is the Tony Romo hate. They would call into the local radio shows and start every complaint with him wearing his hat backwards. And maybe that's the style thing, and DK came in with the style and the baba and the earrings and the nose ring. And maybe that's part of this. I don't know. It is weird though, Marcus, it is weird because these are the players that fans are seeking to be able to add in the draft. These are the game-changing talents that you should want on your team, not look to discard. Rick says, at this point, Geno keeps throwing the game away. Well, I mean, I don't think he's thrown a lot of games away, but I think that in this game, he definitely didn't play at his best on that. And he's got his share of the blame on this one. He's got a field. Thomas says, DK is a great player. I believe he can be what Marshawn is when he was a Seahawk. It'd be a massive mistake. Agreed. Agreed. Visible says, I'm kind of the same page with Geno. Dude gets so much hate for no reason. He did not have the best game tonight, but man, people just hate him. Yeah, Geno's in the same, gets much of the same stuff. And that's why both of these guys, I've been big supporters of them. And that in the games that I watch, in the all-22 tape that I return over every single week and usually watch multiple times over, I don't walk away from the film with either Geno and DK on a consistent basis saying these guys aren't helping us win. These guys are dead weight. These guys are bad contracts. I walk away from it on the opposite end, saying these guys are helping us. They're doing their part. There's other things that are failing us here. Young says people S-ing on DK more than they did Dwayne Eskridge. Shaking my head. Makes no sense. Yeah. He says, if we trade DK and he balls out elsewhere, we'd be idiots for trading him. I'm done with the talk about DK and with B on this take. Yeah, agreed. Mod Farrar, what do you think McDonald is utilizing? Do you think McDonald is utilizing Witherspoon properly? Not really. I don't feel a lot of tangible impact from him. I think that when you're dropping into so much zone Farrar, you're not putting Witherspoon in the proper place to be at his most successful. He's not really a zone guy. He's more of a man guy. They blitzed him a couple of times, but the blitzes haven't really accomplished a whole lot. Though, again, you had another time tonight, I think the third or fourth time this season where McDonald's brought us a corner blitz. He brought a safety blitz in this game, and you just completely whiffed on the quarterback again with a free run at him. John says, here's a good perspective for DK. I don't think he's a good fit for a high-volume passing scheme. I think he should be paired with a strong power running game. His yard per catch would be so high with the top running game. Could be. Could be. Pain away. Look, I love Geno, but these are the games he's got to play tougher. There are times he's just got to run. He's got to play better, Pain. I agree. That's performance tonight was not acceptable from him. I think he has, through most of this year, been at either a good to great performance in every single game. And that's got to be taken into account in the larger picture of play. But it doesn't take away from how he played today, which was left some meat on the bone out there today. Megan says, how do you want the DK talk modded be? I don't want any modding on the DK talk at the moment, Megan. I'm going to control this action from the top down as far as let it go on in the chat. I'm just not going to be addressing it as much for the live stream show and how I talk about it as we go forward on this. So that's the way that I'll be handling this. I don't want anything actively being done because there's nothing that we can do about it as far as it's going to continue to be a discussion point for people. It's going to continue to be an obsession point for people. But this is going to be kind of my last real intensive thoughts on this subject from now to the end of the season. I'm not going to give it a lot of time with people beyond this point. So that's more, it's on my responsibility to just not, basically just ignore people. So I'm letting you guys know, and the DK folks that love to make this a point of discussion topic, you can bring it up, you can talk amongst yourself, but I'm moving on officially tonight from this point, and it will be one that I'm not really going to revisit. And so that can frustrate some people if they want, but as you have to understand from my perspective on it, I've given this 2 years of great discussion. If you're looking for my DK thoughts, you can look at any VOD live stream show that I've done over the past 2 years. Wait for 30 minutes and you'll come to find the opinion of what I think and where I stand and what I believe and what I think the Seahawks should do in regards to DK going into the future. So yeah, I definitely don't want to mod Megan. It'll just be one thing we'll be chasing our tail on because this is not going away. We're not going to stop people from bringing it up. That much has been presented to be ultimately, no doubt about it, true. Darth Soldier, thank you for the $20 donation. You are amazing for that support. I appreciate that monstrous drop. Thank you for that, Darth. He says DK isn't the problem. Okay, he may have a couple fumbles, but so does JSN, Geno, Lockett, Sharps, etc. The O-line is the big concern on offense. We haven't had a good O-line since Pete traded away Max Unger. There we go. Great thoughts on that. Thank you for the donation, but also thank you for the great perspective on this, because this is what I'm talking about. Where is the biggest point of problems on this team? It's not DK. It's not Geno. It's, yes, offensive line is a place that you can begin as a beginning point. Defense is a place that you can begin as a beginning point. We get those things corrected. These things aren't as much anything we're going to be talking about, because now the whole team as a whole is going to be so much better. And yeah, your point on the offensive line is one we have discussed tonight and one that I think should be at the center of discussion. And why it should be at the center of discussion is because we should light a fire under that man John Schneider's ass this offseason. Enough double speak, enough talk about this is overpriced and this is overpaid. Hey, John, it's been a wide gaping hole in your game for 10 odd years. 10 years you failed to address it. 10 years you've made it the back burner issue for this team. And on a yearly basis, we're watching this offensive line get mollywopped. Not even by sometimes good defensive personnel. It's not good enough. It's not close to being good enough. And this team will never get to a contending state as long as this offensive line is a complete and utter sieve, which is what they have been now for years. And so you're right, Darth. That is where the big problems and the big point of emphasis to what needs to be fixed here. Let's not create new problems with the receiving core, especially with a Tyler Lockett that's probably very likely to retire after this season. Let's address this offensive line. Let's get the right personnel who can buy in and execute McDonald's scheme properly. Let's make that our 2 priority points this offseason. And keep the things that are working. Keep the things that are in good shape. Darth, thank you for that $20 donation. And well said on your part as well. I agree. And since Unger left, this offensive line has been not just in a below average state, but a league worst like state since that point. It's way too long of a period of time not to have addressed this better. Dion says, don't say people can't talk about DK. You want to keep this open and free chat. Just ignore it. Let them spin. That's where I'm going to be at with it. Yeah, 100%. I'm putting it in advance right now on that. Anybody that's listening to it is you got to understand for my sake of my sanity. So Brandon doesn't completely lose his crap this year at one point. I've got to stop going into it as much. I've done as much as I can, you know. I've sutured as many DK wounds as I can out there on those that are questioning of the faith. It's going to have to be one that gets solved amongst yourselves on this one going forward with it a bit. But yeah, John, I'm not going to legislate it in the chat. I don't want to do that. If the chat wants to talk amongst themselves on it, they're free to let it roll. Visible, imagine this line, these receivers, K9 with a top 10 offensive line. That's why this is so frustrating. This offense would be literally unstoppable with a good to great line. Agreed. DDA just needs to relax, says John. I agree. Just chill. We'll be fine. Good morning, football. It says, put it this way. If the Seahawks had a good offensive line, do you understand how much better DK would be? With time to run a route down the field? Yeah. That's where we come to is what has the better effect, you know, moving DK and pushing this asset that, or keep DK and then build these assets up, build this thing up. And it's the place I come to. You're not alone. Somebody else was just mentioning it above on that. Visible was mentioning it too. Good morning. Is that imagine what you could do with that. It's going to elevate everybody else. And that's where you get back to problems versus part of the solutions. Can a K9, can a Geno, can a DK be part of the solution? If this line can get to a functional state, is that a out-of-pocket bit of logic and rationale? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Yeah. 20 agrees. If the O-line could actually block, they would love DK. They had on because he goes deep and needs the block for the plays to develop. The O-line is trash and always has been. Oh, we got some agreements here in the chat. I like it. John says it's the neutral mind state that you have to master that Russell Wilson was talking about. If you're attached to the results, it makes you tight. It's like caring, non-caring, being non-being, emptiness, even keeled. So they used to call that one, John. But yeah, that's right. Thomas says, I've said it, patience is needed, but trading one guy or two guys won't fix the problem. It will create another problem. Amen. It's crazy because tonight the receivers were literally getting open all over the place against that secondary, but the pocket was collapsing in like under 2 seconds constantly. It's been miserable shape. And all the way around. It's bad in the run game too, visible. Guys getting pushed back in the kitchen, all that. Good morning, bro. You joined my trade talk late. Literally all that for the team wants to build if. I don't know if you're, good morning football breakdowns. Are you meaning me on that? I'm not sure if you're directing that at me. Oh no. Okay. I think somebody else on that. I'm getting cross-eyed here. Alpha, would you say Spoon is having a sophomore slump, or would you say it's more that he's not being used super well? I feel like if we just ran some more man coverage with Spoon and Woolen, we'd be better. I think you're right. I think that we run a high predominance of zone coverage. We had the stats last year that showed with PFF that Woolen and Witherspoon were two of your best man coverage corners in the entire NFL last year. But you ran it at a very infrequent amount of their snaps. Why? Because Carroll doesn't want to run man coverage. I don't know why McDonald's doing it the same way. Part of drafting Witherspoon, and I said it about him on draft day, is that this pick can be a success. He can be a very good player in this league. He can be great. But you got to use him in the role that he's destined to be able to play, which is he's got to play man. Man coverage corner. Man coverage corner. But you're dropping in these zone defenses and you're dropping zone across the board. That's not what's going to put him in the best place. Visible, I wonder if McDonald has the strong enough personality to challenge Schneider about the O-line. I would hope so. I would hope so. Eventually, I would hope that McDonald would, or Schneider would be able to kind of recognize some of this on his own eventually. Brandon Jones says, gosh darn, this DK trade talk has got to go. By the way, you did say 5K week 13. Never going to bring it up again. By the way, you did say 5K, 5,000 week, 5K week 13. Never going to bring it up again. You have to rephrase that. I'm not sure what you mean on that, Brandon. Sorry on that last thing you mentioned there. Borcha, where does the regression come from? Last 2 weeks have been really frustrating to watch. I think there's a lack of aggression. I think the team's a little bit tired, Borcha. 3 games in 11 nights has got them a little bit beat. That's no end-all be excuse, but it's part of it. I haven't seen it, especially defensively, though, a lot of aggression or trying to take it much to offenses. They've been kind of on their heels a little bit. The reason why, I don't know. The coaches have tactically decided to take that approach and thought it would bring success, and it hasn't. Just don't know. Jeff Carrock, John Schneider sucks at putting an offensive line together. Certainly has been a bit of a hole in his game. It would have been tough paying a weight to keep Damian Lewis here because he was not going to fit to the new offense that you were looking to run. He's not a spread-based guy. That would have been a bad fit for Lewis in trying to fit to that, especially you're paying him the $66 million that he got from the Carolina Panthers. He's also, again, as a kind of a carrying thing, since he made the transition to left guard paint, you know, he was a good run blocker as a right guard, but when he made the move to left guard, he became more of a pass protector than a run blocker when he went to left guard. That has continued this year with Carolina. Chris says, amen, Brandon on DK. Let's get back to how we can plug our holes on defense. That's where we're gonna be concentrated as we move forward on this one. That's for sure. That is for sure. John says, we need to address the line, especially with now the quarterback who uses and tries to step up in the pocket and throw the ball over the middle. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thomas, I would fire Schneider, bring in a general manager that work well with Mike McDonald, but I believe it's going to be next season. Potentially so. Megan says, how much should be on the fact that this is Mike Mack's first year as head coach and John Schneider being unsure of what Mike needed? I think that's the part where we've got to be patient with Schneider to me on this, where it's hard to kind of cut to a line of Schneider at all in this saying, hey, your McDonald hire wasn't a raging success right from the start. You're fired. You fired. I don't think you can do that there. I think I give him a little bit more time on that and see how this is going to set. So we come back to patience with it, Megan, to me, on all the way around on that one. Granda says, Brando, say it, brother. Say it. I'm gonna preach it. Sean, you know that John will do anything to overpay for a safety and completely ignore the offensive line of free agency again. It's coming. Well, I'm going to hammer him if he does, Sean. I've shown some patience on this. My patience is running out. And so if you walk into this offseason doing the same application of a model of approach, then I will blast John for doing so. Grandizer said, I missed Christopher Walken, Al Pacino at the game day. You didn't, but by the way, I'm in, Grandizer, I'm in about my 11th hour of streaming today or something like that. So, the impressions, I can't drop them. My voice is just about toast here. You got to catch me in the first couple hours of the impressions, brother, or I can't do them late, because it won't sound good if I try to do a Walken or Pacino right now. Hard to do after a loss, dude, like this. Lord, hard to get the energy up on that one right now. George, did you ever consider or look for an opportunity to join the Seahawks front office in any capacity? Well, George, I would definitely would never turn down an opportunity and would love to be a part of the front office if I ever had a chance. I would tell you that. I'm definitely a layman in this, I think, and I think from a Seahawks perspective, they would look at me as nowhere close to being professional, worthy of having kind of some office job in there of helping them out. But if they ever wanted me to, I would be completely open to doing it. I think it does tend to be one, if you're going to get into a front office from an NFL standpoint, George, you got to kind of come in as a remedial, low-level guy where you're in there almost like ball boy, earning your way up through a little bit, I think. Scouting, you're in there starting out at this low level, and I'm probably a bit of an advanced age to get in there and try to get at that low level and grind my way through a little bit on that side of it. But I would love to do it. That'd be a lot of fun, especially doing scouting and stuff for him. If I could do that, I'd love that. Mariah says, can they get some new players during the season? Probably stuck, Mariah. We got a little bit of money. They could go make a move if they wanted to, or two maybe. But I think you're by and large kind of stuck where you're at here with what you got. Yeah, Grandizer, I'm sorry, man. I'll get you on I'll do a couple next stream for sure on that. And I apologize. I'm just that spot. We're 4.5 hours here on this stream. I did a 4-hour plus stream on the thing. We did the Bleacher Report, show. So I'm definitely at that spot of the show where just the voice is kind of hanging on for dear life. It's holding on by its fingertips a little bit right now. CS is good offensive line. I'll take an average offensive line. Man, yeah, just average would be a huge boon to this team. You're right. Bingham Blaylock, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Bingham, appreciate you. I love that username. Tony says, what player could you trade for right now for immediate impact? How about Jadeveon Clowney? I don't know if you can find an offensive lineman out there. I don't think there's going to be a team that's willing to right now give up a quality offensive lineman. But the Panthers might be in sell mode. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. He wouldn't cost a lot of money to bring him in. He could definitely help you out. I mean, the bare minimum, Clowney could improve your run defense as an edge defender. You flip out Draymond Jones for him on the edge, and you're way improved on that side of it. John says, and besides, I don't think John would ever trade DK anyway. Pull up a video of him talking about him, trying to find the number one receiver that he never had. DK is a prototype with everything. Agreed. I think he likes him quite a bit. And I think that is going to be their, when it's all said and done, I think he's going to be on a contract extension. Austin Martin, sometimes this is a part of looking for a new coach. Rarely does it go good. May have to go through a few coaches. It's a possibility too, Austin. Right? That is a possibility too. Marcus, I understand it was inconsequential to the game, but the 49ers extended a drive on a face mask call and a dead ball play in the fourth quarter. They even reset the clock. Yeah, I hated that play. I hated that situation too, Marcus. The officials and it was back to back too, right? They had an earlier play where they were late to get the whistles blown, and they did the same thing there where it took them they were already 3/4 of the way through the play before they finally blew the play dead. I hated that moment. Yeah, that was miserable. Miserable. A few more Seahawks. Hey, B, did Murphy help us out because he can play more nose tackle snaps and play well and can have a high snap count? I mean, he made you better defensively. I don't think he was an end-all, be-all kind of solution to your defense and what he brought to the table, though, either. I think that he'll help, but there's more problems here that go beyond just Byron Murphy and him coming back. Mariah says, Atlanta's records 3-2. Three and two. Women football, even the Cowboys GM is 500 years old and he knows how to draft no line. Just JSN can't figure it out. Yeah. Yes, sir. You tripping shorty, I give up and I'm now rooting for the Lions. Maybe John will figure out how to build a team if they can win the chip this year. Maybe so. Alpha's Bloom, the offense needs more Barner. He's a first down machine. I think he ends up in the Kittle role where he's a top tier blocker, but also a great receiver. The offense will be even better. I hope you're right. And he's been very impressive, man. Doing what little opportunities he's getting, he's making the most of them. Making the most. Good morning, football breakdowns. Didn't JSN have a great offensive line with the Packers? How did that not transfer in his mind to building a team? It's the place that I don't have an explanation either. And yes, I've wondered the same thing. Part of the point of emphasis for the Packers through the years, another organization that makes a lot of a point of emphasis in making sure that they're getting good offensive linemen in there. And they will draft them high to do so. And they will draft multiple over to make sure it's reinforced. And yet John came for that organization, and with so many lessons he learned from Wolf there, and seemed to have unlearned them a little bit, at least in regards to this one. And I don't know how he doesn't do some of that math and seeing some of those teams and how they're able to maintain their consistency and a lot of times on the back of making the offensive line a strength of the team. Christian says, I agree. GM deserves a lot of the blame the way he neglected to build the offensive line. I believe so too. It's very fair criticism. Absolutely, it's fair. Mariah, it's going to be hard to find anybody on the O-line through a mid-season trade. It is a point, it is a position that is where if you have devalued positions like middle linebacker or safety, offensive line is almost an overinflated, overvalued position by many teams. Maybe not us, but many other teams. I don't think there'll be any teams really lining up to give us a quality player come around the trade deadline. And looking over recent deadlines, me and Brendan did this exercise a couple weeks ago. The guy that we could only really go back to in recent history that was a trade deadline deal for a good offensive lineman, a good quality guy, not just a kind of an also-ran, but a good quality offensive lineman that could really improve you, was Dwayne Brown. And that was an unusual situation to make that work there, where he wasn't getting contract extended by the Texans, wanted to be extended. There was some other stuff there. I don't think you have that kind of same situation out there to be able to go grab. If it presents itself, I'm all about it. But historically, it's shown us that it's pretty hard to get it. Austin, didn't the Browns go through 12 coaches in 20 years? I think that's right. Another organization with bad ownership. I mean, that's a bit of an extension of that. Paint 808, good talk, B. Mahalo and aloha. Hope you make it back to Hawaii someday. Shoot you, bro. Hey, thank you, man. I will get back there for sure. Always at some point or another, I'll get my way back over to Hawaii. It's especially Maui. Still love that place. So unique, so beautiful. Nothing like it anywhere else. Appreciate you, Paint. John says, yeah, but all you'd have to do, Brandon, is just be an internship. It wouldn't take you long to learn the ins and outs, and you'd have a solid base knowledge. Hey, I'd do it, man. If they bring in a mid-40-year-old gray hair like me, they're sitting in there with all the 19-year-olds like, hey, how's it going? What's up? What's up? How old are you, dude? Doesn't matter. It's all about passion, man. I'm here with the passion of football like you. That's all that matters. How old, though? Like, are you grandpa age? Just shut up, all right? I'm here to help this team win like you, all right? Give me the spreadsheet. I'd do it. I'd do an heartbeat if they did. In fact, I'd jump on it with 2 feet. Of course, I'd probably walk in there and John to be like, oh, all that shit you talked, huh? There's the mop. There's the bucket. We need the basement cleaned out. I walk in there with my binoculars, a little pencil behind my ear, got my clipboard. I'm all ready to start my scouting. Like, no, we got the mop downstairs. You want me to mop? Got to earn your way, man. Is this because I knocked you for the offensive line thing, John? I mean, I was just being truthful. No, I appreciate your honesty. Appreciate you truthful about knocking me for being unable to build an offensive line. No, it's a great point on your part. Just, you need to do the whole basement, okay? And I need 2 coats. Okay, so you go through once, whole bottom floor, then you go back through it again. Okay? We're going to have you do it tomorrow too. I'd do it in a heartbeat, though, man. If they ever came a calling, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Grandizer, Brando, it's all good, man. You were on fire tonight. Great job as always, even though the loss, still, you come through. Hey, I appreciate that, man. You guys came through for me, too, on this, as you guys always do, and I appreciate your guys' love and support in here. You guys are always in here keeping me going when I'm doing these shows. Win, lose, or draw. I can count on my peoples in that way, and I appreciate you guys, too, as well. It's a river that goes back and forth both ways on that side. JK Gamer, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you for that. Appreciate you. Young says, I love your take on Clowney. Such a good idea. Brandon Jana follows that up with, man, the Clowney trade is looking juicier and juicier. I would be just burning the phone lines up with Carolina if I'm Schneider. It's not going to cost you much draft capital. Remember, folks, we're getting 2 compensatory picks from our last free agency period on top of our native picks. So you would still end up with 1 extra pick making a Clowney trade if you made it. He would not add substantially to the salary cap space of things, so he's not going to cost you a lot. It's really a move with not much downside, and there's no doubt that he's a fit for this McDonald defense where he had the best year of his career last year in Baltimore operating within this defense. It's a perfect fit for his skill set because it allows him to line up wide and it allows him to get downhill and just be physical and violent, which is Clowney's game. It's his game to a T. It doesn't ask him to bend around the corner or bring out a lot of pass rush moves. You're just going to come strongly and you're going to come wreck things up down shop. You're going to lead the way to wrecking it up in the backfield. I'd love to see that move. Good morning, Brother Downs. What would we give up for Clowney? I think a 4th is as high as it would cost. I think a 5th is probably pretty realistic as far as where it would stand. Clowney's at, let's see. Jadeveon Clowney is 31 years old. But the nice thing you like about him is because he's not a twitch guy necessarily. You know, he's not one of those guys of like a Von Miller where he gets to maybe 32, 33, and it's like, well, he's lost the twitch now. He doesn't have anything to fall back on his game. His game was always a little bit more about power and length and size, and that is the stuff that you still have in Clowney's game. Again, not to mention coming off by far a career best year last year with the Ravens. Ryan says, I hope McDonald is the answer or we're going to have to go full rebuild. True. Greg, while I said JSN would have the stats Tyler had last year this offseason, I haven't seen anything close to a Puka type potential yet, and his hands routes have been good, but not great, like they were hyped. Accurate. Very accurately put, Greg. I don't have anything to add other than I agree with you on that. I was expecting a little bit more out of JSN so far this year. I was as well. 36, he'll be 32 in February. Good morning. So still young enough to get it done. This is build a team for the draft and stack a few vets. Like Pete did. I'm with it. Sean B, you would scrub toilets at the VMAC. I think that there'd be a little bit of, they'd probably put me on some, yeah. I don't think I'd be giving this guy a shot. Oh, if it isn't the crap talker from the Hawks Nest. Wanted to come into the stadium, huh? Want to come in the facilities and help on out, huh? Oh, now you want to help, huh? Ryan Emmerich says, yeah, Brendan seemed done with it tonight. I can speak a little bit with Brendan too on this and that, you know, as doing this and doing the content creation business on this for the past 5-6 years, you know, you haven't gotten to really cover a good football team. And you're having to do a lot of explaining away and excusing and trying to make it make sense when sometimes things don't make sense. And it wouldn't surprise me if Brendan on that one's a little bit at the end of this one, like, oh, you know, you're just kind of exhausted by it a bit too. You're ready to speak on something good and encouraging and not be kind of turning over the same sort of old thing a bit. Brandon says, yeah, man, every Seahawks content creator seems broken after this loss. Rob Stanton was totally effed. Damn, come on, guys. Give this thing some time. Hey, you know, I mean, it's, I get where they're coming from. And I would be lying to you guys if I didn't tell you that there's a bit of a pull of that of this past 3 games as this thing started to drift in this way where you're like, man, another one of these seasons. Another one of this. And I think there's a pull from a human mentality to that on this kind of thing to feel that way a little bit. So I have some sympathy for those guys kind of being in that place. It's 2017 was your last playoff win. Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than you since 2017. It's been a bit of a tough road for us as a fandom. It's helpful that we get to have that Super Bowl to somewhat satiate ourselves on. Hey, you got a Super Bowl. You got the win. You did it recently. But everyone in the Seahawks fandom, from the fans to content creators, we're ready for a winner. We're ready to get on the other side of this. We are chomping at the bit to see it. And whether we all agree on the method of approach to get there, I will say it's undeniable that one thing I like about this fan base is the hunger and the hunt to want to be great. And that drive within the fan base, whether we may disagree on how to get there, I love that drive within the fan base that I know does exist. Nobody is happy here to be mediocre. Nobody's happy just to get by on winning 53% of your games. People want greatness. And I dig that about you guys. Marcus says internship also involves intern level money. I doubt they pay 6 figures. I wouldn't, and I'm 46. Yeah, probably wouldn't there. The good news there, Marcus, I could just do the channel on the side, but I don't think they'd let me necessarily do that either. I probably have to shut down one to get the other one going. So yeah, might be a little bit too late in the game for yours truly to dip into the scouting side of things. I'd love it though. See, what they do is just need to hire me on as a scout that can work remotely. And I'll just turn in reports and stuff off of what I see off my side. I'd do that for free for them. Brandon, yeah, man, Val Ramos, great show, Brandon. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Val. And congrats again to your team tonight, man. I hope you've not gotten, and I think I've got to give my Hawk fans credit where there is a little frustration internally on this one, but I think you're seeing too as well. No excuses given, you know. You guys beat us in this game. Can't go back to officials. Well, the officials were just in your pocket. No. We lost this game straight up. We had our opportunities. We had our chances. You guys took it to us. You guys wanted it more today than we did. John said, let's just draft a bunch of SEC linemen. It's never a bad way to go, right, John? Jim Kane, Geno throws too hard. He said the one whose ice cream is too cold. Christian, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Christian. Missed some parts of the stream, had to nap. I was pissed. Hey, man, everyone's got to deal with how you got to deal with this one. Emotionality, get some nap. Some guys are doing shots. Some guys are taking bong rips. You know, everybody's got to kind of deal in their own way on this one. It's been 3 really embarrassing losses in a row. For a team that started out 3-0 to give you such hope. It'd be one thing if you started out the season 0-3 with 3 bad losses like this. Is another thing when you had actually the 3 wins where you're like, hey, it's coming together. It's there. Maybe we're ready to roll. It's twisting on us a bit. It's turning on us a bit, Christian. Hopefully it feels a little better in the next couple of days. Maybe we can find our way around on this one, but understandable, but it's a little bit tough right now. Drunk Squidward says, damn, 2 a.m. I feel at 3 beers in, but at 3 to 3, it's time for a wake-up call or a trade. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. A wake-up call through a trade. John says, I was telling my friend that was ripping on JSN that receiver is the hardest position to learn in the NFL. Even Jerry Rice struggled with drops his first couple of years. There are so many subtle, savvy things that you have to learn at wide receiver. That runoff that JSN did to gain space for Geno's run was epic. I'm still hopeful for him too, and he's not been bad. We're looking for him to kind of take a step forward a bit in his game. Good Morning Football Breakdowns, just like JSN will get in situations if he had a tiny bit more speed, he could score touchdowns. He is missing a little bit of that top-end juice to his game. Part of the reason I do think both now and in the long term, Good Morning Football Breakdowns really a slot guy, and that's his specialty, and that's where he needs to kind of live. Not as much a guy that I think is going to be able to really win on the outside. Visible says, honestly, if we won the damn Giants game, this would be a different combo. Probably a little bit, yeah. John says, I did think that JSN would be better at yak in the NFL. He had such oily hips in college. Seems like he's a pure possession receiver in the NFL. Yeah, I didn't see as much of the yak stuff from him at college at times. Definitely has the oily hips, definitely has the change of direction stuff, but he's not as solidly hunkered down to be able to break through arm tackles. You get an arm on him, you can kind of pull him down. And he also doesn't have that necessarily pure explosiveness to get away from guys. Christian says, Mike Holmgren's great years was built on a good O-line. I don't get John's neglect of the line. Indeed. Some of the early things that Mike Holmgren did to come in here and a point that was very smart on his part is, I think he did inherit, he already had Walter Jones in-house, but I think you went and drafted the guy out of Wisconsin one year who ended up having some weird back injury, never played, but you took him in the first round, might have been a really good player for you at right tackle. You drafted Hutchinson in the first round as well. You know, Mike understood and made it a point of emphasis here as a general manager. He did. Brandon says, but guess what? Who is the only SOB still at it at 5:15 EST? Brandon effing Kane. Dude, you're a beast. Much love, man. Just give me a win. Just give me a win, Hawks, so I can get a Walker impression. It'll come soon, Brandon. Jana. You gotta wait. Atlanta. 10 days. We'll get it back around. Gotta suffer until then. You gotta want it until then. We gotta wait until then. Just the way it goes. Sit back in the pocket. We'll get it back. Eventually, shock 'em. First place, Falcons down. Battle of the Birds. We pull your feathers out. Next week, get ready, you dirty birds. Bron Sausage says, do we trade DK for draft capital? I don't think that we do. No. I don't think that we do. Drew Blanick, the schedule looked pretty easy at start of the year. Not anymore. Yeah, I still don't think it's a daunting schedule. I think still last year's was a lot harder than this year's. But it is looking a little tougher. CS says, if they fly me out to Seattle from Australia, I will be a scout for them. Hell, I'll play O-line. Let's go. John, I think 10 days of rest will be huge for this team. It's in dire need right now, John. I think this team's pretty tapped out and exhausted, and they need some rest. They need some injured guys to get healthier. Eric Michelet, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, go to bed. Sleep it off, brother. Well, thank you for the donation, Eric. It's good to see you back in the house here. And thank you again, man, for all your donations. And we'll probably put a wrap on this one here pretty soon. We're getting to the end of the line on this one, and definitely about bedtime on this one for me too. So we'll get it worked. But thank you, man, for the donation. Appreciate you. Visible, JSN has such nice change of direction. I could see him growing into a Doug Baldwin-like player, only he's bigger built, so he could grow into a nice red zone threat too. It's possible. I would wonder maybe even with Baldwin's case, I think he had a little bit more top end speed than JSN does, but it's possible. Regina, yeah, dirty birds. Dirty birds. Black, dirty, muddy. We're the pretty birds. Emerald City birds. The best birds. It's going to turn into a Donald Trump impression. I have the best birds. They're the greatest. We fly the highest. Leon Thatch, B, can you check on Brendan to make sure he's okay? I will see how he's doing, my man. Hopefully he's holding in there and making it through. Probably just needs a night to sleep on it. We all feel better after a good night of sleep after a tough loss like this, you know? That's for sure. That's for sure. Kevin says Clowney is the move. If we stop the run, we win every game. And that's something that Clowney, no matter whatever he brings to you as a pass rusher, you know that he can help you in stopping the run first and foremost. He's always been one of the better edge run defenders throughout his career. He brings that in as a bare minimum. And to your point, Kevin, that's the thing that is in dire need, not to mention you can round out the rotations a little bit better. You can keep Hall fresher. You can keep Mafe fresher. Maybe we can get Draymond Jones moved off that edge. Maybe he can be better inside rather than trying to operate so much off the edge at that point. Just a lot of reasons to me that it does make sense if they can pull it off. Good Boy Football Breakdowns. I was really hoping JSN was going to turn into Andre Hopkins. Yeah, getting there with it. To me on that, it's just I never quite was buying in on JSN being an outside guy. Some of these other guys like Hopkins, coming out had just a little bit more speed to that outside. A little more speed, a little more of the ball skills. I think a little more length. But we'll see what, JSN's story's not done yet. So we'll see what happens. May says, what's a good night's sleep, B? I have insomnia. Well, if you can get through at least a good 5 hours of a run, I guess. GCS says that's the worst Kenneth Walker impression ever. It's not good after this many hours. It's bad. This many hours, not good. Alpha's Balloons, what do we need to change, in your opinion, to stop the run? I think more of a commitment to 3-4 looks. There's too many of the 4-man fronts, and that 4-man front sometimes in the light box where it's a 4-man front with 2 linebackers behind and you get 2 tight ends and you're getting overloaded and you're light. A 3-4 look would give you more heavier boxes down there to deal with the run, I think. It would make the gap integrity more easier to hold up. Mariah says, do a Geno Smith impression. Just got to play better. Just got to do better than that. Get better. Marcus says, I already been asleep and woke up. I'm not feeling better. Damn it. I was hoping that was going to fix it. Warnings, shoot the gaps and be able to tackle is how you stop the run. Amen. Amen. John Robinson, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, the most savage streamer on YouTube. Well, thank you, man. I'll take it. I'll take that. I'll take that for sure, John. Thank you. Very kind of you to say, brother. Very kind of you to say. I got to admit, you guys, you made me feel better about this game tonight talking with you guys. I expected way more emotionality. We have those topics that I have my pet topics I'm not really fanciful about getting back down into again and again. But overall, and to a great high measure of the chat and what I felt from the chat and the channel here so far today and doing this stream over, about 5 hours almost after this game. And that's, I feel some level-headed stances here from my fellow Seahawks faithful. You've lost 3 games in a row. I think a lot of fandoms would be off their rocker in emotionality and they would be just swinging wildly in different circles. And maybe I'll get to that point. Maybe we'll get to that point in the coming days on this. But I've got a lot of my community in the chat on this where I do feel like there's been more level-headedness and even keeledness on this, where even if there are takes that I might disagree with, I can still see a semblance of rationale and patience and not necessarily complete just chomping at the bit to change for the sake of change because this can't work, and rather than let's give it some time. So props to you guys on that today. We're very surprising on that. Was not necessarily expecting that coming off this loss at the end of that. It's like, we're in for some dark times tonight, but not necessarily been that way. I've liked the discussion. I've liked the discourse, but that's always been the way it is with you guys. I shouldn't be surprised on that side of it. I really shouldn't, because you guys always bring it in that way. CS says, we have so many guys and one ball is the thing. Was it me or is Geno pissed off in the post-game interviews? He seemed to be fuming. I haven't had a chance to check him out quite yet, CS. I've just been streaming straight through, so I'll have to check out, see how Geno does. But he did seem to be a little bit annoyed on the sidelines there, slamming the tablet. And good. I want the guys passionate. I want them caring. And hopefully that care leads to better play. Good morning. Linebackers we're still hitting the wrong gaps. Those guys won't get paid. Yeah. Definitely don't think that they've been very impressive so far overall. They've had some moments and blips, but not impressive. John says, Bijan Robinson better not break out against us, relatively not doing much in the NFL. I know. Let's not make this the breakout Bijan Robinson game, right, John? And then you let Tyler Algiers go for another 55, 60 yards on top of it. Ugh. And the Falcons will work him too and attack him in the ways that we've been a bit weak, especially trying to hit the running back out of the backfield and pass attack and that. Christian, our guards and Connor Williams can't get the running game going. Oluwatimi is going to play. You might see some shakeups here. You might see some shakeups. Kevin, he has missed or uncompleted several passes throughout the last 4 games. Critical catches. He's a first-round wide receiver. Do better. Yeah, need to get more out of him. Had a fumble today that could have been a backbreaker in this game. You recovered it, but tough play there where he gets the fumble as well. So there's room to grow in JSN's game right now. That's for sure. Alpha is Christian. Sorry. CS says, and Tyler just seems sad. His sigh at the start of his interview was like, I'm too old for this. It's probably getting old, yeah. It's probably getting old from his perspective on dealing with this and how this has gone for him. So it's got to be a lot of frustration in that locker room. Team's not been good for a while here. They've been searching and scuttling and 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, just not quite getting this built and moving forward and getting this where you can feel that. And I think those guys do care in that locker room overall. And I don't think there's any doubt to them that this has got to be tough. I don't think it's a lack of them trying here. I think they are trying. It's not quite working. As someone mentioned earlier in my chat about this, just a team that's in a little bit of a funk right now in a big picture standpoint. There's smaller things you can point to, but big picture, You just have a team in this last 3 games that's just in this state of a funk. Yeah, good morning, football. Don't let Kirk throw for 500 yards. Don't let that happen. And Connor's got some moments, John. Yeah, Connor Williams he's been steadily coming on a little bit from that center position. I'm not saying he's light the world on fire, but he's been steadily getting a little bit better and better and better there, with time on that side of it. And yeah, Christian, I thought Geno was jumpy today. I thought that there was times he had a clean pocket and he kind of played like he was getting pressured. And I'm not sure why he was kind of operating like that, because he has stood so tall and he's taken those hits and he's really stepped into his throws throughout the course of this year. But this was one where he seemed to be affected by the San Francisco pass rush and thrown off by it. Yeah, Garrett, everyone's a little frustrated right now. That's for sure. That is for sure. All right. Well, we'll put a button on this one here, folks, as we are 5 hours in, and I am definitely hitting my end game point here. If you guys could for me, please, today, hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. It helps the channel grow, helps me get bigger, helps me show out on all those algorithms for those Hawk fans trying to make sense of this loss. You can guide them to the path of giving them some resolution on that by hitting that like button, subbing on up, like applying pressure just did 15 minutes ago. Thank you for that, applying pressure, as this does help my channel show up when you hit that like button in that way. I want to thank, too, the sponsor of this show, which will be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has been sponsoring the Hawks Nest for the past year. They've got a 2-for-1 match going on right now where for $100, you get a $50 back returned, where they'll match you on that. $200, $100 back. $1,000, $500 back. So a 2-for-1 going on right now. They've got a lot of great ongoing pick'ems out there that you can take advantage of that are some sensational bets out there to go win yourself some money, go head to head with other fans. You can get in on a weekly basis of fantasy football. Still there and available to go do that as well. So if your fantasy team's out this year, if you're doing bad, you can get on a weekly basis with them here at Underdog Fantasy. And use my code NEST or click down in the description section below and go directly to Underdog. That first deposit, they'll match you on a 2-to-1 basis there for your 100. They'll match you to the 50%. So thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show. I really appreciate that. I thank you guys for hitting that like button on that side of it. We're going to try to tentatively, for members of the channel, push to try to see if we can do a call-in show on Saturday. My schedule has been rocking busy here offline, so it's been hard to kind of fit it in, but we're going to try to shoot for that if I can. So be on the lookout for that link if you're a member of the channel in your community post, as I'll get that out hopefully here shortly. Maybe tomorrow we'll get that posted out for you guys on that side of it. I thank you guys for keeping me going here on the chat, as you guys always do. Keeping me rolling, keeping me thinking, keeping me laughing. And just making this place always a great place I can come to after the game to talk it up with you guys. Because, hey, I'm in the same place you guys are. I try to be patient. I get emotional as much as anybody else does in this fandom. I get wrapped up into my feels, and I get as angered as much as the rest of you guys. But you guys do help me to keep a little bit more even keel in my outlook of this. And I really appreciate you guys for hanging in here with me through the chat. We had a great turnout of people where we're coming off a loss like this. I would have expected everybody to hit the off button on your remote control, check out, head to bed, call it a day, or go somewhere else, watch a movie, or just get yourself out of football. But you guys are here talking with me, trying to figure this out just like I am. And I really thank you for that. I love doing this, and it's a lot of fun. Even in times like this, a lot of fun to still be able to chop it up with you guys. I'll be back here soon. If we are on Saturday with the call-in show, we will be back on Sunday to do a little bit of talk. Just a quick turnaround show at that point in time. You're down in the dumps. You're not feeling good about this season. You've thrown away your outlook that this year is the year that we're going to be able to go there and make a lot of noise. And so it's got you turning this down a little bit. But I tell you, and I say this, I'm not a guy to try to just give you the empty hope and say, well, we're still in it. We're still in it. But at the bottom line really of this is, it's a 3-way tie for first place right now. Technically, Arizona's got that tiebreaker. You still play the Niners later in the year. You still play the Rams later in the year. It's a long NFL season, and you don't know how this is going to play out. Say nothing for the Cardinals, that you still have to play twice. So there's still a lot of this season left. And I don't know where this year's going to go. And it doesn't look great right now in how this team's playing. They look like they are regressing, but there is still time. And now this team's going to get itself 10 days to get itself healthy, to get itself into a better position to take on that Falcon team. Schedule's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a downhill roll. You had your easy part of the schedule to take advantage up into that Giants game, and you kind of lost a bit of that opportunity there. But you still do stand 3-3. This division's probably not going to be won by 12 games. 10 games is probably going to win you the division. And if you get a division win, you get a home playoff game, and anything can happen at that point. So while it does look low right now, and it looks to some a little bit hopeless in regards to this season and what this team can attain, keep a little bit of hope. Keep a little bit of a crack there. Keep that door cracked open. Don't shut it. Don't hit all those locks on the doors. Keep it just a little cracked open, because you never know. Maybe something starts to come together. Maybe this funk they can snap up. Maybe McDonald can get this thing clicked into place. Grubb can start to find that perfect balance offensively. You never know. It's a weird sport. Odd things happen week to week. Just hang in there. Let's let this whole season play out, and let's see where it finishes up at the end. And then we'll determine what's what and who's who and where we got to buy and who we got to let go and who we got to sign and all that. I thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back soon. Tough loss, but please don't you forget, it ain't over yet. We ain't dead yet. This season is still in the early parts of the year, and it's a long NFL season. So have hope, my fellow Seahawks fans, and do not you ever forget, go Hawks.